Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Genki Azuma for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Why are you crying? Perhaps worried by my sudden tears, Samuel asked in a deliberately firm voice. I shook my head in response. I didn't want to worry Samuel, and judging by his reaction, it seemed the vision was only visible to me. The Crimson Dagger reacted, so there must be some connection. A kind of lingering thought. The Crimson Dagger had become infused with a mystical something, a blend of countless blood and fleshly auras. That must be why I could see the vision just now. I didn't know exactly, but I was sure I would find out someday. The map showed the location of the silver bracelet Ares had given me. I would have to visit there during this vacation. Swish dash. I roughly wiped away my tears with my hand, then focused my gaze on Idea, who was walking towards me as Bram stepped down from the platform. She was explaining what the students had to do during vacation. Don't even think about relaxing just because it's vacation, alright? I'm assigning you homework, so make sure you do it. It'll be reflected in your grades. The students responded by sending Idea icy glares. But there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't very well complain about homework when the instructor assigned it. Still, the homework Idea gave was quite reasonable. Your vacation homework is a journal? Write about your experiences in a diary and submit it to your homeroom instructor. Of course, you'll get extra credit if you train or practice. But don't even think about lying. Instructors can tell when you're being dishonest. Did they really have that ability? As curious as I wasn't about to raise my hand and ask in front of 100 other students. They seemed to think Idea was lying, but somehow, I couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. Her expression didn't seem like she was bluffing. Not that it matters. I was confident I would get a high score on this assignment too. The reason was simple. I was going to be very busy this vacation, and even if I just wrote down everything I did, I couldn't possibly get a low score. I doubted that even if the other students trained during vacation, they could achieve anything worthy of a higher score than what I was planning. Besides, the vacation homework wouldn't take up much time. The best part about journal entries was that you could do them all on the last day. I would just do it all at once when I had time later. Adele, your laugh is weird. Just ignore him, he's always been like that. As I was chuckling to myself, lost in thought, Idea bid farewell to the students. Well then, everyone, you all did very well this semester. Let's meet again at this time, 50 days from now. We had 50 days. Not long, but not short either. It might be a tight schedule to accomplish everything I had planned, but it wasn't too short either. Just about right, you could say. Anyway, except for those who excelled in the final exams, everyone else please board the train without delay. We began our first vacation in Sidon. Most of the students left the auditorium, leaving only those who excelled in the final exams. And among them were several students I would rather not encounter. Hello, Mr. Escort, I see you again like this. The top student has arrived. Fran, who was staring at me with his usual lifeless eyes, and Diana, who looked ready to pounce on me at any moment. Even Bolton, who had failed to secure the top spot once again and remained in second place, was present. Damn it. Haha, it's nice to see you all too. What a lovely day, isn't it? It's raining outside, though. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I tried to change the subject, pretending to be relaxed, but I was immediately shut down. And there was another student who was in an even more difficult position than I was. Hiccup. Luna, trembling with fear among the children of the 7 deadly sins, hiccuped. She clung to my arm, her face on the verge of tears. Twitch. Blue veins popped up on Renee's face at this. At this rate, Luna might actually die. And Renee wasn't the only one interested in Luna. Dante. You're so cute, your cheeks are like marshmallows. Diana was showing interest in Luna, grabbing her cheeks and squeezing them. Unfortunately, I didn't have the guts to rescue Luna from Diana, so I closed my eyes. Help me. I'm sorry. Luna pleaded for help with her eyes, but I had no choice but to ignore her silent cries. Be strong, Luna. As I watched the scene of school violence unfold from the perspective of a bystander, I felt a terrible pang of conscience. By the way, why is this pink-haired girl still here? Bolton asked, narrowing his brow as he looked at Luna. As far as he was concerned, it seemed strange that Luna, who was weak and not one of the top students on the final exam, was still here. I was wondering the same thing. Why is our little cutie pie still here? Well, as Diana stared intently at her, Luna trembled, her face flushing red. Why was she blushing? A moment later, Luna pointed a trembling finger at me. I tilted my head, confused. Are you saying you stayed behind because of me? Yes. I have something to tell you. What is it? Luna had something to tell me? I couldn't imagine what it could be. Besides, this was the only train leaving for now. The next one was specifically for us, so Luna wouldn't be able to board it. I decided to hear her out and then send her on her way. It seems like it'll be a while before the instructors arrive. Let me escort you to the train. You really don't have to. No, it's fine. We won't be seeing each other for a while, so it's the least I can do. Thank you. Luna nodded with a shy smile. With her agreement secured, I glanced around and spoke. Then, please excuse me for a moment. Sure, go ahead. The instructors will probably take a while to move the potions anyway. I nodded at Balton's words. I didn't want to stay here anyway. I did need to receive the potions, but I couldn't bear to be in the same space as Fran and Diana any longer, even now, when our eyes met. Fran was coldly scanning me, while Diana tilted her head with an innocent expression. The latter was terrifying in a different way. It was far better to escort Luna, even if it was a bit of a bother. Swish dash. Luna, shall we? Huh? Oh. Afraid that the others might change their minds, I grabbed Luna's wrist and quickly left. Luna followed behind me, her head down. Click, clack. We walked for a while, exiting the Sidon Auditorium and heading towards the train platform, before finally slowing our pace. I could have walked faster, but I slowed down, considering Luna's shorter strides. We had plenty of time before the instructors arrived. Fortunately, the train wasn't scheduled to arrive for another 10 minutes. I started walking leisurely and glanced at Luna. Her cheeks were still flushed crimson. For some reason, Luna was acting stranger than usual today. This was the first time she had reacted so strongly to being alone with me. Well, there was that one other time. Back in the Argonne prison camp, when I helped her kill humans. Perhaps that was when Luna first became aware of her feelings for me. But, why was she making the same expression now? Tap. As I walked, lost in thought, Luna suddenly stopped. I stopped as well, my hand still holding her wrist. She was breathing heavily, as if she needed a moment to compose herself before speaking. I waited patiently. Soon, she spoke, her voice strained. Adele. Yes, Ms. Luna. I told you I had something to tell you. You did. Luna trailed off, her gaze falling to the thorn on my wrist. I'm going to sleep now. As if sensing something in Luna's gaze, Samuel retracted his thorns and fell silent. All the other students had already headed towards the train. Luna and I were the only ones left in this hallway. Finally, Luna spoke. Adele, did you know? Know what? I don't have any parents. Luna's sudden words made my face harden. I didn't understand why she would bring up something like that now. As if amused by my reaction, Luna let out a small laugh. It was hard before, but I'm okay now. You helped me a lot, Adele. I don't recall doing anything special for you, Luna. To be honest, I didn't help her out of the goodness of my heart. I helped her because it aligned with my plans. But Luna shook her head at my answer. If it weren't for you, I would have dropped out of Sidon, the bullying, not having any special talents like the other kids, and not being as pretty as your lady or Fran. Ha, you're beautiful compared to me, Luna. I almost got killed by my lady for having a sly face. That was a bit of an exaggeration. Who would believe that someone like me could be considered unattractive? As if scoffing at my ridiculous statement, Luna grumbled and said, but you're handsome, Adele. And cool. You're the only one who would say that. That's what makes it so great. I'm the only one who knows how cool you are. Is that so? She seemed to realize that I had seen through her feelings. That must be why she was being so bold with her words. But I still couldn't accept her feelings. For various reasons, I had rejected Luna's feelings in the past, and that hadn't changed. Therefore, Luna, as cruel as it was, do you, perhaps, like me, the worst and strongest villain? I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Episode, First Love. Luna froze in place, unable to readily answer my question. Even so, her trembling lips spoke volumes. I already knew the answer before she even uttered a word, yet I waited and waited for her to confess. Truth be told, I wished she would deny it. I couldn't reciprocate Luna's feelings, and a direct rejection would shatter her heart. Luna had shown excessive dependence on me, so I couldn't help but arrive at that conclusion. Finally, Luna struggled to speak. She looked up at me, her eyes on the verge of tears. I like Adele. More than anyone. I see. Luna's confession. A wave of complicated emotions washed over me, and I forced a stoic expression. Even though I hoped she would deny it, Luna had revealed her true feelings. After confessing her love for me, Luna blushed crimson and lowered her gaze. She shook her head several times before looking up at me again. Her pink eyes, filled with determination, stared directly at me, as if demanding a response. But I couldn't give her the answer she desired. Therefore, I had to utter words as cruel as they were agonizing. Lady Luna, I also like you. Then. Luna's eyes widened as I began my heavy-hearted words. However, my words weren't spoken with romantic intentions towards Luna. In the end, we were fated to be apart. Although I was the creator of this world, I would eventually have to leave it. When that time would come, I didn't know. It could be as sudden as tomorrow, or perhaps upon my death, or even after. Though the words differed, their meaning remained the same. I was destined to leave this world someday. The information paper stated there was no way to return to reality, but there was no guarantee. Could I be certain that there was no chance of being abruptly pulled back to reality after entering the world I had created? There was another reason. If Luna continued to accompany me, she would face countless dangers. To begin with, Luna was a character who would be expelled from Sidon for being unable to kill a single human. Could she adapt to this cruel world? Of course, Luna's healing ability would play a crucial role in my future plans. However, that was also my own greed talking. Even without Luna's healing ability, there were plenty of ways to overcome the challenges ahead. The reason I had tried so hard to win Luna's favor and bring her to my side was purely for the sake of convenience in my future endeavors. It was easier to say a few sweet words to gain Luna's favor than to strive for items and treasures. In truth, I didn't love Luna. It was a strange dissonance. While I recognized this world as reality, I couldn't shake off the perspective of it being a creation. However, as I gradually assimilated into this world, a sense of incongruity arose within me. Was it the butterfly dream? What was reality? And what was a dream? Perhaps I had been too frivolous, too detached from this dreamlike reality. Therefore, I had to bid farewell to Luna. It's not that I dislike you, but I don't love you. That's why our relationship cannot be. No, for your sake, I believe this is the right thing to do. What do you mean? It is as I said. Luna's eyes trembled. Her face had turned pale, as if she had heard words too painful to bear. At the same time, my heart felt heavy. Like the arid heat of the desert, a terrible thirst parched my throat. My voice, dry and raspy, escaped my lips. I closed my eyes, enduring the pain, and forced out the blood-chilling words. Please withdraw from Sidon. You are better off not being here. Adele. Suddenly, a single teardrop rolled down Luna's left cheek. Her bright, clear pink eyes were now clouded with darkness. Luna seemed to be in denial, unable to believe this moment. You misspoke, right? Yeah, Adele wouldn't say such a thing. I must be dreaming. Right. Ha. I let out a laugh. A scornful, mocking laugh, intending to crush the last glimmer of hope in her eyes. You are sorely mistaken. I forced a cruel smile onto my lips, uttering words I would regret for the rest of my life. Did you expect me to whisper sweet nothings of love to you? Taking a step closer, I spat out the words. Or perhaps you wished for me to caress your hair with loving hands. Adele, stop it. Please, stop it. How foolish. Luna covered her ears as if in pain, her body trembling. I took another step closer and opened my mouth. As if I could ever love the likes of you. Those were the cruelest words I could muster. With that, I turned my back on Luna and walked away. Luna didn't try to stop me. Afraid that my resolve might waver, I quickened my pace, putting distance between us. Finally, when Luna was out of sight, I stopped and looked up at the sky. The rain had stopped. And as if to mock me, the sky was brilliantly clear. The sunlight stung my eyes, so I lowered my head and looked down at the ground. It was over. I had made the right choice. But then, why? It hurts. My heart ached as if it were being torn apart. I was the one who said I didn't love her, so Luna should be the one in pain, not me. Why was I, the one who rejected her confession, the one writhing in agony? I pondered for several minutes, staring at the ground, but the answer eluded me. And then, after a while, finally, I realized what this feeling was. It was an emotion I could never express. Therefore, I had to bury this moment deep within my memories. The train will shortly be departing Sidon. Passengers, please. Clank. After Adele left, Luna boarded the train to leave Sidon. Several students glanced at Luna, who was sobbing softly. But as the train lurched forward, their attention was drawn elsewhere. Luna sank back into a long-forgotten feeling of loneliness and began to think. When did it start? When did she become someone who could wear a bright smile instead of a gloomy frown? Ah, it was then. From the moment that boy entered her life, she learned what it meant to have light. But now she didn't know anymore. Before she met him, Luna had been starving. In the relentless flow and change of time, she merely existed, struggling with hunger. There was no meaning in it. When hungry, she begged for food. At night, she cried herself to sleep, consumed by sadness and loneliness. Tired of those agonizing days, Luna applied to Sidon. She had heard that Sidon provided for those with talent, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry. She knew that the price was the lives of its students. Even so, she thought it didn't matter as long as she could escape the clutches of hunger. And she believed that this hunger stemmed from not having enough to eat. That's what Luna had thought back then. But the hunger persisted. After entering Sidon, Luna had access to an abundance of delicious food, the kind she had never tasted before. But no matter how much she ate, her hunger remained unsatisfied. Her stomach might have been full, but she felt no sense of fulfillment. Was it because of the bullying and ostracization she faced? No, that wasn't it either. As a half-demon, Luna was used to such treatment. However, at some point, Luna stopped feeling hungry. Her days were filled with happiness, and even eating the unidentified black jelly from the human realm brought her joy. It was an ordinary, everyday life. Or rather, it was a more challenging everyday life. But there was one crucial difference when she stopped feeling hungry. Adele. That student existed. The boy who was self-conscious about his gloomy appearance, who seemed timid but always went out of his way for his friends. Whenever Luna was with him, she couldn't help but smile. It didn't take long for Luna to realize that her feelings were love. First love. From the moment she acknowledged her feelings, Luna made every effort to be with Adele. Strangely enough, Adele was surrounded by beautiful girls. Afraid of appearing insignificant in comparison, Luna tried putting on makeup for the first time in her life. Although she had to borrow the cosmetics from Fran because she couldn't afford them. The boy she wanted to impress didn't even notice the difference. But Luna was happy just being able to do that much. However, it was all over now. Please withdraw from Sidon. You are better off not being here. How foolish. As if I could ever love the likes of you. The boy's parting words pierced Luna's heart like shards of glass. She felt nothing but excruciating pain, as if her skin was being peeled off. He had uttered such cruel words, denying any love for her. Unable to bear looking into his eyes as he spoke, Luna had kept her head down, staring at the ground. Through her tears, a question kept resurfacing in her mind. Why, if he didn't love her? Then during the midterm exams, when they were the only ones awake. Luna touched her lips, the memory flashing through her mind. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Even now, the lingering sensation of that moment remained. It was an unforgettable mark. And that must be the same for him. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Wakad for subscription to Sword Lacquer Tier on Ko-Fi. I walked on in silence. If I looked back at Luna now, I knew I would want to take back my decision. As I was lost in my gloomy thoughts, Samuel's voice reached me. Why did you say such a thing? Were you listening? It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep. Well, that's a convenient excuse. I had a lot to say, but I didn't feel like arguing with Samuel. I had no intention of doing so, so I just kept walking in silence. But Samuel continued to speak, even though I wasn't answering. I already knew Luna would leave, so I don't feel any particular way about it. After all, it's not my decision to make, it's yours. Then why do you keep talking? You should just be quiet. I snapped at Samuel. However, Samuel simply ignored me and continued. The question is whether there's any reason to go that far. You don't look so good yourself, even though you were the one who said it. I fell silent at his words. As Samuel said, I was not at ease after saying such harsh words to Luna. In fact, I was in agony. So much so that I wanted to take back everything I had said to her. But, don't you already know? This was the best way to get Luna out of Sidon. I really did say those things to get Luna to leave Sidon. She doesn't belong here. She's so fragile that she'll only be a burden. It's better for her to leave Sidon. You're lying? As I rambled on with my explanation, Samuel snorted. I frowned and asked Samuel, what do you mean I'm lying? I'm only telling you the truth. Tisk, your attitude is all wrong. Did you really tell Luna to leave Sidon for her own good? Even I, who am not directly involved, know that you know better. That's... His words stabbed me in the heart. In the end, I couldn't think of anything to say back and just lowered my head. There was no lie in Samuel's words. To tell the truth about rejecting Luna, I only did it because I thought it would ease my mind. It was my own selfish desire that led me to change Luna's fate of being expelled from Sidon, and it was my own selfishness that led me to reject her feelings. I decided that this was the best thing for her, regardless of Luna's feelings or choices. But even after thinking it over, this was the best I could do. At least, it was for me, who was in turmoil over the existence of this world. If my state of mind had not changed, I would have used Luna's feelings to make choices that would benefit me, just like I always had. But it was you who told me not to just pursue profit in relationships. It was Samuel who told me to be sincere in my dealings with this world and the people around me. That's why I wanted to hear Samuel's answer. What was the best choice I could have made? What choices should I make in the future? Please tell me. How should I have treated Luna? Samuel seemed to ponder my question for a moment before speaking. I don't know either. But I do know this much. What do you know? What you did was just avoidance. You just pushed her away because you were in pain, didn't you? Another remark that hit the nail on the head. But even if that was true, there was nothing I could do now. Luna had already boarded the train and left Sidon. Besides, even if I met her now, I wouldn't know what to say. And I still haven't figured out what the best choice is. Putting aside all other reasons, if Luna stayed in Sidon any longer, she would eventually face great danger. I could guarantee it. Luna was learning medical skills because she wanted to save everyone, but it was common sense that it was impossible to save every student. Luna would once again be faced with the faces of her dying comrades, due to her lack of ability. Could Luna adapt then? This is not Luna's choice either. In the end, this was just another answer I came up with. The choice was Luna's to make. As I sighed in my complicated mind, Samuel clicked his tongue and said, well, there's no need to be so disheartened. If Luna drops out of Sidon because of what you said, that's her own fault. What do you mean? It's literally what I said. If a girl is going to give up on love and even drop out of school just because the boy she likes said something mean to her, then that's how much she loved him. In other words, if Luna truly loved me, she wouldn't drop out of Sidon. It didn't seem like a situation that could be defined so simply. Sometimes it's hard to tell if Samuel is being empathetic or not. I was trying my best to hurt Luna so that she would drop out of Sidon. That's why I said harsh things to her and pushed her away. To say that it was only because she didn't love me enough. A sigh escaped my lips. How immature I am now. It was a moment that made me realize how pathetic I was. Let's focus on what's ahead of us for now. It would be better to put aside matters related to Luna for the time being and focus on what I had to do. I had to have a showdown with the headmaster, so I couldn't afford to dwell on the past. So, let's go. I pulled myself together and headed for the Sidon auditorium. ******. Your eyes, they're red. It's because of my mood. No, it's not. As soon as I returned to the Sidon auditorium, Renee scanned my face, and I hardened my expression. However, contrary to my worries, Renee didn't ask any further questions and just turned her head away. Rather than Renee, it was actually, Mr. Eskret, have you been crying? I wonder who made you cry? Let me guess. Diana, who was circling around me, clearly intrigued. She thinks of me as Arsene's descendant, and she's still playing these kinds of pranks? I couldn't understand Diana's intentions, so I felt a surge of fear. If only I knew why she was doing this, I would feel more at ease, but Diana had never revealed her true intentions. And there was no way I could pry into her mind. The best course of action for the time being was to avoid talking to Diana altogether, as I was about to ignore Diana and wait for the instructors who would be arriving soon. Ah, it must be that girl I saw earlier. I couldn't help but stiffen my face at her amazing deductive skills as she immediately hit the nail on the head. It was only natural for her to think that it was related to Luna since I had just gone out with her. Anyway, Diana succeeded in embarrassing me. I guess I was right, Diana said with a chuckle. But why does her voice sound so scary? It was definitely a chuckle, but it was stiff, as if she were emphasizing each syllable. I hardened my expression at the uneasiness it brought me and said to Diana, "It would be in your best interest not to touch her." Huh? Why is that? Because I don't like it when someone touches what's mine. I put on the most despicable smile I could muster and faced Diana. Diana's eyes widened at my response. Renee, did you hear that? He said mine. Diana's pupils were even trembling as if she was genuinely flustered. Nov, L, B / JNN. Did I do something wrong again? Even Renee, who had heard those words from Diana, turned pale. Wait a minute. Diana pointed at me, her finger trembling. I didn't know why she was acting like this all of a sudden, so I just tilted my head. Mr. Escort, then why are your eyes red? It doesn't look like you cried because you were so happy. Renee, if he's talking sweetly like that, saying mine, then it must be something to be happy about, right? Aren't you curious why he was crying? Not really. Even as she said that, Renee's ears were perked up. Seeing the two of them acting like this, I finally understood why they were reacting this way. So that was it. Even though Renee and Diana were two of the strongest students in Sidon, they were still teenagers who were sensitive to emotions. So, if they sensed even a hint of romance, they couldn't help but be curious and react. I understood, but this was between Luna and me. So I decided not to tell Renee and Diana about what had happened. Do you think Mr. Escort got dumped? Is that it? Renee and Diana were still chattering about Luna and me. If they were going to do that, they should at least do it where I couldn't hear them. Why were they doing this in front of me? It was a mystery, but I didn't have the strength to fight them. So I had no choice but to listen to their conversation with tears in my eyes. Haha, did Adele confess and get rejected? Thud dash. Bolton suddenly placed his hand on my shoulder and asked me a question, causing me to feel a sense of awkwardness. It seemed that Bolton and the other students of the 7 deadly sins had taken an interest in my situation. As if you have time for love when you should be focusing on training. However, I'll listen to you this once. Guwar mumbled, perking up his ears. The one who rejected the confession was Luna, not me. Somehow, the situation was taking a strange turn. As my expression hardened, Samuel answered for me. It's a natural assumption. Look at your face, who would think that you were the one who received the confession? At Samuel's words, I was wounded and had to lower my head. And so, I became the subject of gossip among the other students. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thud dash. Idea and the headmaster arrived, pulling a large cart. An immense amount of mana emanated from the cart. It was astounding. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. An incredible amount of mana was emanating from the cart Idea had brought. It was clearly in the form of a condensed elixir, yet it exuded enough mana to make its presence known. It undoubtedly contained even more mana than the elixir obtained from killing Bisaha in the human realm. If I consume this, I might be able to break through the 5,000 mark. This was as good as certain. It was true that the more mana one possessed, the smaller the increase became, but there was no way the amount of mana would remain the same after consuming such an elixir. However, I couldn't consume this elixir. It wasn't that I wasn't tempted, but I needed to leverage it for something from the headmaster. Besides, in my current state, it wasn't wise to expect significant growth just from increasing my mana capacity. At best, my killing intent and darkness characteristics might evolve a single stage. Obtaining something from the headmaster would be far more beneficial than evolving those characteristics. As I was lost in thought. Now, feast your eyes. Flapdash. Idea swiftly removed the cloth covering the cart. The elixir that was revealed had a rather unexpected form. This is similar to a dragon fruit. The purple skin, with its spiky thorn-like protrusions, was reminiscent of a dragon fruit. I'd never even tasted a dragon fruit back in my old world. The fact that I couldn't eat it now only added to my regret. As I was staring at the dragon fruit-like elixir, my mouth watering. Now then, let's distribute these one by one. There's no difference in the amount of mana contained within each, so don't complain and just accept what you're given. Well, except for one, that is. Idea winked at me as she spoke. It seems she intended to give me a better elixir than the other students since I achieved the highest score in the final exams. It was truly unfortunate that I couldn't accept that elixir. Idea began distributing the elixirs to the students one by one. And when it was my turn, here you go. Idea handed me 2 elixirs. One was filled with mana, seemingly intended for me, while the other was identical to what the other students received. However, I tilted my head in confusion, unsure why I was given 2. Why do I have 2? Only one is for the class president, of course. Well, although it seems like you're giving it to me, isn't there some kind of mistake? I didn't participate in this exam. Hehe, I can't tell you why, but please accept it. Despite Samuel's question, Idea didn't provide an explanation, simply shaking the elixir as if urging him to take it. Come to think of it, it seemed Sidon had already decided which first-year students they would support. This was likely part of their plan to continuously support the members of the 7 deadly sins, including me. Although Samuel didn't participate in the final exams, Sidon had used their discretion to distribute an elixir to him. With a slightly displeased expression, Samuel opened his thorn-shaped mouth and swallowed the elixir from Idea's hand in one gulp. Asterisk crack dash. Crack dash dot asterisk. Samuel savored the taste of the elixir. Not bad. For an elixir, I thought it would be rather bland. Is it sweet? No, it's not sweet. It's mainly sour, but quite refreshing. Click dash. For some reason, hearing the word sour made my mouth water. It wasn't because I was looking forward to the taste, but rather an instinctive reaction, like how the thought of sourness naturally stimulated saliva production. It's definitely not because I'm craving the elixir. As I stood there for a while, savoring the imaginary taste, Idea tilted her head and asked, sensing my internal struggle, "Aren't you going to eat it, class president? I have other uses for it." "Is that so?" I answered Idea truthfully. Since I had to trade this elixir with the headmaster here, there was no benefit in lying. I shifted my gaze to the headmaster, who was watching the students with a benevolent smile. The other students were currently entering a meditative state to harmonize the energy surging through their bodies after consuming the elixir. This energy would expand the vessels that contained their mana, ultimately increasing their total mana capacity. With that, I walked towards the headmaster. "Headmaster, I would like to trade this elixir for your ability." It would be helpful if you could clarify what you mean." "It's simple. I would like you to inscribe 5 of your magic spells onto an inscription stone." The inscription stone. It was a rare stone used to store magic, similar to a scroll. However, unlike scrolls, which could only contain relatively weak spells, inscription stones could store even high-level magic. To utilize the headmaster's offensive magic, an inscription stone was essential. In other words, I was asking for the powerful magic that the headmaster could wield. The headmaster fell into thought, seemingly comparing the value of the elixir in my hand with the value of the 5 spells. After a brief silence, the headmaster spoke. "Denied. The price is insufficient." I couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the headmaster's response. To be honest, I had half expected this. Receiving the headmaster's magic was akin to obtaining magic capable of destroying a city or even more. It was precisely because it was something so difficult to obtain that I had proposed the trade for the elixir. It seemed the value of the elixir fell far short of the price for 5 spells. Then, how many would I need to offer to obtain an inscription stone from the headmaster? In reality, even receiving a single spell from the headmaster would be a bargain. Asking for 5 was just me testing the waters. As I racked my brains. However, I shall show some generosity. The headmaster spoke to me with a benevolent smile. My eyes widened. Those words meant, "Are you saying you'll agree to the trade?" "Indeed. In exchange for the elixir, I shall bestow upon you an inscription stone containing 3 spells." An inscription stone containing 3 spells. I had been unsure if I could even receive one, but the headmaster was offering me 3. This is how negotiations are done. If I had initially proposed a trade for 1 spell, would the headmaster have offered 3? Absolutely not. I would have received a single inscription stone, and that would have been the end of it. But because I had proposed 5, the headmaster was now offering 3 inscription stones. Maybe I have a knack for business. Furthermore, the headmaster wasn't finished speaking. "And you won't need to give me the elixir either." "Does that mean the elixir, along with the 3 inscription stones, are yours to keep?" Crazy. I was speechless at the headmaster's generosity, rooted to the spot in astonishment. A single inscription stone would have been a blessing, but to receive the elixir and 3 inscription stones on top of that. It was clear how highly the headmaster valued me. She was willing to go this far to make me her dog. Of course, I had no intention of completely falling for her seduction. If at any point I sensed danger, I would immediately make my escape. However, for now, I had to accept everything the headmaster was offering. "Wait here for a moment." Thud dash. After returning the elixir to me, the headmaster went to fetch the inscription stones. As I watched her retreating figure, Idea tapped my shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. "Class president." "Yes, instructor. You're not actually crazy, are you?" "I'm as sane as I've ever been. Don't lie. It's absurd that you would attempt such a trade in your right mind. You're lucky the headmaster is in a good mood today. Normally, you would have been torn to shreds and met a gruesome end." She doesn't mince her words. Even I wouldn't have made such a request to the headmaster without a plan. It wasn't impossible to receive spells inscribed onto an inscription stone, as long as there was sufficient compensation, that is. However, Idea was worried about the fact that I had made such an unreasonable demand of the headmaster. If I had said anything to offend her, the situation could have turned dangerous.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, I was aware of the headmaster's intentions to groom me as her dog while providing support. That's why I was confident that I could make such a request. And in the end, it had worked out well. However, it seemed Idea was still unable to let go of her anger. "Honestly, you and Senior are so alike, you know." "That's harsh." Now those words hurt. Was it okay to curse so vehemently even among fellow demons? But Idea continued speaking. How are you any different? You both act all high and mighty, but you're both accidents waiting to happen? It makes me wonder if you're his secret love child or something. Has Instructor Aries gotten married? Don't be ridiculous. What woman in her right mind would like a man like that? But I think he'd be quite popular. Perhaps you're secretly dating. I trailed off, unable to finish my sentence. Idea was staring at me with a fierce glare. No, yes, no, I said. Idea spoke with a chilling tone. I decided to keep my mouth shut. As I avoided Idea's wrathful gaze and looked around, I heard approaching footsteps. Asterisk thump, thump dash. Asterisk. The headmaster, who had gone to fetch the inscription stones, was returning. She held out 3 stones, each about the size of 2 of my fingertips. Here you are. These are the inscription stones. It was my first time seeing inscription stones in person, and I couldn't help but be intrigued. How should I describe them? Green and blue light swirled harmoniously within, emitting a subtle glow. As I held the inscription stones, captivated by their mystique, the headmaster smiled faintly and spoke. They are yours now. I have specifically imbued them with powerful spells, so use them carefully and gratefully. No, seriously? How naive does she think I am? If I said that out loud, thank you. That's exactly what I'd say. Well, survival takes precedence over pride. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Wakad and @YMMM116 for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Swish. I accepted the 3 engraved stones from the headmaster. Though they were light in weight, I could feel the immense power they held within. Each individual stone would unleash formidable strength. A power greater than a blow infused with all my might was sealed within each stone. With this, I can replace the strokes of the demon god. I hadn't been able to use the strokes of the demon god because I didn't fully understand the penalties. Using the engraved stones instead would make things much easier. Of course, though they contained the power of the headmaster, one of the strongest in the demon realm, their efficacy would be weaker than the strokes of the demon god, which were imbued with the power of God. Still, they were an excellent substitute. Thank you. Yes, I trust you'll put them to good use. Pat, pat. The headmaster, seemingly finding my bowed head endearing, gently patted my head. What could I say? It was indeed a gentle touch, but with a little focus, one could tell that the mechanical, inorganic movement held not a shred of affection. I smiled in response but didn't let my disconcerted feelings show. In any case, the headmaster, seemingly satisfied with my reaction, drew another arc on his lips and raised his hand. The rest of you, come closer. The students, who had finished their meditation at some point, were waiting behind us. At his words, the students rose from their spots and approached us. Soon, a blessing began to emanate from the headmaster's hand. The blessing enveloped our bodies once before fading away. May your futures be filled with glory. The headmaster, blessing our futures. It felt strange. This applied to both Crete and the headmaster. I wondered if it was all right for these people, who harbored ulterior motives towards me, to be so generous. It was an investment of sorts, given their high expectations of me, but to be on the receiving end continuously made me wonder, are these guys really trustworthy? Well, it was better to have it than not. I had to stay vigilant, but I also had to make the most of the gifts they gave me. After all, I had to be the one in control, not the one being used. Well then, good work everyone. You are dismissed. Don't forget your homework. Following the headmaster's farewell, Idea added those dreadful words. As I, completely ignoring Idea, was about to take my leave. Squeeze. We need to talk. Renee grabbed my wrist. I had no choice but to stiffen my expression and stay put. What was this? Why was she calling me out? It wasn't that I couldn't think of a reason and froze up. On the contrary, it was because I had too many guilty consciences that I couldn't move rashly. Is there something you need to tell me? I barely managed to open my mouth, careful not to let my fear show. But Renee didn't answer and just looked around. Flinch. Our companions, who had been watching me and Renee, flinched. The headmaster, seemingly uninterested in the situation, had already left. I'll be going then. Idea, who had been watching us nonchalantly while whistling, quickly ran away at Renee's cold stare. I best be off as well. Adele, take care. I hope we can spar next time we meet. See you around. Idiot. The rest of the male students, including Bolton, also quickly fled like Idea. Even Fran just left after cursing under his breath. No one came to my rescue. I felt a sense of despair as my shoulders slumped. Now, the only ones left were me, Renee, and Diana. The 2 most awkward people to be around were now cornering me. I quickly called out to Samuel. Help me, I think I'll turn in for now. Samuel would selectively fall asleep whenever things got serious. He was trying to escape the situation, leaving me behind once again. I couldn't let him do that. I desperately tried to wake Samuel up, not wanting to be the only one to suffer. Focus on me. Renee's gaze, cold as ice, forced me to look back at her. Diana burst into laughter at the sight. My, looks like you're in a pinch, Mr. Escort. You too. But she cast a banishing spell on Diana as well. I smiled inwardly, feeling a sliver of satisfaction. Diana frowned at Renee's words and opened her mouth. Renee, I have something to say to Mr. Escort too. Go. Tisk, fine. Hurry up. Diana pouted and tried to look pitiful, but Renee remained firm, shooing her away. Diana gathered her belongings and turned to leave, then waved at me. See you later, Mr. Escort? How about we talk one-on-one next time? I'll consider it. Never. I would never meet her alone. I just gave her the answer she wanted to get rid of her quickly. Diana, seemingly satisfied with my response, smiled and left. I tore my gaze away from Diana and looked at Renee. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Heavy. It was suffocatingly heavy. There was nothing physically weighing me down, but the atmosphere felt as heavy as a mountain. It was even more so because Renee remained silent, just staring at me coldly. If only she would say something, this awkwardness could be broken. But as time passed, it seemed unlikely that Renee would speak, so I decided to initiate the conversation. How about we talk while we walk? Let's. With Renee's agreement, we left the auditorium and stepped outside. *****. Now, what should I talk about? I sighed inwardly. While the awkwardness hadn't completely dissipated, the oppressive atmosphere had eased somewhat now that we were out of the auditorium and in the open air. However, that didn't mean the conversation flowed smoothly. Renee still hadn't said a word, silently walking beside me. Her silence made me anxious. What on earth had I done to make her torment me like this? As I was frowning. Curious. Renee's words were baffling. It was a jumbled string of single words, barely forming a coherent sentence. I couldn't grasp her meaning and just stood there dumbfounded. After what felt like an eternity, it finally dawned on me what Renee was trying to say. Are you asking if I have nothing to be curious about? Yes. Then, about what? Me? Once again, Renee's cryptic answer left me tilting my head in confusion. I struggled to find the meaning behind her words and cautiously asked. Are you asking if I have no curiosity about you, my lady? Yes. Not particularly. In truth, I had a lot of questions for Renee. What Crete wanted from me, what Renee wanted from me, and whether my suspicions about the person who killed Renee's mother being him were true. However, none of these were topics I could bring up lightly. Besides, the current situation didn't seem like the right time to ask if I had no interest in her. It seemed like a genuine question about whether I had no curiosity about her. And I truly had no such curiosity. Our school lives were almost identical, so what was there to ask? However, it seemed that this was not the right answer either. Feelings, hurt. Renee frowned again, staring at me intently. This time too, only me? Then, her face fell with disappointment, and she lowered her head dejectedly. It was the first time I had seen her react this way. Renee always wore a cold expression. When she was angry, her expression would contort, and although she rarely laughed out loud, I had seen her chuckle a few times when something was amusing. But this was the first time I had seen her so disheartened. It frightened me. What had I done wrong this time? My lady, if I have done anything wrong, please tell me. I pleaded with Renee, my voice laced with desperation. If things went south and Renee reported my behavior to Crete, I might actually die. I was in a position where I had to stay on Renee's good side, yet I had somehow managed to upset her to the point of tears. But it was incredibly frustrating. I had absolutely no idea what I had done wrong. Please, tell me if something is troubling you. You're strange. What do you mean by strange? I will fix it. Point. When I asked, Renee pointed a finger at herself, then at me. Want to ask? She pointed at me again, then back at herself. You don't. So, to summarize, Renee had many questions she wanted to ask me, but she was upset that I didn't ask her anything in return. What? She was upset over something like this? Unable to comprehend her emotions, I was dumbfounded. Still, I had figured out what Renee wanted, so I decided to ask her a question. Did you have breakfast this morning? No. The atmosphere grew even colder. I felt the temperature plummet to absolute zero, as I stood there trembling in fear. When coming? When am I returning to the Bears family? Yes. Well, I think it will take about 3 days. I'll head back right away. Okay. At least I would be returning soon. Renee didn't say anything more. And so, we continued walking in silence. Before we knew it, we were standing in front of a train. We had arrived at our destination. Wave. Renee glanced at the train and then waved at me. Well then, take care. Hold on a moment. I quickly stopped Renee before she could leave. Her brow furrowed as she glared at me, annoyance flashing in her eyes. This time, it seemed like genuine irritation, and it was quite scary. There's nothing more to say. No, my lady, that's not it. Hurry up and speak. There's no time. I had to say my piece, so I stopped Renee once more before she could board the train. Catching my breath, I pointed at the stopped train. We have to take the same train anyway. Flush. Renee's ears turned red at my words. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. As the train pulled into the station, Renee and I disembarked. We had already passed through Sidon and were now in the heart of the capital. Just as I had seen before, the capital was quite bustling. As we made our way through the streets, a group of demons approached us. My lady, you've arrived. You there, you haven't caused any trouble for my lady, have you? They were servants of the Bears family. Crete had sent them to escort Renee, who was now on summer break. I greeted Renee, who was still blushing from our earlier encounter. My lady, I shall see you later. Until then, please take care. You too. With a quick reply, Renee turned her head and boarded a carriage, moving away from me. I kept my eyes on her until she was out of sight. My destination wasn't the bear's estate, but Samuel's. So I had to say goodbye to Renee first. This was because the territories of gluttony and pride were located on opposite sides of the demon realm. As I stood there, Samuel spoke to me. That was quite the storm. Weren't you asleep? Ahem. Every time I was in an awkward situation, Samuel would pretend to be asleep. Seeing such outrageous behavior made my blood boil. What could I do to teach this guy a lesson? Ah, right. As the old saying goes, spare the rod, spoil the child. Squeeze. I tightly gripped Samuel's thorn attached to my wrist. Let go, let go. No way. You're going to learn your lesson today. Squeeze. I squeezed Samuel's thorn even tighter. Arg. Samuel's cries of pain echoed loudly. But since the eyes of the demons walking the capital were focused on us, I had to let go of Samuel's thorn. Damn it. Now was the time to teach him a lesson. Samuel would soon return to his original form, so this was my only chance. Tisk, what a shame. Still, Samuel had more than half a day before he returned to his original form. We had to take a carriage to Samuel's territory from here. Let's find a coachman first. Did his family not even make any preparations? Samuel seemed hurt by my casual remark and closed his mouth. I just meant it as a joke, but seeing him so dejected made me feel bad. In the end, I decided to postpone teasing Samuel and look for a coachman who could take us to the gluttony's territory. Unlike Sidon, the demon realm lacked well-developed transportation systems. Perhaps it was different before the war between humans and demons, but now, most means of transportation had disappeared. That's why we needed a carriage, and there were several coachmen in the capital. We just had to pick one of them. As we were looking for a coachman, Samuel's voice rang in my ears. I'll pay the coachman. You don't have to pay since you're here on my request. Oh, really now? I was dumbfounded by Samuel's words. Even though he received financial aid from Sidon for his academic excellence, he wouldn't have much money since he had to rebuild his family. He also had more places to spend money than I did. And yet, he was saying he would pay out of his petty pride. I clicked my tongue inwardly and spoke. Don't worry about it. I'm not so poor that I need to borrow a kid's allowance. A kid? Allowance. Samuel was quite short. He seemed to be sensitive about it. I guess that was why. Samuel was easily riled up by my words, which treated him like a child. I smirked and continued. You should have eaten more when you were young. Ah, my apologies. Samuel's gloomy past. I realized I had almost made another mistake and shut my mouth. And I explained to Samuel why I was going to pay. I wasn't exactly rich either. Just thinking about the price of the information paper gave me a headache, which meant I couldn't afford to waste money. However, don't worry about the money. Instead, think about how you're going to modify the orb of the Flame Emperor to match my mana nature. Very well. I told Samuel that I didn't have to pay for the orb of the Flame Emperor. Well, that didn't mean I was going to get the orb of the Flame Emperor for free. There was a bit of consideration mixed in. I had also gone through times of poverty, so I understood. That aside, I couldn't even begin to imagine how much I would squeeze out of Samuel once he revived his family. The interest rate at Adel Bank was quite high. Anyway, let's talk to that person. I pointed to one of the coachmen and spoke to Samuel.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Samuel nodded in agreement. As I approached the coachman, I opened my mouth. Can we hire your carriage? At my words, the middle-aged coachman with a stylish beard lowered his gaze as if to examine my appearance. And as if he had noticed that I was wearing the Sidon uniform, he widened his eyes. I was going to refuse you because you're a half-demon, but I see you're a Sidon student. Then I can't refuse. You're the future of the demon realm. Haha, thank you for saying so. I almost got rejected for being a half-demon, but thanks to my status as a Sidon student, I was able to get over it easily. At first, I was very reluctant to enter Sidon, but now that I think about it, it seemed like a good thing. Except for the fact that I had to run into Diana. Anyway, I talked to the coachman about our destination. So, where do you want to go? Are you going home for the holidays? Well, not exactly. We're going to the gluttony's territory. What? The coachman's eyes widened at the mention of the gluttony's territory. Then he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't take you there. It's a ruined land where no one lives. Why would you want to go there? 2 people live there. Samuel muttered at the coachman's cold words. Indeed, except for Samuel and the priest, no one lived in the gluttony's territory. However, the general residents of the demon realm seemed to think that no one lived in the gluttony's territory. High-ranking demons in Sidon must have known about Samuel's existence because they had access to information, but other demons wouldn't even know he existed. It made me feel sorry for Samuel. The son of a prestigious family, he had lost all his family and was left alone overnight. Well, that's that. Just because no one lives there doesn't mean we can't go, does it? There was no reason for the coachman to refuse my offer. Even if no one lived there, we could still go, the coachman replied. It's not that simple. I see you don't know much about the outside world because you've been cooped up in Sidon. Well, that's true. I knew nothing about the demon realm, so I was grateful that he was explaining it to me. The coachman sighed at my answer and said, the gluttony's territory is currently teeming with countless monsters. How do you plan on getting through them? There's no coachman in the capital with that kind of ability. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Thousands of monsters? Even if I had gotten stronger, I couldn't think of a way to overcome this obstacle. The easiest way was to use the scroll I received from the headmaster, but it was a waste to use it now, as I was wondering what to do. Tell him to take us as far as it's safe, we'll move on our own from there. Are you crazy? What are you going to do if we get attacked by monsters? I have my ways, Samuel boasted. I couldn't help but grimace. No matter how I thought about it, I had a bad feeling about this. But there had to be a reason Samuel was able to safely enter Sidon from his territory. In the end, I decided to accept. Who are you talking to? You sound like you're possessed by a ghost. The coachman, who thought I was talking to myself, tilted his head and asked. To change the subject, I quickly opened my mouth. It's okay if you just take us to a safe area. We're just trying to save time. Humph. The coachman clicked his tongue as if he thought I was being stubborn. But in the end, he must have decided to accept our proposal because he got on his carriage and said, "Get on. The fare is 10 gold. Thank you." Huh. 10 gold? As much as 10 gold. I was startled by the price the coachman offered and looked at him. The coachman was sighing heavily. I'm giving you a discount. It should be 20 gold. He's right. The Gluttony's territory is not only teeming with monsters, but the terrain is also rough. He wasn't even ripping us off. He was really giving us a discount out of the goodness of his heart. My wallet was going to be very empty. I had spent all the gold I had saved up on the information paper, and now I only had 20 gold left. And I had to spend a whopping 10 gold on this. Well, since the terrain was rough, it would be better to pay. I sighed and gave the coachman 10 gold. Giddy up. And so, we headed to the Gluttony's territory, leaving behind our empty wallets. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Gluttony's territory. At the foot of the land where countless monsters roamed, there was a huge cave. It was lit by countless candles and filled with unidentified statues. The Temple of Gluttony. Inside, a woman with her eyes covered in a black cloth was shedding tears. A woman with luscious blonde hair and white skin that reminded one of a noble goddess. After a while, she stopped crying and raised her head. Her gaze was directed at a giant statue. It was a statue that didn't move an inch, but she noticed a change and opened her mouth. It is time for him to come. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to at YMMM116 for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Giddy up. The coachman, who had dropped us off at some unknown location, disappeared with his horse once more. Left alone in the dense forest, we had no choice but to discuss our plans going forward. What are your plans now? Didn't I tell you not to worry? I have a plan. Though, I can't bring myself to trust you. The coachman had truly left us in the woods right before the appearance of monsters and fled in a hurry. It seemed like if we moved just a bit further from this point, we'd arrive at the Gluttony's territory. But the problem was, I had no idea what kind of monsters awaited us. If it were weaklings like slimes, it wouldn't be a problem, but if we came across an excessively strong monster, the only option was to run for our lives. Just trust and follow me. All right. But the truth was, there wasn't any other choice. In the end, following Samuel's lead seemed like the best course of action. Besides, I had position exchange. Even if we were attacked by monsters, I was confident I could somehow escape. And so, thump, thump. I started to walk through the forest, following Samuel's guidance. However, the more I walked, the stronger the sense of discomfort became. The reason being, the trees, which were undoubtedly lush, were now scattered about, broken and destroyed. There were also trees that had been scorched by fire, with smooth, sword-cut surfaces, slowly rotting away. Are we getting closer to the Gluttony's territory? This was like a testament to the horrors of war. The territory and trees, thoroughly trampled by the human army, were unable to recover and were returning to mere dust. Even I, who was witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. In that case, what about Samuel? Let's hurry up and move. Samuel seemed focused on moving, as if it was no big deal, but I didn't miss the gloom hidden in his voice. However, I didn't bother to voice it out. Because nothing would change even if I comforted Samuel in this situation. It was better to pretend I didn't notice. And so, as we continued walking, halt. I stopped in my tracks and narrowed my eyes. Something felt off. What was it? For a moment, I stood frozen, contemplating the meaning of the intense signal my intuition was sending me, until finally, the answer dawned on me. This was a sign of a monster's presence. Samuel. Yes, from this point on, it's the monster's habitat. Samuel confirmed my suspicions. I let out a sigh of relief. If I had carelessly moved forward, I could have been in big trouble. Now was the time to use the trump card that Samuel had mentioned. What should we do? For now, keep moving forward. Use stealth magic as we go. As Samuel instructed, I decided to use stealth magic for now. SHH. I placed my index finger on my lips and simultaneously activated silence and stealth magic. However, it was questionable whether I could conceal myself from the presence of thousands of monsters. Maintaining stealth magic for a long time consumed a lot of mental energy. Could I really keep using stealth magic to avoid the eyes of the monsters until we reached our destination? SHHH. With anxiety and fear in my heart, I carefully took a step forward. Before I knew it, we had reached the depths of the forest. And just as I was about to take another step, rustle. I froze and held my breath as I sensed movement from the bushes. And then, slowly, I activated my senses to observe what was hiding in the bushes. What was hiding in the bushes was a monster that resided in the gluttony's territory. I had finally encountered the first monster. It looks bizarre. I slowly examined the monster's appearance. It had a massive beak and saw-like teeth inside. Its feathers were black, reminiscent of rocks. And the most bizarre thing was, it has no eyes. The monster had no eyes. Where the eyes should have been, there was only white pus. And what about its size? It was even bigger than Samuel and me combined. It was about the size of 2 adult men combined. I couldn't help but feel intimidated by its overwhelming size. I didn't know what abilities the monster possessed or how strong it was, but it was completely different from the bird I had with me. What about you? Chirp? I slightly opened my arms and looked at Siho inside. As if it didn't understand what was going on, the bird tilted its head and made eye contact with the monster in front of it. Chirp? Startled, Siho quickly hid back in my arms. Seeing its pathetic behavior, I sighed. Right, it was my fault for expecting anything. There hadn't been many battles lately, and I hadn't had to use the Siho, so I had let it loose a little. As a result, it had just gotten fat. On the other hand, Goo Poison still maintained its sleek and intimidating appearance. It was in my arms with Siho, who glanced up at me. In front of others, I called it by the alias, Hyoksal, but when it was just Samuel, me, and Goo Poison, I called it by its real name. I looked away from Goo Poison and asked Samuel, should we avoid that bird? No, we just need to catch that one. After that, we won't have to fight the others. Are you sure? Have you been living your life being lied to? Yes. Just hurry up and catch it. Samuel sighed and told me to catch the bird. Well, I was hoping Samuel had a clever plan. I gave the order to Goo Poison. Bite that bird. At that moment, Goo Poison leaped from my arms and ruthlessly bit the giant bird's neck. Screech! The giant bird, as if struck by immense pain, thrashed its body, trying to shake off Goo Poison. Goo Poison's venom was spreading rapidly, but it hadn't yet turned the bird's entire neck to stone. During my time with Goo Poison, I had discovered a new ability it possessed. Petrifying the target by injecting a certain amount of poison. It was quite an impressive ability, so I had been wondering when I would be able to use it, and now was finally the time. Of course, since the opponent bird was so huge, I couldn't turn it entirely to stone. Black Blade. I decided that I would finish off the bird instead of Goo Poison. Goo Poison had done its best. It was now my turn to step in. I summoned a black dagger made of mana onto my palm. The Black Blade, its darkness attribute evolved into a pitch black attribute, was now even darker. Now, it was powerful enough to be used as a ranged attack. Whoosh! I aimed the black blade precisely at the bird's neck and shot it. Thud! The black blade pierced perfectly through the bird's neck. Screech! The unidentified bird let out a groan like a death rattle and collapsed. Judging by the silence, it seemed to have died instantly. After confirming its death, I called Goo Poison back. Come back. I opened my arms and spoke, but Goo Poison stopped and stuck out its tongue as if it had something to say. What was it? I frowned at the sight of Goo Poison standing still, and then I realized what it wanted. You worked hard, so take this. I decided to give Goo Poison a delicious treat as it had worked hard this time. SHHH. I took out the red dagger from my arms and lightly pricked the tip of my finger. A red drop of blood welled up. Using my darkness attribute and the power of the red dagger, I created and mixed several drops of blood. Lick. Goo Poison's eyes widened as it tasted the drop of blood in my hand. It seemed to be quite satisfied with the taste. Ka? It even let out a kind of exclamation that I had never heard before. Of course, it wasn't actually spoken through vocal cords, but something akin to a purr. If the black drops were like ordinary drinks to Goo Poison, then this time, it was like carbonation. Well, I was glad it seemed satisfied. SHHHN/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After a satisfying meal, Goo Poison returned to my arms. Only then did I look at the bird that had fallen to the ground, dead, and spoke to Samuel. So, what do we do now? What do you mean? Cover yourself in its blood. Cover myself in the bird's blood? Was he planning some kind of ritual? Still, I decided to hear Samuel out, trusting that he had a plan. SHHH. I scooped up the bird's blood, which was pooling on the ground, and smeared it on my face, neck, and body. Is this enough? No, cover yourself more thoroughly. That's the only way its unique scent will mask yours. As you can see, these creatures have no eyes, so their sense of smell is very sensitive. I see. In short, he was saying that we should use the bird's lack of sight to escape. It wasn't a bad solution, so I had no objections. Except that I didn't particularly like the texture of the blood. Still, it was better than this than breaking through a wave of thousands of monsters. I held back my complaints and focused on applying the blood. That's enough. If you go any further, even the birds won't be able to distinguish your scent. Now we just need to be careful of our presence. Their feathers are sensitive. They can sense even the slightest breeze. So, they were similar to insect antennae. More importantly, what's the name of this bird? Eater bird. It was originally a bird raised in the gluttony's territory, but it was released when the family was destroyed, and their numbers have increased like this. Huh. To think it was originally a bird raised by Samuel's family. But now, it was breeding in this horrifying form. Well, wouldn't Mr. Samuel be the one to clean this up later? I wish that were the case. For now, let's try to get to a place where there aren't many eater birds. I finished my conversation with Samuel and took out Siho of my arms. It had a similar name to the eater bird, but it had a much cuter appearance. Did it realize that it wasn't a dangerous task this time? Siho was looking up at me with a cheerful expression. Can you do it? Chirp? The Siho chirped brightly in response. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Whoosh dash. As I pressed my forehead against Siho's, his vision was shared with mine. He soared through the sky, wings beating powerfully. And through his activated vision, the world as seen by Siho was illuminated before me. Just as Samuel said. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It was because an overwhelming number of flocks of eater birds were scattered throughout the gluttony's territory. Not only that, but the desolate sight of the ruined territory evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld it. The birds originally raised by the gluttony family had occupied every corner of the territory, making it their nest. If even I felt this way, I couldn't imagine how Samuel felt. For now, I recalled Siho, having determined our route using the shared vision. Good work. Peep. Flapdash. Siho, perched on my arm, flapped his wings as if complaining about something. At that sight, I furrowed my brow and fell into thought. What was wrong with him this time? It looked very similar to when Goo Poison urged me to give him black water droplets. Don't tell me. Do you want some too? Beep beep. He's become quite the pig, hasn't he? Samuel and I shook our heads at Siho's plump appearance. When we first met him, he was so small that he could fit in the palm of my hand. Now, he was even bigger than two fists combined. I'll have to put you on a diet later, but I'll give you a reward for working hard this time, after such a long while. Here, eat this. Peep. I took a small candy from my pocket and handed it to Siho. Siho glanced at me as if dissatisfied with the small amount. You really are full, huh? Squeeze dash. What are we going to do about all this flab? Peep. I pulled at Siho's chubby belly. Then, looking at Siho's belly stretching out, I let out a deep sigh. Birds weren't as heavy as they looked because they had to fly in the sky. In fact, they were very light. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were mostly made up of feathers and bones. But Siho was a kind of battle-trained bird, so even if he gained weight, I thought he could still fly. This was serious. You are to fast for the time being. Peep. Perhaps realizing that he had been caught, Siho drooped his head, pretending to be pitiful. Then, he shook his head from side to side, searching for someone. Peep. Unable to find the person he was looking for, Siho tilted his head as if asking, where did they go? He seemed to be looking for Luna, who had been secretly feeding him behind my back. Luna would sneak him treats whenever I tried to manage his diet by reducing his food. As a result, Siho became close to Luna after me. It was only yesterday that Samuel was jealous of that. But, you can't see her for a while. Peep. Because this guy drove her away so mercilessly, you might not be able to see her for a long time. Samuel's supplementary explanation. Even if Siho didn't understand everything, I guess he realized that he couldn't see Luna because of me. He started pecking at me with his beak in anger. Peck, peck dash, beep beep. It hurt, but I just kept my mouth shut, knowing it was my fault. Still, I didn't think Luna would drop out of Sidon as Samuel had said. I'd be able to see Luna again at Sidon when the vacation was over. If we did meet again, how should I treat Luna then? Because of my selfishness, I pushed her away and hurt her. It'll be impossible to face her like I used to. Flick, flick dash. I shook my head, shaking off my gloomy thoughts. In fact, it was uncertain if I would even be alive by then. Anyway, let's get going. Indeed, we've wasted too much time. I placed Siho, who was reluctant to go back into my arms, on my shoulder. Not that it mattered. If we got lost, I'd have to take Siho out of my arms anyway, so it was better to travel like this. Siho wrinkled his face, disgusted by the sticky blood on my body. But he didn't try to get off me, as if he was enjoying the rare sight. Let's keep moving. Trudge, trudge dash. I moved my steps again, holding my breath with both stealth and silence magic activated at the same time. We were moving to a location where eater birds were less likely to inhabit, but because of their sheer numbers, it was impossible to avoid encountering them completely. However, as Samuel had said, thanks to the eater bird's blood smeared all over my body, they didn't react much. Screech, screech. Instead of their unfocused eyes, their massive beaks turned towards me. They sniffed me, as if trying to catch my scent, then eventually moved away, probably deciding that I smelled similar to them. Just as I was about to sweep my pounding heart. That was close. Wouldn't it be alright since we're covered in their blood? No, those guys are the kind that even cannibalize their own when they're starving. They must have let us go because they weren't hungry, but... Glance dash. Samuel's gaze shifted sideways. From afar, an ear-splitting shriek echoed. I saw a flock of eater birds rushing towards the source of the sound. There, starving eater birds were tearing apart their own kind. One eater bird lay on the ground, being devoured alive. They were eating it alive. With its skin being ripped apart and its beak pecking at the air, the eater bird thrashed its beak, as if trying to take its fellow eater birds with it. It was a truly gruesome scene. I quickly moved my feet at the repulsive sight. I took the opportunity of the birds being distracted to move quickly. I used position exchange before the eater birds finished their meal. Among the countless arrows, I targeted the farthest point. Designation dash dot. And my body instantly switched places with a pebble that had been lying on the ground far away. Not stopping there, I used position exchange again to create more distance. It was after I had used position exchange about 10 times. Stop. Understood. At Samuel's words, I stopped walking. In front of us stood a giant mansion. Actually, it was a stretch to even call it a mansion. It would be more accurate to describe it as a place that had already been half destroyed and turned into ruins. I looked around what used to be the Gluttony's mansion and spoke. Is this where you resided, Mr. Samuel? Once, yes. Samuel's tone was tinged with bitterness as he spoke. I asked Samuel if this was the right place. So we need to go inside. No, this is where I used to live, but it's not the temple. We need to go to the temple. The location of the temple. I was able to learn about the temple's location from Samuel after entering Sidon. The Bears family had no way of knowing where the temple was, and there was a reason for that. I can't believe there was no temple inside the mansion. Well, it made sense. The temples that worshipped the 7 deadly sins were separate from the mansions. They were located in the territory but had nothing to do with the mansion itself. Then, where is the temple of gluttony? It's here. I don't see anything. I frowned at Samuel's words. There was nothing here but a ruined mansion. It's not inside the mansion. It's beneath our feet. An underground temple. That's right. That's how we survived the humans who invaded the territory. I see. So that's why he said the temple remained intact even during the massacre.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But Samuel still looked bitter. But all the priests, except for the high priest, participated in the war, and they were all killed. In fact, it's more accurate to say that the temple has fallen as well. Another heavy topic. Ahem. I cleared my throat to get Samuel's attention. So, how do we get underground? There's no way for us to go down. No way to go down? Then how were we supposed to get to the temple? As I looked at him questioningly, Samuel replied, "It'll probably open soon." Samuel's cryptic answer. Was it some kind of demon realm automatic door? I was curious, but I couldn't voice my questions out loud. Seriously. Crackle, crackle, boom dash. Because right beneath our feet, a giant maw lined with countless thorns like teeth gaped open. The maw licked its slimy, thorn-covered tongue. As I fell into the giant maw, I quickly racked my brain. What should I do? Position exchange to. Just as I was about to escape outside. No, there's no need to leave. This is the door opening. At Samuel's words, I had to retract the arrows I had deployed. As he said, we were falling into the giant maw, but the thorns didn't tear us to shreds. They remained open. However, how long will we keep falling? I couldn't see the bottom. Seconds had turned into minutes, and we still hadn't reached the ground. We were even accelerating. At this rate, we were sure to crash into the bottom and die. Even though I've been here before, I've never actually entered this way. What do you mean? I'm saying that going to Sidon was my first time going out. In other words, there was no way to stop? Well, I suppose I could stop us with magic. Then help me. Thud dash. I pulled out the red dagger from my pocket and threw it at the wall. Countless thorns protruded from the wall, making it impossible to use position exchange recklessly. Dash. So Samuel cast a sort of mana shield around me. Designation dash. I swapped places with the red dagger and at the same time drew out Fang of Darkness. Crackle, crackle, boom dash. And desperately tried to slow us down. However, at some point, unable to withstand the acceleration, Fang of Darkness slipped from my grasp, and we plummeted towards the bottom. And just as I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the impact, eek, thump dash, the worst and strongest villain, I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Atwill and Adabovson for subscription to Position Exchange, tier on KO-Fi. Who did I land on? I thought I would definitely crash into the ground, but the soft sensation on my head made me narrow my eyes. Squeeze. I slowly lifted myself up and looked at whoever was underneath me. A woman with a black bandage over her eyes, blonde hair, and a white priestess robe lay sprawled on the floor. Who is this woman? Who is she? Given the circumstances, I guessed she was probably the priestess Samuel had mentioned. Just as I expected. The high priestess of gluttony, Miriam. Samuel's explanation made me furrow my brow. So this woman is the high priestess. This is the first time I've ever seen a high priestess. So, I had some expectations, but to see her like this from the get-go. Of course, this situation was our fault, so it would be premature to judge Miriam based solely on this. Let's just wake her up for now. Squeeze. I nudged Samuel with my chin to wake up the collapsed Miriam. It would be better for Samuel, who knows her, to wake her up rather than me. As if accustomed to this, Samuel began to wake Miriam. Wake up? However, Miriam remained still, showing no signs of movement. Then, an unpleasant thought suddenly crossed my mind. Don't tell me. Is she dead? Just as I was thinking that. Wiggle. Miriam, whose back I was supporting, reacted. She was trembling. However, because of the bandage covering her eyes, I couldn't tell if she had regained consciousness. Therefore, all I could do was wait until Miriam opened her mouth. I would appreciate it if you could remove your hand now. At Miriam's soft voice, I removed the hand that was supporting her body. Thud, thud. Only then did she rise, brushing off the dust from her body before speaking to me. Of course, since her eyes were covered with a bandage, I couldn't be sure if she was looking at me, but her head seemed to be turned in my direction, so it was likely true. As I stared at Miriam awkwardly, she spoke. Are you here for the holidays? Squeeze. I glanced down at Samuel, who was attached to my wrist. I guess she was talking to him. Samuel opened his mouth to answer, as if I didn't need to. Yes, we came to visit since it's a holiday. Oh, I see. The reason you visited this place again must be because you missed me, right? As if. At Samuel's words, Miriam puffed out her cheeks as if she was offended. Samuel, at times like this, you should say of course I came to see you. Why don't you understand? Why should I? Honestly, you're not cute at all these days. You used to be so adorable, calling me sister and following me around. Quiet. Miriam and Samuel's conversation made me realize that they were quite close. No, they actually must be close. Samuel had said that going to Sidon was his first time leaving this place. That meant he had spent a long time with Miriam here. So, Samuel also had someone like family. I observed their interaction with a renewed sense of wonder. Even though Samuel spoke harshly, it was a touching reunion, just like any other family. Since it had been 6 months since they last saw each other, they must have a lot to ask each other. Did you enjoy school life? What about a girlfriend? It wasn't fun, and I'm not interested in that? You're lying. It's true. Being nothing more than an outsider, I waited for their conversation to end. The way Miriam and Samuel treated each other was reminiscent of a mother-son relationship. Is this what a normal family looks like? A somewhat warm smile crept onto my face. It wasn't bad watching this scene, so I just waited quietly. After some time had passed. I've kept you standing for too long. Let's go inside and talk. All right. While we're at it, how about holding your sister's hand after all this time? Swoosh. Before Samuel could answer, Miriam grabbed my hand. Then, as if she felt something strange, Miriam tilted her head. This touch. Oh my. Miriam was startled. She even seemed to be holding back tears. Neither Samuel nor I knew why she was reacting like this, so we didn't dare open our mouths. After shedding tears for a while, Miriam opened her mouth. Samuel, you must have had it so rough that you have calluses on your hands. No, that's my hand. I stared at Miriam, who was kneading my hand, with a look of incomprehension. I expected this since her eyes were covered with a bandage. Don't tell me she's mistaking me for Samuel? Excuse me. I opened my mouth to correct Miriam's misunderstanding. But before I could say anything, Miriam pulled my hand. Come with me. I need to feed you first. You haven't eaten, have you? Well, that's true, but there's something more important. Hush now. Come on. Click, clack. Ignoring Samuel's words, Miriam grabbed my hand and started running. Unable to resist her force, I closed my mouth and ran after her. Actually, I was quite hungry myself, so I figured we could talk over a meal. And so, I followed Miriam deep into the Temple of Gluttony. As expected of a temple dedicated to one of the 7 deadly sins, the Temple of Gluttony was incredibly vast. Moreover, countless statues of thorny monsters were erected throughout the area, instilling fear in anyone who saw them. I'm guessing those represent the god of gluttony. Since this is a temple, they must have been built to embody the demon god of gluttony. But still, the number of bugs has increased while I was gone. It can't be helped since the people in charge of pest control are all away at school. I'll take care of them soon. Oh my, you'd go that far for me. That's not what I meant. I looked around as I listened to their conversation. There were bizarre-looking spiders, unidentifiable bugs crawling on the ground, and even snakes with sharp fangs. How can a temple be this creepy? It was completely different from the image of a temple I had in mind. I imagined something like the clean and majestic temples in Olympus. This felt more like an ancient underground city. Surely, Bear's temple isn't like this too, right? In the original story, the setting of the temples was only briefly introduced in the beginning and never appeared again after the demon realm was destroyed. Therefore, I was as good as clueless when it came to temples. So, to avoid getting lost, I had no choice but to follow Miriam closely. After about 10 minutes of walking, this room looks familiar. I cleaned it all up. You seem to have expected me to come back. Miriam stopped in front of a room and talked to Samuel. At Samuel's question, Miriam replied with a faint smile. God told me. I see. Samuel nodded as if this wasn't the first time this had happened. I tilted my head in confusion. God told her? Did that mean Miriam had some kind of prophetic ability? Explain it to me inside the room. As if reading my curiosity, Samuel spoke up. Samuel said he would explain, so I decided to wait patiently. I nodded and followed Miriam into the room. Please have a seat. I'll bring you some food right away. With that, Miriam left me and Samuel alone and went to prepare the meal. Once she was gone, I asked Samuel a question. That person. Her name is Miriam, a high priestess. She took me in and raised me when the gluttony family was destroyed. Is she unable to see? N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Yes, she lost her sight after looking at God's true form. I don't know about other priests, but Miriam isn't that strong-willed. What do you mean? What does being strong-willed have to do with losing her sight? I couldn't understand, so I asked Samuel again. At my question, Samuel let out a sigh before explaining. She gouged out her own eyes because she couldn't bear to look at God's true form. That way, she could still communicate without making direct eye contact. She was that afraid of God? I couldn't quite grasp it. After all, I, in the bear's territory, hadn't actually encountered the demon god. Thinking back, it was scary, but not to the point of gouging out my own eyes. Well, I guess everyone has different fears, but I couldn't help but find it hard to understand. As I was talking to Samuel about her. Come on, eat up. Miriam returned with 2 bowls of soup. She placed one in front of her and the other in front of me. As expected, she still wasn't aware of my presence. I guess it's time to say something. Greetings. I addressed Miriam directly and paused, curious to see her reaction. Would she be embarrassed to realize her mistake? Samuel, please don't play pranks while we're eating. Your voice is too high-pitched, it's obvious. It's not me. Don't joke around. I'm serious. The one in front of you right now isn't me. It's Adele, a classmate of mine. Miriam, who had initially dismissed my greeting as a prank, stiffened at Samuel's serious tone. She swiveled her head back and forth, trying to locate the source of the new voice. Are you serious? Yes. In fact, that's why we're here. I've lost my body and am currently possessing Adele. I need your help to return to my original form. Miriam remained silent at Samuel's words, her unseeing gaze directed at me. When she finally spoke, her voice had taken on a chillingly serious tone. Samuel, what is it? Samuel reacted to the sudden shift in Miriam's demeanor. Miriam replied with a soft, almost predatory, voice. Kill him. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. What the? Miriam's words left me speechless, my mind struggling to catch up with the abrupt turn of events. Kill me? The demand was so out of left field that it took me a moment to process. My first thought was that she'd somehow discovered my connection to Arsene, but that didn't seem likely. It wasn't Arsene who had trampled over the gluttony territory, but Leon and his family. And it was ludicrous to think that someone capable of perceiving my true nature had mistaken me for Samuel this entire time. Sure, she might be unhappy about the unexpected visit, but that was hardly a reason to resort to murder. You want me dead? What exactly do you mean by that? I finally asked. I, too, am curious. Why must this one be eliminated? I will not heed your words without a proper justification. Confused, both I and Samuel demanded an explanation. Samuel had grown rather fond of me, he wouldn't attack without good reason. Miriam remained silent for a long moment, lost in thought, before finally speaking. Because you are not a piece. Her answer only deepened the mystery. Piece? What could she possibly mean? And why was she so determined to see me dead? With no answers in sight, I narrowed my eyes, fixing Miriam with an icy glare. I'd appreciate a proper explanation. Why, exactly, am I marked for death? Miriam remained tight-lipped, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Finally, she spoke. The world is intricately structured. Whether meticulously planned and assembled by God or not, it's held together seamlessly by countless possibilities. Her words felt as substantial as grasping at smoke. Yet, a spark of understanding ignited within me. This is about my story. A world assembled without a plan. A world seamlessly held together by countless possibilities. These were elements outside the scope of what I, the author, had established. Miriam was talking about the underlying logic, the inherent consistency, that filled the gaps in my flawed worldbuilding.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Even I, the creator, couldn't fully grasp how the voids left by discarded plot lines and forgotten characters had been filled. And yet, the world persisted. It functioned. Its inhabitants might have suffered, but the world itself endured. Even though I, a human, created it, this world possesses a completeness that rivals divine creation. Even so, her explanation remained unsatisfying. What did the nature of the world's existence have to do with my demise? My questions remained unanswered, so I waited for Miriam to elaborate. Taking a deep breath, she continued. But you are not a piece. That is the problem. Because you are not part of the original form, there is no way to know how you will affect the world. Therefore, Samuel, kill him. Samuel didn't answer, his usually simple mind struggling to grasp the situation. Even I, knowing my true identity as the author, would have been hard-pressed to understand even half of what Miriam was saying. And then it hit me. I understood what she was getting at. It was simple, really, like a child's puzzle. A puzzle can only form a complete picture when all the uniquely shaped pieces fit perfectly together. But what happens when a piece is jammed into a space it doesn't belong? Two outcomes are most likely. Either the piece is forced to fit, becoming warped and broken in the process. Or, it tears and distorts the surrounding pieces, ruining the integrity of the whole. So that's why she wants me dead. It wasn't difficult to follow her logic. Judging by her words, Miriam seemed to possess some form of precognitive ability. But if she hadn't foreseen my presence here, then her visions didn't include me. Precognition meant seeing a predetermined future. But I didn't exist in the future Miriam saw, which meant she recognized me as an anomaly, an element that didn't belong. However, I had no intention of dying here. You seem to be mistaken about something. And what is that? I took a step towards her. Miriam flinched as if sensing my approach. I leaned in, letting a hint of killing intent seep into my voice. Firstly, you can't kill me. You're simply not strong enough. Don't be so sure. If Samuel and I combine our powers. And where do you think Samuel is residing at this very moment? Miriam froze, a look of dawning horror on her face. Samuel was currently embedded in my arm, taking the form of the thorn. If I chose to rip him out, he would die. A shiver ran down her spine as the gruesome image likely flashed through her mind. Seizing the opportunity, I leaned closer and whispered. You fear me because I am not a piece? You fear that I will shatter the carefully assembled pieces of this world? That is correct. There's no need for fear. My voice softened, taking on a soothing tone. Miriam, utterly bewildered, could only stare. Because that was always the predetermined future. Why worry about what's already set in stone? What are you? As you feared, I will break this world. Miriam fell silent, sensing the unwavering conviction in my voice. The moment I, a misplaced piece, had entered this world, the original narrative had become impossible. It was time for me to reshape it, to mold it into the right form, according to my design. That's why I spoke of breaking this world. And what was this about the world being in its original form? I couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's so funny? Miriam demanded, her brow furrowed at my sudden outburst. Wiping a tear from my eye, I managed to choke out. The very idea that these uniform pieces, slotted into their predetermined places, could be considered the right form, it's utterly hilarious. Miriam, do you truly believe this world is in its ideal state? Miriam had no answer. She knew, just as I did, the fate that awaited the demon clan. Only ruin lay ahead. I had written it myself, after all. I didn't know the extent of Miriam's precognitive abilities, but if she had seen even a glimpse of the future involving the demon clan, she knew it ended in destruction. Her silence spoke volumes. Even in the future she had witnessed, I hadn't managed to save them all. But there was one life spared from a predetermined death, all thanks to my presence. I've already rewritten countless futures to right the wrongs of this twisted world. I'm aware of that. The fact that that child is still alive, despite his original fate, it's proof enough. Miriam seemed to have realized that I was the reason Samuel was still alive. Samuel, however, seemed lost. As his opinion held little weight in this particular conversation, I ignored his confusion and addressed Miriam. You say I'm not a piece? You're right. I have no intention of ever becoming one. I wouldn't be just another part of this flawed system, this seemingly perfect world with its unstable foundation. Carving pieces, breaking pieces, that's not my goal. I intend to break the board itself. The audacity of my words, the sheer arrogance of claiming I would destroy it all, stunned Miriam into silence. When she finally found her voice, her finger trembled as she pointed at me. Who are you? I merely shrugged, offering no explanation. I was the last descendant of a family branded as traitors by both the demon and human realms. I might be the ultimate villain, or perhaps just an author kidnapped by his own creation, dragged into a world made of ink and paper. One thing was certain. I would change this world. There was no doubt in my mind. A familiar smirk played on my lips as I looked at Miriam. So, what will it be? Knowing my goal, do you still wish to see me dead? Perhaps ending you now would be for the best. Oh dear, that wounds me. I feigned a sob, though no tears welled in my eyes. Honestly, Miriam sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. It seems your fate will have to wait. I need time to think. And just how do you propose to kill me? Miriam's gaze turned sharp, radiating an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I chuckled, my tone light and teasing. Just kidding. Perhaps you should rest and have some food for now. With that, Miriam rose to her feet and turned to leave. Are you going there? Samuel asked. Miriam didn't reply, simply offering a curt nod before exiting the room. I let out a sigh as she left, watching her go. Well, that seems to be settled for now. I still don't understand a single thing. Not that I'm obligated to explain. I know you secretive bastard. You're hiding something. Samuel's words made me frown. He sounded awfully sure of himself. Oh, and how much do you think you know about me? Humph, that's my secret. I stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. Was this pettiness befitting of a Sin Lord? Since he was clearly in no mood to elaborate, I decided to focus on the meal before me. However, what is this? It's food, obviously. Samuel's answer came swiftly as I pointed at the unidentifiable soup in my bowl. But there was no way I could accept that. This was not food. A murky black broth swam with unidentifiable insects and chunks of what looked suspiciously like snake. As if sensing my hesitation, Samuel extended a tendril of gluttony, scooping up a generous portion of the black soup before shoveling it into his, whatever served as his mouth. Slurp, slurp. I watched in mounting horror as he devoured the soup like a man starved. Now I understand. No wonder Goo Poison was so terrified of him. Shudder. As if sensing danger, Goo Poison, nestled deep within my clothes, began to thrash wildly. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Now that's what I call a filling meal. Though, of course, I don't actually have a stomach. Samuel chuckled, a self-satisfied grunt following his terrible joke. I shot him a frigid glare. What's with that look? Was he serious? I shifted my gaze to the thoroughly cleaned bowls. Not a single drop of broth remained. I wasn't one to complain about food, but even I had my limits. The ingredients of that meal were enough to make my stomach churn. And yet, Samuel had devoured my portion as well. He truly is worthy of being called the successor of gluttony. It was a mystery how that much food could fit inside those thorns. How did he even digest it? When I'd asked him before, he simply said that he instantly broke down food and converted it into mana. Of course, my knowledge was limited to the human realm, so I hadn't understood a word and let it go in one ear and out the other. Anyway, are you finished with your meal? Yes, it wasn't bad for snake soup. Especially after so long. Goo Poison, who had been peeking out from my chest, glared at Samuel with bloodshot eyes. It seemed Samuel's words had struck a nerve. The little guy didn't dare move from the safety of my embrace, only shooting daggers at Samuel with his eyes. So even you have something to be afraid of. Seeing him cower like this was a surprise. When we were facing terrorizing in the human realm, goo poison had been so fearless that I'd thought he was completely oblivious to fear. Watching him now brought about a strange mix of emotions. Well, that's neither here nor there. I feel a bit grimy. What was that? It's nothing serious. I meant literally grimy, covered in blood from our trip. I'd had to cover myself in the blood of the birdman in order to reach the temple undetected. It was only natural to feel uncomfortable. The confrontation with Miriam had been so sudden that I hadn't even had time to clean myself off. Why don't you take a bath? I'd prefer not to. Ms. Miriam might return while I'm busy. Don't worry about that. It will be a while before Miriam returns. What did he mean? I tilted my head, confused. I had no idea where Miriam had gone after leaving so abruptly. As if reading my mind, Samuel explained. Every evening, Miriam goes to pray to the god of gluttony. She's probably in the chapel right now. Right. She is a priestess, after all. It was common sense for a priestess to offer daily prayers to her god. Samuel was right, it would be some time before Miriam returned. At least long enough for me to wash off all this blood. However, there was another problem. Is there a place where I can wash up? Of course there is. Don't tell me you thought I lived here without bathing. Well, I didn't mean to offend you or anything, but I'd rather not encounter any more bugs or snakes like we did in the hallway. I shuddered, remembering the creepy crawl eyes we had encountered earlier. Just imagining them appearing from the steam while I was trying to relax, it was too horrible to contemplate. Samuel chuckled as he watched me tremble. Who knows? You won't know for sure until you try it yourself. Oh, so Mr. Samuel can't tell the difference between orc meat and vomit until he's tried it. You little. Samuel's voice crackled with annoyance as I retorted. Worried that I might have pushed him too far, I decided to make a quick escape. Snakes in the bathroom or not, I needed to wash this blood off. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. The sticky, dried blood was starting to make me feel even more uncomfortable. Where is the bathroom? Leave this room and it's down the hall to the right. I rose from my seat and followed Samuel's directions. I soon found myself standing in front of the bathroom door. Creak. I cautiously pushed the door open, and my jaw dropped at what I saw. I hadn't expected much, but the bathroom was surprisingly neat and tidy. There was a faucet and, most importantly, running water. I thought I'd have to make do with a bucket and some well water. Unlike the rest of the underground temple with its bugs and snakes, the bathroom was surprisingly well maintained. It was certainly good enough for me, but there was one problem. Splash. I turned the faucet, and a stream of water gushed out. The water pressure was good, but the temperature. It's freezing? You complain too much. Samuel sounded exasperated, but this was no laughing matter. I had a severe aversion to cold water. I couldn't stand it. Whenever there was a power outage at home and I couldn't get any hot water, I would be forced to visit the public bathhouse. As I pondered how to get the water hot, a solution occurred to me. This should do the trick. And what is that? I pulled a small orb from my pocket. The orb of the Flame Emperor. It was an artifact that could temporarily grant the user powerful fire magic. However, using it also came with a hefty price. It destabilized my mana control, and its raw power was still inferior to Black Rose. Perhaps if Samuel modified it to better suit my darkness affinity, but for now, it was nothing more than a useless trinket. But it should be more than enough to heat some bathwater. The problem was controlling the orb of the Flame Emperor's output. Just because it's weaker than Black Rose doesn't mean it's weak. It was all relative. I needed Samuel's help for this. Could you do me a favor and adjust the heat for me? You're only polite when you need something. You wound me. Honestly. I held Samuel in high regard, which was why I asked him for help with these kinds of magical tasks. It wasn't as if I enjoyed ordering him around, but his reaction stung a little. Oh, all right. Samuel let out a long sigh as I feigned a hurt expression. Give me the orb. I'll take care of it. Excellent. With a small smile, I placed the orb of the Flame Emperor in my left hand. I could feel Samuel's mana flowing from his thorns and connecting with the orb. Ever since my mana control had improved, I had become much more sensitive to the flow of mana in my immediate surroundings. Samuel's mana gently and meticulously caressed the orb. And then, when the tendrils of his mana reached the deepest part of the orb, a searing pain shot through my hand as the orb of the Flame Emperor rose into the air. The orb had been activated. But unlike the times I had used it, where I could barely control the flames, this time was different. Perfect mana control. Samuel had taken complete control of the orb's power. Now, fill the tub with water. I followed his instructions and placed the tub under the running faucet. The water gushed out with impressive force. Soon, the tub was full. Now, throw the orb in. It'll heat the water to a comfortable temperature. Whoosh. As soon as the orb of the Flame Emperor hit the water, it began to bubble violently. Once the orb sank to the bottom of the tub, the bubbling subsided. I dipped a finger into the water to check the temperature. Not bad. More than acceptable, even. I give it a 9 out of 10. It's just a tad too hot. It's fine for a grown man like me, but a child could get burned. Just get in the damn bath. Ignoring Samuel's grumbling, I quickly undressed and slipped into the tub. The warm water soothed my tired muscles, enveloping me in a comforting embrace. Chirp. This feels amazing. Goo Poison and Siho, who had also worked hard today, joined me in the bath. As I soaked in the tub, I decided to ask Samuel about Miriam. Why do you think Ms. Miriam suddenly left to pray? How should I know? Perhaps she sought guidance from her precious god. Guidance, you say? Yes. Being the priestess of the god of gluttony, Miriam can receive pronouncements from him. Really? You mean they can communicate whenever they want? No, not quite. Of course not. That would be too overpowered. Even if the gods weren't truly omnipotent, being able to constantly converse with one would be game-breaking. Which meant it must be some kind of divine revelation. The god of gluttony probably summoned Miriam. I don't know what he wants, but it probably concerns you. I suppose that makes sense. I agreed with Samuel's assessment. We had just had a disagreement, to put it mildly. And the fact that Miriam immediately went to the chapel afterward made it pretty obvious that I was the topic of conversation. Which begged the question, what does the god of gluttony want to tell her about me? It seemed likely that Miriam's prophetic abilities were connected to the god of gluttony. I decided to ask Samuel about it. Whether her prophetic abilities are a gift from the god of gluttony, that I cannot say for certain. But I do know that her visions of the future are not crystal clear. They're vague, open to interpretation. Miriam is the one who makes sense of them. So, while Miriam could get a general sense of the future, she couldn't see the specifics. It made sense that such a powerful ability would come with limitations. Our conversation came to a close, and I focused on scrubbing away the grime and blood. Then, if you're done, you should probably get out. It sounds like Miriam is back. Samuel, sensing Miriam's presence from the next room, alerted me. I nodded and rose from the tub. I had taken the liberty of soaking my dirty clothes in the bathwater to loosen the dried blood. The water was now a murky red, but it wasn't like I needed it anymore. As I stepped out of the tub, I picked up the orb of the Flame Emperor. One more favor, if you please. Could you dry my clothes? Honestly, you're more trouble than you're worth. Grumbling under his breath, Samuel nonetheless used his magic to dry my clothes. Soon, they were as good as new. I dressed quickly, then gathered up Siho and Goo Poison, who were now clean and dry, and tucked them back into my clothes. As I entered the next room, she said, "You're back. I just finished washing up." Miriam was waiting for me. Her expression was serious. "I have received God's reply," she finally said. The God's reply. My shoulders tensed. What Miriam said next filled me with a sense of foreboding. The God, he wishes to speak with you. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin /o/vel/b/c/om. A god requests a conversation with me? This would be my second time conversing with a god. The first was at the territory of bears, and the second would be now. If I had to worry, it was that while the god of pride was benevolent towards me, there was no guarantee that the demon god of gluttony would be the same. The god of bears, for some reason, showed me favor. However, considering the general disposition of gods, it was more likely that they wouldn't be so kind. What should I do? I decided to choose carefully. Because if the demon god of gluttony, like Miriam, showed me hostility, there was no way of knowing what the consequences would be. I needed to be cautious. Miriam, for what reason did the demon god of gluttony summon me? So, I decided to ask Miriam about the demon god of gluttony's intentions. If Miriam didn't give me a proper answer, it might be better not to talk to the demon god of gluttony at all. To this, Miriam answered readily. The demon god of gluttony did not summon you to harm you. He only wishes to have a conversation. Did he leave any other message for me? Surely there must have been something he said when he requested to speak with me. And as I expected, the demon god of gluttony left a single phrase. He said he would tell you the truth. Twitch dash. My shoulders trembled once. The truth, he said. Perhaps the thought crossed my mind that the god of gluttony might know something about what I wanted to know the most. The truth about the 6 families hidden behind the scenes of the world, a truth that even I, the creator, did not know. To me, who had yet to learn about it, the truth was paramount. The duality and hypocrisy of those I had written as perfect good. I had been able to experience it since I came to the demon realm. That didn't mean I could describe the demons as good either. It's difficult to call either of them good. It was difficult to distinguish between the two with a simple black and white logic. However, in order to fulfill Adel's wish and survive, it was necessary to side with the demons. But, not all humans are my enemies. Strictly speaking, my enemy was Adel's enemy, the 6 families who were up to something. I couldn't call those who simply lived in the human world my enemies. Actually, maybe this was just my greed. After all, my works mainly described humans and their positions, so I was attached to them. Therefore, I hope not. Even if, as I suspected, the humans were hiding something and the 6 families had some ulterior motive. Hamel, as for you. Swoosh dash. I shook my head, shaking off the thoughts that were about to engulf me. First of all, I thought it would be good to talk to the arrogant god of gluttony who said he would tell me the truth. Lead the way. In the end, I decided to accept Miriam's proposal. It wasn't clear why the god of gluttony would tell me the truth or what his intentions were, but I figured it was worth a try. Miriam nodded at my answer and spoke. Then I'll take that as a yes. But there's something you need to be careful of. You must never cause a disturbance inside the chapel. I know that much. I wasn't a bad enough guy to be disrespectful in someone else's temple. However, Miriam shook her head as if she wasn't warning me about that. No matter what you see, I'm saying don't cause a scene. What did she mean? I frowned, unable to grasp the meaning of Miriam's warning. Then Samuel, in a stiff voice, asked Miriam, Miriam, you don't mean, do you know something? Yes, for Miriam to give that warning, it means she's going to take you to the chapel that only she can enter. Are you saying it's different from an ordinary chapel? Samuel closed his mouth without answering my question immediately. The more he did, the more my curiosity swelled. What kind of place was it? Follow me? Whiz dash. Miriam turned her back and moved on, before I had time to ask any more questions. In the end, I had no choice but to follow her without getting any more information. Even so, I didn't think the god of gluttony would try to harm me, so I decided to find out for myself. What on earth had made Samuel so wary? What was it that the god of gluttony wanted to tell me? There are things in this world that you can only know by experiencing them firsthand. Thump, thump dash. And so we followed Miriam's lead and came to a door. And the shape of the door that appeared. I scowled at this. The door wasn't in its normal form. Of course, it was difficult to define the shape of a door, but at least this one was not ordinary. Thorns. A door made of thousands of thorns. Sharp thorns that looked like they would pierce your hand if you touched them. There was no doorknob. It meant that the door couldn't be opened. But instead of a doorknob, there was a hole in the middle of the door. Did this mean to put your hand in here? It reminded me of the artifact in Italy, the mouth of truth. The relic that was said to bite off the hand of anyone who told a lie. There was probably no connection between the mouth of truth and this door, but at least the way to use them seemed similar. It means put your hand in. If you want to go inside, it means put your hand in without doubting God. Therefore, swoosh dash. I slipped Samuel's thorn-covered palm through the small gap in the door. This bastard. You'll regenerate anyway. That's true, but after silencing Samuel's complaints, I squeezed my eyes shut in case something unfortunate happened. And then, thud dash. A powerful vibration came from the door. I was worried that my hand might have been cut off because of the sheer magnitude of the vibration. But contrary to my worries, my hand was fine. Instead, rumble dash. The door of thorns began to open. And finally, the entrance opened. I turned around and looked at Miriam. Lead the way. Right this way. It was then, as I was about to take another step with Miriam in the lead. Hold on. Samuel stopped us. I can't go in, can I? Why do you say that? This chapel is a place where only those who are permitted may enter, not those who have not been granted permission, like Miriam or you. In short, Samuel couldn't enter because he hadn't been granted permission. So what was he suggesting we do? You're going to have to return me to my original body before we can enter. No, that won't be necessary. But Miriam shook her head at Samuel's valid question. I didn't know why Samuel was allowed to enter with me, so I asked Miriam. There are no restrictions on bringing anyone else. No, if someone who hasn't been invited by the demon god of gluttony enters, every part of their body will be pierced by thorns and they will die. What a horrible end. Then, you're not going to kill Samuel, are you? Of course not. Why would I kill Samuel? He's my only precious family. Family. Well, the two of them had lived together for more than a decade, so even though they weren't blood related, it wouldn't be strange to call them family. Then why did she say Samuel could come in with me? Miriam quickly cleared up this question for me. Because the demon god called for Samuel as well as you. Me. Yes, he seems to have something different to say to you. Well, if that's the case. Samuel finally agreed to accompany me at the mention that the god of gluttony had summoned him. And so Samuel, still in the form of thorns on my wrist, entered the chapel, and clang dash. As we entered, the thorned door slammed shut. Did this mean we couldn't go back out without permission? Now there was no choice but to talk to the demon god, as I was about to take another step. Remember, Miriam's voice came to me, low and hushed. Never, ever cause a disturbance. I understand. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special about the entrance to the chapel yet. But if Miriam was warning me like this, it meant there really was something here. With a stiff face, I began to follow behind Miriam. And when we had walked about 10 paces inside the chapel, groan dash. I felt a churning in my stomach and a wave of dizziness washed over me. What is this? I felt like the world was spinning. And then suddenly, groan dash. My stomach twisted again and the dizziness intensified. I felt bile rising in my throat, along with what felt like mana. Was this the reason why Miriam told me not to cause a scene? But it wasn't unbearable enough for that. So just as I was about to ask Miriam if there was anything else I should be careful of, Miriam, she stopped walking. At that moment, I felt my soul escaping my body, and the world began to fade away. I had felt this sensation before, when I met the abyss while inheriting Adel's mana heart method. The same sensation was washing over me now. What was this? Why was I feeling the same sensation as back then? There shouldn't be any connection. As I was puzzling over this incomprehensible feeling, rustle dash. Countless monstrous figures began to emerge from behind Miriam. No, could you even call those things monsters? Countless thorns, countless teeth, countless heads, countless mouths, countless eyes, countless. A being made of countless things lumped together was staring at me. Just looking at it made my mind crumble. At this rate, I would die. I might die. Ugh. A groan, indistinguishable from a scream, escaped my lips. Vomit, tinged with yellow bile, started to spill from my mouth, and the blood vessels in my eyes burst, dyeing them crimson. My mind was gradually being chipped away and worn down by a chisel. Mentally, I was dying. And then, whoosh dash, a black energy surged from within me. This wasn't the mana fused with Bear's heart method, but pure mana produced solely by Adel's mana heart method. The moment it washed over my body, I felt my breath return, and I gasped raggedly. What? What just happened? As I tried to collect my thoughts to understand the horrifying phenomenon. Swoosh dash. I felt Miriam's gaze and looked up. And at that moment, greetings, child of the traitor. A voice that was relaxed, yet for some reason laced with playfulness, flowed from Miriam's mouth. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. I flinched. The child of the traitor. Those words rooted me to the spot. Words that saw right through my being. The demon god of pride from the Bear's family also seemed to know who I was. But how was that even possible? What could they possibly see in me to make them think I was a descendant of Arsene? Was this something a god could easily discern? However, that was impossible within the realm of my understanding. Then how? I tried to recall Miriam, possessed by the god of gluttony, wondering if I was missing something. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Child of a traitor, I don't know what you're talking about. How can that be? Shouldn't the person involved know? I closed my mouth. Continuing this conversation would only reveal my hand further. It seemed like the demon god of gluttony was already certain that I was a descendant of Arsene. Don't even think about lying to me. As if you could hide that awful stench from me in the first place. Stench? Where on earth was this smell coming from? I had just taken a thorough bath, so there was no way I reeked. As if sensing my question, the demon god of gluttony shook her head. That stench emanates from your very core. You can't hide it. It's a smell that only gods can perceive, so no need to worry about it. What kind of smell are you talking about? A thick, acrid smell. The kind that smells like it's about to betray someone. I frowned at the demon god's amused voice. What kind of smell was that? But the god of gluttony only muttered in a drawn-out voice. Child, I'm not talking about your immediate ancestors. To be precise, how should I put it? It's true that your family inherited the bloodline of traitor, but the more the god of gluttony rambled, the less I understood. What was he trying to say? Anyway, the god of gluttony said that only gods could immediately recognize my true nature. So, it wasn't something to worry about right now. The ones I had to deal with were not gods, but humans made of flesh and blood. Subtly, I turned my gaze to my wrist. Samuel was unusually quiet. I tried to wake him up by channeling mana, but there was no response. Maybe he fell asleep. Or perhaps the demon god before me had done something to him. For now, get to the point. How bold. I know you have no intention of killing me. And why would you think that? The demon god of gluttony grinned, taking a step towards me. Thump. With that step, the pressure emanating from Miriam's body intensified. Sharp thorns pricked at my skin. Enduring it, I opened my mouth. There are 2 reasons. Good. I'm listening, so explain. The demon god of gluttony urged me on, his voice sharp. I continued my explanation. You've already tested me. I tested you. The demon god of gluttony questioned, feigning ignorance. But I saw through his act. He was intrigued. I placed my hand within the gate of thorns, and you allowed me to enter the chapel. And how does that make it a test? If I hadn't placed my hand inside, you would have killed me. The demon god of gluttony fell silent. I slowly looked around. This was no ordinary basement. Before entering the chapel, Samuel and I had passed through a massive maw that had split open, which meant this entire chapel was a giant mouth. If I had refused the god of gluttony's proposal, we would have been chewed to death. I wasn't sure if he would have killed Samuel, the successor of gluttony, but I would have died for sure. From the moment we entered this place, our lives were in your hands. Am I not right? I said to the demon god, a smirk playing on my lips. Then, laughter erupted from the demon god. Haha, correct. I'm starting to think I made the right choice not to kill you. At the same time, I'm also convinced I should kill you. I'd prefer it if you refrained from the latter. Kakik, right. I've gotten a rough idea of what kind of person you are. You're remarkably similar to that person. Your personality, your way of speaking, even your aura. That person? Someone who resembled me? I immediately questioned the god of gluttony. By that person, you mean? It's not like I can't tell you. I'm talking about your ancestor. The one who betrayed the demon realm and went to the human realm. Well, betrayal might not be the right word. Desertion might be more accurate. My ancestor. I had seen my ancestor. In the Argonne prison camp, my ancestor had been reduced to a skeleton, bound by massive chains. Did the god of gluttony know Arsene's ancestor? What was your relationship with my ancestor? What should I call it? The bastard who seduced my younger sister and ran off with her on a love escapade. You had a younger sister. Shut up. It makes my blood boil just thinking about it. The god of gluttony suddenly burst out in anger. I closed my mouth. Looking at you brings back those memories, both intriguing and infuriating. How did you even inherit that person's power? What power are you talking about? This conversation felt like it was going in circles. He kept talking about things I didn't understand, leaving me unable to ask the questions I wanted to ask. As if it were nothing, the god of gluttony continued with what she wanted to say. Chaos. You inherited chaos, didn't you? At the unexpected word that escaped the god of gluttony, I couldn't help but ask. You know about chaos. For a moment, Miriam's face contorted at the question. It was as if his thoughts had come to a standstill, caught off guard by my inquiry. Then, the god of gluttony erupted into laughter once more. I see. So that's your karma. What do you mean by that? Kikik, to bear the burden of your ancestors' karma, you poor thing. That's why they held both affection and resentment towards you lot. I don't understand what you're talking about. You don't need to understand. You'll find out naturally when the time comes. Chaos, I see. The reason you inherited that power must be because of karma. The god of gluttony brushed off my question lightly and began to mutter to himself. Since it was clear he wouldn't answer any other questions, I decided to focus on this one. At least answer me this. What is chaos, and how do I use it? The god of gluttony stopped laughing at my question, and in a cold voice, he began to speak. You will have to find out for yourself. That power is too dangerous. You need to understand its gravity and its weight. However, if I were to offer a small piece of advice, I would say it's possibility. Possibility? That felt like a significant hint. But before I could ask anything more, the god of gluttony started muttering to himself again, seemingly finished with our conversation. Time is running out in this world. My power, and that of the other gods, is reaching its limit. Fulfill the karma you carry, descendant of the traitor. The god of gluttony sounded like he was about to leave. Miriam's shoulders trembled once. She was really about to leave. But I still had one unanswered question for the god of gluttony. The truth. What was the truth you promised to tell me? Wasn't that the reason I came to this chapel in the first place? But once again, the god of gluttony only left me with cryptic words. The past, the present, and the void. That is the karma we bear, and the truth, and what you must carry forward. I couldn't understand what he meant at all, just as I was about to ask another question. When you reach that truth, you will have to make a choice. You need to stay alive until then, so I'll give you 2 gifts. Say. The moment the god of gluttony finished speaking, 2 more lines were etched onto my wrist. They appeared right next to the marks the god of pride had given me. Since I had used 1 line before, there were now 4 lines on my wrist. Thud. Then, a statue fell at my feet. Say. Light emanated from the statue and flowed towards the pendant hanging around my neck. What? What just happened? I need to wake Miriam up. Maybe I could get some answers about the god of gluttony's words from her. Who was the younger sister who ran away with Arsene's ancestor? What did possibility, the advice about chaos, mean? What was the statue he gave me as a gift? And what was this karma that I had to carry? And I had absolutely no clue about the truth of the world. I feel like I've been told a lot of things, but nothing remained in my head. Therefore, wake up, Samuel, Miriam. I tried my best to wake the 2 who were out cold. However, neither Miriam nor Samuel woke up. I gently placed my hand under Miriam's nose. She was breathing faintly, she didn't seem dead. Considering a god had just descended upon her, it would probably take a while for her to regain consciousness. If Miriam hadn't possessed the abilities of a priest, she might have died. So, was Samuel all right? Wake up. Why wasn't he waking up? The feeling of being left alone in the chapel filled me with unease, forcing me to wait for what felt like hours for them to wake up. When are you 2 going to wake up? The chapel was starting to scare me. Neither Samuel nor Miriam showed any signs of stirring. It felt like I was completely alone in this eerie place. The statue, covered in countless thorns, seemed to amplify my fear for some reason. The chapel was enveloped in a gloomy chill. I couldn't help but swallow nervously. And then, Coop. Samuel let out a groan. He thrashed around, his thorns lashing out as if resisting immense pain. But I couldn't feel any pain myself, leading me to a natural conclusion. Samuel was also affected by the god of gluttony in some way, or perhaps he was reacting to the horrifying vision he had just witnessed. So, what was the god of gluttony telling Samuel? I doubted he would tell him the same things she told me. A sudden surge of curiosity washed over me. As I waited for Samuel to wake up, Samuel finally gasped for air, as if he had been holding his breath this whole time. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange I tier, $10, or 10 advanced chap the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Mr. Samuel, are you alright? Yeah, I just woke up. Thank goodness. I was worried something had happened to Samuel, but it seems like I was overthinking it. Samuel, now conscious, seemed more normal than ever. Miriam was still unconscious, seemingly asleep from the immense mental shock. So I explained to Samuel what had happened to me. Of course, I kept everything a secret that could be problematic or related to Arsene. So you encountered the god of gluttony as well? Yes. Does that mean you spoke with the god of gluttony too, Mr. Samuel? It would be more accurate to say it was a one-sided announcement. What did you talk about? It was about the book I obtained before and my origin. The book and his origin? I frowned at the words I couldn't understand. So the god of gluttony knew something about the book that held his true identity. Well, considering he knew about the Arsene family and chaos, he seemed quite knowledgeable. In that case, did you find out about the true nature of the book? Yes, as we suspected, it's definitely related to the King of Wisdom. That means, a book related to the King of Wisdom has something to do with Samuel. The god of gluttony said something about Samuel's origin. Maybe, were you the King of Wisdom? As if. Samuel muttered as if it were ridiculous. He could be. Embarrassed, I scratched my cheek and continued my thoughts. Then does this mean there's no connection between Samuel and the King of Wisdom? Just as I was thinking that, Samuel continued. The god of gluttony called me a fragment of wisdom. I don't know what it means, but it's definitely related to the King of Wisdom. This meant there was nothing we could know for sure right now. The god of gluttony really was ill-natured. He didn't tell me anything concrete either, just left me with vague words, and it seemed he did the same to Samuel. Ugh. I let out a sigh and continued. Did you hear anything else? About the truth of the world, perhaps? Not at all. From the beginning, I was only allowed to be in that space, not to converse. Ugh. I groaned inwardly. My head was starting to hurt. Still, if I had to pick the most useful information in this situation, it would be the clue about the chaos attribute. Possibility. The god of gluttony said the chaos attribute was related to possibility. It was very vague, but I felt like I was getting somewhere. However, those words alone weren't enough to fully understand how to use chaos, so I would have to keep thinking about it and researching it. By the way, a power that even a demon god considered too dangerous. Maybe I underestimated the chaos attribute too much, but it's not like it makes sense for a god to be wary of just an attribute. What kind of crazy setting did I come up with before I discarded it? It's already giving me enough headaches with the huge power gap between humans and me. And to think I created an attribute that even gods fear. The balance is completely messed up. No wonder a dead villain character showed up at my house trying to kidnap me. Damn it. Why the sudden sigh? Life is suffocating. You're one weird bastard. No. Do you even know how I feel? I was about to retort to Samuel but decided to hold back just this once. He must be feeling complicated after hearing all those cryptic things about his supposed identity. More importantly, what is this? I lifted the unidentified fragment the demon god of gluttony had given me as a gift. I thought it might be a statue symbolizing the demon god of gluttony, like the ones in the temple or the hallway, but it was completely different from what I had expected. Moreover, a certain light was absorbed by the pendant again. Is it reacting to something related to the gods again? Although the information paper didn't directly provide an answer like before. What is that? I don't know either. Samuel and I put our heads together, trying our best to figure out the identity of the fragment. He said it would be helpful if I wanted to survive the moment of choice. That meant it would be useful enough to save my life. A fragment that resembled a jewel shard, shining with a translucent black light. I didn't even know what it was or how to use it, but it wouldn't hurt to carry it around. Well, in the end, I still didn't know anything about the younger sister related to Arsene's ancestor, let alone the truth of the world. Still, there might be one big takeaway. I shifted my gaze to the 2 strokes bestowed upon me by the god of gluttony. Just like the god of pride, the god of gluttony had bestowed 2 strokes, claiming they would be of help. Again, there was a possibility of a penalty for using these strokes. However, both gods granted me these strokes as a favor. That meant it was unlikely they would harvest my soul, as I feared. Of course, I couldn't let my guard down. It would be a different story if the god of gluttony had shown me unconditional favor, but that wasn't the case. The god of gluttony had kept me on edge, threatening my life. Therefore, I had no choice but to contemplate. Should I use the strokes? Or should I keep them? The first order of business was to wake up Miriam. I could ask her about the strokes when she woke up. And not long after. How much time has passed? Miriam, who had collapsed on the floor, asked as she lifted herself. She looked exhausted, but her life didn't seem to be in danger. It even seemed like Miriam had brushed off the fact that a god had descended upon her, as if it were nothing. About 2 hours have passed. I see. I apologize for showing you such an unsightly appearance. Miriam suddenly became courteous. I was taken aback by this. Your attitude has changed. Well, you are the man recognized by God as both a protector and hope. Although, he also predicted you to be the ruination. You mean he wasn't sure if I would be an ally or an enemy? No, that's not it. To be precise, it's about your role in this world. Is that so? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Indeed. I declared that I would twist the fate of this world. Even God didn't know what the outcome would be. Miriam's ability to foresee the future seemed to be connected to the god of gluttony, but since I didn't appear in her future, it meant that even God's prophetic abilities could no longer see the future. For now, it seems you both have a lot on your minds. And a lot of questions for me. That's right. Indeed. Samuel and I answered simultaneously. It seemed Miriam could sense our eagerness for answers. However, she shook her head, as if to say she wouldn't answer. Are you avoiding the question? When I asked, frowning, Miriam shook her head again. I'm not refusing to answer. I will answer, but first, we need to restore Samuel's body. Why is that? Hey, no matter how urgent it is, remember we're here to get my original body back. Samuel chided. I had no choice but to yield. He had been living as a parasite in my body for months, so he naturally yearned to return to his original body. In such a situation, it would be selfish of me to push my own agenda. It's easier to talk once Samuel is back in his original body. I hope there are no misunderstandings. I understand. With Miriam being so polite, it was only right for me to back down a little. In the end, we decided to take some time to prepare before Miriam spoke. So we returned to the room Samuel had been using. Miriam went somewhere to gather the items needed to restore Samuel to his original state. Left alone in the room, I took out Siho and goo poison from my pocket. I hope they are okay. I was worried that something terrible might have happened to them because of the pressure I felt before encountering the god of gluttony. With a worried heart, I quickly checked on Siho and goo poison. Beep. Fortunately, both goo poison and Siho seemed fine. It seemed they hadn't been affected by the illusions because they were in my pocket. If I had taken them out, it could have been really dangerous. This situation made me realize how dangerous it was to make an enemy of a god. I hoped this would never happen again, but you never know with life. I needed to become strong enough to surpass even the gods. It didn't seem impossible, especially with the chaos attribute that even gods were wary of. The problem was, I had no idea how to use it. What do you think possibility means? Beep. Swoosh, swoosh. When I asked while stroking Siho's head, he looked up at me, clueless. I just smiled faintly in response. Right, how could he possibly know? It wasn't like I was really asking for an answer. I was just thinking out loud because I was so frustrated. But then, possibility, huh? Samuel spoke up, as if he had realized something. Did the god of gluttony mention possibility to you? Yes, he said the chaos attribute is related to possibility. It's a well-known tale in Sidon that you possess the chaos attribute. Though I've never actually seen you use it. To be honest, I don't know how to use it either. There was no need to lie to Samuel about the chaos attribute. It was already common knowledge among the students of Sidon that I possessed it. Perhaps if I told Samuel about the hint the god of gluttony gave me, we might find an answer. However, Samuel didn't fully grasp my situation, so he could only offer vague guesses. Possibility, right. Let me give you an example. What do you mean? Look at this fat bird. Beep. I looked at Siho at Samuel's words. What about Siho? What are the chances of this guy being able to speak the language we speak? Non-existent, isn't it? No, you're wrong. So, there was a chance that Siho could speak? But what Samuel said next was absurd. He could be modified by some eccentric magic scholar, or stumble upon some incredible opportunity that allows him to speak. How can you be so sure the probability is zero? If we're talking about those kinds of possibilities, then is there anything impossible in this world? Exactly. This world is made up of infinite possibilities. It's just that the probability of them being realized is low. What was he talking about? It sounded like he was grasping at straws, but I could sense Samuel's intention behind his words. Though, I wasn't sure how this related to the chaos attribute. Hey, fat bird. What are the chances of you losing weight in a short period of time? Don't peck there. Beep. The two began their spiritual duel. Possibility, possibility. I muttered to myself, watching them. Perhaps Samuel was right. Maybe the chaos attribute wasn't about manipulating reality itself, but rather, manipulating the very fabric of possibilities. If that was the case, then the potential applications were limitless. Could I use it to make the impossible possible? Could I shift the odds in my favor, making the unlikely inevitable? It was a tantalizing thought, but one I didn't have the luxury to dwell on just yet. For now, I needed to focus on the immediate future. Miriam would be back soon, and I had a feeling the real conversation was about to begin. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Talos Fanboy and @JRWVF6 for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Now access 30 advanced chapters with Fighting Spirit tier, $50, on KO-Fi. Possibility. Samuel had told me this world was surrounded by endless possibilities. However, as much as I tried to broaden my horizons as he said, it wasn't easy. Breaking free from the ingrained perception of truth was no simple feat. Therefore, I failed to grasp the true nature of the chaos attribute once again and was left in despair. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. Let's retrace our steps slowly. When was the first time I manifested the chaos attribute? It was undoubtedly when I used absolute stealth. Unlike ordinary stealth techniques, this one allowed me to conceal my very existence from the world. That was absolute stealth. I tried to recall the feelings and thoughts I had when using absolute stealth. Stealth was a technique to conceal one's presence. I took it a step further and concealed my existence from the world itself. At that time, I didn't know how absolute stealth was activated. My intention in concealing myself from the world was simply to use a more potent form of stealth. In that case, if I could use absolute stealth by adding the concept of the world to stealth, couldn't I use the chaos attribute once again in the same way? Let's try it. I pulled out the Fang of Darkness from my pocket and activated Sword Lacquer. If I could make it disappear from the world, the opposite should be possible too. And so, I tried to force Sword Lacquer to exist within the world. However, Sword Lacquer showed no response. Its power didn't increase, nor did it become denser. It was no different from the power it usually displayed. Is it unrelated to the world? No, that's not it. Possibility and the world. There seemed to be some connection between the two, but I felt like I was missing something crucial. Still, it was true that I had found a clue, so I decided it was better for my sanity to be content with just this. Why did you suddenly pull out your sword? Beep. Perhaps my actions were baffling, as Siho and Samuel asked in bewildered tones. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I scratched my head and said, since I already have my sword out, should I just slice off some of your belly fat, Siho? Beep. You crazy bastard. Peck, peck. Siho started pecking at my head, perhaps angered by my joke. This little guy, can't he take a joke? I gently stroked Siho's head to calm him down. As I was doing so, have you been waiting long? Miriam, who had left to prepare something to restore Samuel to his original state, returned. Her hands were full of items, from unknown herbs to what stood out the most, a doll. That is, Samuel's new vessel. Through this, Samuel will be able to be resurrected. It's my first time trying this, so I'm a bit scared. Samuel had heard from Miriam that there was a way to reconstruct his body, but this was his first time putting it into practice. Therefore, there was no way of knowing what the outcome would be. If it failed, he might end up stuck in my body forever. I had to avoid that even if it meant death. Please return to your original body quickly, you parasite. Just wait until I regain my original body, you'll think you're already dead. Humph. They say those who say just you wait aren't scary. And who's getting angry at whom? This mana thief. While residing in my body, Samuel had drained a significant amount of my mana. He was no different from a giant hippopotamus that devoured mana. Of course, I had overcome countless crises thanks to Samuel residing within me, so you could say I got more than my money's worth. Still, I couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. Just get out of my body. I was thinking the same thing even without you rushing me. Miriam, let's proceed with the ritual. Please wait a moment. From now on, I need a high level of concentration. Hurry up, Miriam. Oh, come on. Stop rushing me. Grumbling, Miriam busied herself with preparing for the ritual. The first thing she did was draw a magic circle on the floor. An intricate pattern with a complex design that was difficult to decipher at a glance. She placed the clay doll she had brought in the center of the magic circle. Then, she placed the prepared herbs on the magic circle, and, I shall begin. Finally, Miriam began to chant. Crackle, crackle. At the same time, countless thorns began to sprout from the magic circle. Miriam stopped chanting and spoke to me. Please stand in the center of the magic circle. Yes. It felt strange to obediently follow the words of someone who had tried to kill me the first time we met, but I didn't think Miriam would harm me in this situation. Especially since the god of gluttony had blessed me, although I still hadn't grasped the true meaning of the words the god of gluttony had left me with. As I took my position in the center of the magic circle, crackle, crackle, more thorns sprouted from the fiercely glowing magic circle, and chomp, chomp. They began to gnaw at my wrists, simultaneously tearing into the doll at my feet. The ritual to reclaim Samuel's body had begun in earnest. Fortunately, it doesn't hurt. It was true that the thorns were burrowing into my arms, but it didn't hurt. It felt similar to when Samuel had first resided within me. As I was thinking that, a sudden wave of pain made me open my eyes wide. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The pain felt as if my flesh was being ripped apart. It was entirely different from the sensation I had felt when I joked about pulling out Samuel's thorns before. It was only natural that it would hurt, as Samuel, who was attached to my flesh, was being extracted. Please stay still, even if it hurts. The ritual might fail. Miriam shouted at me as I winced from the sudden pain. In the end, I had no choice but to endure the pain. Since I had benefited greatly from Samuel all this time, I had to endure it this time. But I would never forget this pain. Samuel had said he would adjust the orb of the Flame Emperor to my mana, so I had no choice but to bear it. As I was consumed by this indescribable agony. Is it over? Feeling no more pain, I slowly opened my eyes. Actually, it still stung a little. I turned my gaze to my wrist and saw that the area where Samuel had been was cleanly cut off. Though blood was oozing out, it didn't hurt much. More importantly, what happened to Samuel? I quickly turned my head. The crucial question was whether Samuel had regained his body. If the ritual had failed, I might never see Samuel again. However, the inside of the magic circle was still covered in thorns. I couldn't see what had happened to Samuel. The thorns around me had receded, but countless thorns still sprouted right in front of where the doll had been. I turned my gaze to Miriam. Miriam, was the ritual successful? What happened to Samuel? I asked, pressing down on my arm to stop the bleeding. She lifted her head, which she had been hanging low, and spoke. Miriam looked exhausted, as if she had exerted a great deal of energy performing the ritual. I don't know either. What? What do you mean, the one who performed the ritual doesn't know? I frowned and stared at Miriam. At my cold reaction, she simply sighed. As you know, I cannot see, so I don't know what happened. Please check for me. All right. She acted as if she had eyes despite not having any, which made me a bit suspicious, but I decided to push that thought aside for now. More than anything, I was curious about what had happened to Samuel. It was called a ritual to reclaim Samuel's body, but judging by how it had unfolded, it didn't seem like he had simply returned to his original body. It was more like his soul had inhabited a new vessel. His appearance could be different from the Samuel I had seen before. With a mixture of anticipation and worry, I shifted my gaze. Then what should I do? Do I just remove these thorns? Yes, please do. The ritual is complete, so nothing will go wrong if you touch them. At least, as far as I know. It felt like she had added an ominous afterthought, but I decided to ignore it. I stared at the thorns covering Samuel's body. They seemed quite sturdy, so it would be better to use force. Using a dagger is out of the question. If I did, Samuel, who was inside the thorns, could get hurt. Therefore, I decided to use telekinesis. I activated my telekinesis and focused my power on the pile of thorns covering Samuel's body. Gradually, the thorns began to fall away one by one. I carefully removed the thorns, being careful not to damage their roots. The dense thicket of thorns began to bend. That was enough for me to check on Samuel's condition. At least there's no blood or torn flesh. Thank goodness. It didn't seem like he was dead. I used my telekinesis to remove the remaining thorns inside. Soon, a figure was revealed. A young boy lay on the floor, blinking his eyes. Looking at his face, he didn't look that different from the Samuel I knew. However, there was one difference. The color of his hair. Samuel's hair had changed. One side was still turquoise as before, but the other side had turned gray. Samuel, is that really you? Samuel lay there motionless, so I asked cautiously. At that moment, thump. Samuel abruptly sat up. Could this be a side effect of the ritual? I gulped nervously. He spoke. The boy, presumed to be Samuel, opened his mouth. His voice was no different from Samuel's. The important thing was whether he was conscious or not. In that tense moment, the boy's lips parted again. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Miriam and I both gasped at the sound of Samuel's voice. His tone. His manner of speech. It was truly Samuel, though only his hair color had changed. Samuel. As I stood there, speechless in astonishment, Miriam suddenly dashed forward. She threw her arms around Samuel and burst into tears of relief. I'm back, Samuel said, gently patting Miriam's back. I watched them with a warm feeling in my heart. They were family. Since I wasn't, it was best to give them some space. They must have a lot to talk about. As I turned to leave, "Hey," Samuel called out to me. Unsure why he was calling me, I tilted my head in question. Samuel smirked and said, "Come on, you haven't eaten either." Samuel's words left me with a strange feeling. After a moment's hesitation, I started walking towards them. All right. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Asterisk clatter dash. Clatter dash dot asterisk. Back in the room, Samuel started cooking on Miriam's behalf. I watched Samuel's back as he concentrated on cooking and asked, "This time, you're cooking yourself, Mr. Samuel." I thought it would be different because Miriam said she would take care of the meals. Miriam can't see, so she can't distinguish seasonings well. She can only make snake soup or strange dishes like that. I still haven't adjusted to Samuel's original form, so an awkward atmosphere lingered. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It's like he's wearing clothes that don't fit him. Moreover, unlike before, the energy felt from his body had changed heterogeneously. Does it feel a little calmer? However, strangely enough, the momentum contained within him felt even sharper. What was certain was that Samuel had become even stronger than before. I even wondered if the change in his hair color was due to the influence of the book he had obtained earlier. I was about to ask him about it, but Miriam and Samuel looked so affectionate that I couldn't help but shut my mouth. Scoot dash. As I looked at him with a strange gaze, Samuel glanced back. "You seem to have a lot to ask." "Well, not a small amount." As Samuel said, I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask. Why did his hair color change? How much stronger did he become? And what exactly did the god of gluttony say to Samuel? I had heard a brief explanation about the latter from Samuel, but that didn't answer all of my questions. As if he had expected my curiosity, Samuel gave a faint smile. "I'll answer everything, so don't rush me. I still need time to adjust to this body." "All right." Samuel, who had lived parasitically in my body for several months, no less. So, Samuel would need time to adjust to his body, and I couldn't just bombard him with questions. So, let's be a little patient and wait. But why is that? Samuel could have spent time alone with Miriam as a family. However, he reached out to me, who was left alone. He asked me to eat with him. To be honest, I was hungry, but I wasn't starving, so I would have let the two of them have some time together. However, Samuel, instead of spending time alone with Miriam, asked me, an outsider, to join him for a meal. I couldn't understand Samuel's behavior. Maybe I just don't want to admit it. What does Samuel think of our relationship? Friends, or maybe colleagues? Then, what do I think of Samuel? A colleague. Perhaps Samuel is the one I have spent the longest time with since coming to this world. We even slept and ate together. At first, Samuel and I were always bickering, but at some point, we formed some sort of relationship. Relationship. That scares me. After all, I know that this world could be driven to ruin, and I'm well aware that I'm the root cause of it. This was a kind of avoidance. It was the same when I rejected Luna's confession, and I'm still just avoiding things. The responsibility for what I started. The fear of the deaths that will occur and the severing of relationships that will follow. Maybe this is my true nature. So, the goal of living. I said it as the last words Adele left me, not my own will, to do what I have to do here. I always tried to deny the fact that it was just a simple avoidance. But, now I have to face it. I have to stop ignoring the lines of relationships reflected in my small eyes and face them head on. Even though I'm scared. Even though the sticky hesitation is holding me back. I have to face this world. Samuel, why are you calling me? The meal is not ready yet. Samuel was still focused on cooking. A savory and sweet aroma wafted into my sensitive nose. I couldn't help but smile and open my mouth at the soft scent. "I think I finally understand what you said to me. If it's what I said, you mean when I gave you a piece of my mind." "Yes." It took you long enough. Smirk dash. Samuel turned his head slightly and asked me with a smile. So, what is the conclusion you've reached after much deliberation? Now. When I stopped without continuing, Samuel's face was filled with questions. I smiled playfully and said, putting my index finger to my lips, it's a secret. You're crazy. Samuel let out a hollow laugh and started to concentrate on cooking again. I gave a deflating answer, but he might have noticed the change in my attitude. Well, it doesn't matter if he didn't notice. Even at this moment, when I've made up my mind, my head is still in a state of endless agony. As I was waiting for Samuel's cooking to be finished, with my arms crossed. It's done, Samuel said, picking up the bowl filled with food. I thought the bowl was too big for him to carry, so I decided to carry it instead. Please give it to me. I'll carry it. Be careful, it's hot. Samuel slowly handed me the bowl. As I received the bowl, I felt its heavy weight. As expected, it was quite heavy, so it seemed like the right choice for me to carry it. So, Samuel and I headed to the room where Miriam was, carrying the bowl. It smells so good. Perhaps Miriam smelled the mouth-watering aroma from afar, as she was waiting while drooling. I placed the bowl on the table in front of her. I also brought several spoons and bowls to scoop and eat with. Whoosh. As I lifted the lid of the bowl, white steam billowed up. Inside the bowl was a white soup filled with various vegetables. It's a soup made with vegetables that I made in the basement. It may not taste as good as the one in Sidon, but I hope it suits your taste. Mr. Samuel's cooking skills are excellent. Swoosh. Miriam, at the even stronger smell of the soup, quickly took out a small bowl and scooped some soup. I was also hungry, so I didn't refuse and scooped some of the soup Samuel made into my bowl. As I took a bite and tasted it, a soft and savory flavor filled my mouth. It may not taste as good as the ones made with expensive ingredients, but it was a taste that filled something lacking. Miriam, who had tasted the soup first, began to sniffle. Samuel, it's so delicious. I'm so glad you came back, brother. What are you saying, sister? Samuel said so, but he smiled and scooped some soup into his bowl. Miriam, with tears and laughter at the same time, devoured the soup in her bowl. Was she that hungry? Miriam ate the soup Samuel made as if she was going to finish it all. Come to think of it, Samuel couldn't come here because he was studying in Sidon. Miriam must have been eating snake soup and bugs as her main meals, as I had seen before. Somehow, seeing the two of them made my heart ache. Family. Right, I had a family too. Not close friends, but blood relatives who gave birth to me and raised me in the present day. However, ever since I came here, I haven't been able to see them even once. Not long after I fell into this world, I used to soak my pillow with tears of longing. Now, I had almost given up on returning to reality, so I had buried it in a corner of my heart. Scoot. I got up from my seat after finishing my meal. Samuel, so you don't have a girlfriend? I raised you to be this handsome. No, really. Actually, there is a girl I like. Her name is Eris. Eris? What a pretty name. Miriam and Samuel were still engrossed in their conversation while eating. Of course, I was grateful that Samuel invited me to dinner, but now I thought it would be better to give them some time alone. I figured it would be better to ask the questions I had wanted to ask later rather than now. So, I turned around, still standing. Samuel looked at me. Where are you going? I'm going to get some fresh air. There's no wind here. Haha, I'm going for a walk to digest my food. Please enjoy your meal. Samuel seemed to be wondering if I felt left out because he was busy talking to Miriam. Scoot, scoot. I was so happy to see Samuel like that. I ruffled his hair. Don't touch my hair. Dash. As soon as Samuel got angry, I quickly moved my feet. And as soon as I left Samuel's room, I wandered aimlessly down the hallway. I was lost in thought. They looked good together. A smile crept onto my face. The way Samuel and Miriam acted was enough to stir up the nostalgia I had pushed to the back of my mind. Family. A word that somehow made me feel nostalgic. Mom, Dad, and my little sister. As I was strolling down the hallway, lost in strange emotions, memories of being with my family came to mind one by one. Memories of laughing and crying, of being happy. Of course, there were also bad memories. The times when my father's business wasn't doing well and we had to live off of ramen. The memory of carrying my sick younger sister to the hospital because my parents couldn't come home from work. At that time, I was so flustered that I didn't even think of contacting my parents. My parents scolded me for not contacting them, but they still gave me a warm hug. As I clung to them, crying, I later realized as I grew older that they were also sobbing behind my back. My father, who hadn't shed a single tear even when his business went bankrupt, cried as he comforted me. Right, that's right. That's what the. Lost in thought, I froze. I could remember most of the memories I had with my family. But one thing, only one thing wouldn't come to mind. What is this? Gripped by a terrible fear, I clutched my head. What was it? What was it? What was it? Why can't I remember? Why can't I remember? One of the most precious things. No, something I thought would exist so naturally wouldn't come to mind. The word my usually blunt father called me in a warm voice. The word my mother, who was heavily pregnant, called me with a bright smile as she held me in her arms. The word my younger sister, who came out into the world from my mother's arms 3 years after I was born, first uttered before calling for our mother. I couldn't remember it. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @FrozenDiagon and @JRWVF6 for subscription on Ko-Fi. My name. I couldn't remember the name my parents had given me. The only things I could recall were memories of the past and the 4 syllables of my current name, Arsene Adel. Why couldn't I remember my own name? Lost in thought, a memory flashed through my mind. Back when we invaded the human realm, when I borrowed Adel's strength to defeat terrorizing, Adel had asked for something in return. I won't ask for an artifact. What Adel desired wasn't an artifact, nor was it the entirety of my mana. The price Adel demanded for lending his power. I need to take something most precious to the creator. Adel said he would take something most precious from me, and it had resulted in something truly horrifying. My name. That bastard had stolen my name. Who was I? No matter how hard I tried to think, I couldn't remember my name. It was like it had been deleted. Whenever someone called me, the name in my memories wouldn't surface. Then, suddenly, another terrifying thought crossed my mind. Using absolute stealth, fueled by chaos, caused me to lose my senses for a long time, just like how I had lost my name this time. Immediately after, did Adel also use the chaos attribute to lend me his strength? I could see the truth. Adel had been able to lend me his strength using the chaos attribute. To make the impossible possible, it had to be chaos. Moreover, the space where Adel and I had faced each other was made up of the chaos attribute, so such speculation naturally followed. And in return, he stole my name. Finally, I realized what the penalty of the chaos attribute was. It was the annihilation of something. Due to the chaos attribute, my name and senses had been annihilated. Perhaps what was annihilated differed depending on how the chaos attribute was used. When Adel's mana heart method and Bear's mana heart method combined, just before the abyssal darkness could swallow me whole, chains of chaos had bound the abyss. The chaos attribute had been used in the process of fusion. In that case, what did I lose when the mana heart methods merged? There was no way to know the answer. And that was what terrified me the most. The chaos attribute had taken my name from me. As Adel had said, the most precious thing to me. Then what did it take this time? Fear. The fear stemming from the unknown was driving me insane. Shuddering, I raised my head. Nothing would change if I stayed here, consumed by fear. What was used was used. It wasn't something I could take back now, was it? For now, I need to plan ahead. The chaos attribute. It was an extremely dangerous power. I didn't fully understand how it worked or what abilities it manifested. However, one thing was certain, its penalty. The annihilation of existence. That was the price of chaos. It seems okay to use absolute stealth, though. I had to be careful when incorporating the chaos attribute into other techniques. For some reason, absolute stealth's penalty wasn't as severe, but I didn't know how significant the others would be. But that doesn't mean the plan I've made will fall apart. The penalty of chaos was indeed immense. But it didn't affect the current me. Well, psychologically, it did, but still. My name. It wasn't a problem that my name had been annihilated. Yes, it wasn't a problem. Returning to reality wasn't important to me now anyway. So, stop it, please. Tears welled up in my eyes, blurring my vision. A mixture of fear and emptiness seemed to tighten around my throat. If I used the chaos attribute any further if I became something I wasn't, what would I become? Sighing, I pondered the complex emotions and thoughts swirling within me. Maybe what Adel truly desired wasn't revenge against me, the creator. The reality was so cruel that such a thought crossed my mind. Roughly wiping my face with my hand, I rummaged through my pocket. Peep. Siho, nestled in my pocket, rubbed its face against me, as if to comfort me. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It must have sensed that my expression wasn't right. I was grateful for its concern, but it wasn't enough to console me. Gently stroking Siho's head, I pulled out a cigarette from my pocket. Not a lollipop like before, but a real cigarette. I hadn't smoked before because my body was still growing. I had swiped this cigarette from an instructor's desk a while back. I kept it thinking I'd smoke it someday, but I didn't expect to be lighting it up now. Whoosh. I snapped my fingers, conjuring a black flame. The once uncontrollable black rose was now well under my control. I put the cigarette in my mouth, took a drag, and exhaled. A plume of bitter, black smoke rose. I didn't even have the time to savor the bitter taste before I took another drag. The cigarette burned down quickly. Even though the smoke stung my lungs, it didn't fill the emptiness inside me. Peep. Siho looked up at me with pity in its eyes, but I didn't have the heart to acknowledge it. All I could do was smoke. Thump. After smoking for a while, the cigarette, burned to the filter, fell to the floor. I lit another one. And as I was about to put it to my lips, slice. The end of the cigarette was severed, falling to the floor. A thorn, seemingly sprouted from the ground, had cut my cigarette in half. What was that for? I looked up to see who had dared interrupt my smoke. Samuel was walking towards me, his hand still crackling with magic. For some reason, his eyes were blazing with anger. I came to see what you were up to after everyone finished eating, and you're just smoking. What business is it of yours if I smoke or not? We were only connected because we needed each other. Now that you're out of my body, we're nothing to each other, are we? Twitch. Samuel's brow twitched at my barbed words. He glared at me, his eyes filled with rage. Are you being serious right now? Would I joke about something like this? I'm a fool for worrying about you. Scoff. I let out a mocking laugh, my eyes fixed on Samuel. How dare he speak about me when he knew nothing? Thorny words, coated in venom, left my mouth. I don't need your concern. What? Just leave me alone. Whoosh. I took another drag from my cigarette, glaring defiantly at Samuel. Crunch. Suddenly, Samuel grabbed my jaw, his grip tightening as his anger boiled over. You're out of your mind. Asterisk crackle. Crackle. Crackle asterisk. Thorns erupted around Samuel, sharp and menacing. He had activated gluttony, ready to attack me. The energy radiating from those thorns was no joke. He had grown even stronger after obtaining a new body, his magical prowess reaching new heights. Whoosh. I, too, drew fang of darkness from my pocket, my eyes cold and sharp. A terrifying chill, laced with my killing intent, emanated from the dagger, tearing at the very fabric of the space around us. And then, without a word, we lunged at each other. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. My dagger, fueled by my killing intent, clashed against Samuel's thorns, slicing through them with ease. In retaliation, his thorns pierced my flesh, drawing blood. Small wounds began to litter my body, while cuts and gashes appeared on Samuel's face, staining his skin crimson. As we were locked in our deadly dance. Stop it. Miriam, who had rushed over, screamed, her voice shrill with panic. Only then did Samuel and I break away from each other, lowering our weapons. Samuel turned his head, his gaze icy. I must have misjudged you. Tisk. He clicked his tongue disapprovingly. My shoulders slumped, and a wave of inexplicable anger washed over me. Through gritted teeth, I spat out. No, you saw me perfectly. This is who I've always been. Crazy bastard. Asterisk thump. Thump asterisk. Samuel cursed under his breath and turned away, stomping off. Miriam, sensing the tension, scurried after him, her eyes darting nervously between us. I watched as they disappeared from sight, then, crush. I crumpled the cigarette box in my fist, my knuckles turning white. The remaining cigarettes inside were crushed, unsmokable. I tossed the mangled box aside and slumped to the floor. Damn it. As soon as my confrontation with Samuel ended, a wave of self-loathing washed over me. I felt like I was going insane. Unlike the cigarette smoke, invisible tendrils of despair choked me. I buried my face in my hands. What did they expect me to do? I was trying so hard to save this world on the brink of collapse. But the more I struggled, the deeper the darkness seemed to grow, its grip on this world tightening. And now, it was reaching out to me, trying to drag me down with it. Even as I acknowledged my role in this, fear still gripped me. Even the creator, even I, was nothing but a weak, flawed being. Afraid of death, afraid of losing connections, afraid of the unknown future stretching before me. Damn it. Thump. I slammed my fist against the ground, my frustration and despair overflowing. Without mana enhancing my strike, it was nothing more than a weak thud. The skin on my knuckles split, blood welling up in the newly formed cracks. I didn't stop. Again. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump asterisk. My fist collided with the floor again and again. My fingers screamed in protest, bones grinding against each other. White fragments peeked through the torn flesh. The floor was stained crimson, a testament to my self-inflicted pain. Peep. Siho, witnessing my breakdown, whimpered beside me, nudging my hand with its head. But it didn't offer even the smallest bit of comfort. Damn it all. I just wiped my bloody palm across my face. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Before Adel and Samuel's fight, Samuel was having a conversation with Miriam while eating soup. However, as Samuel continued to appear distracted, Miriam spoke in a sullen voice. Samuel. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Can you hear me? I can hear you. After a brief reply, Samuel closed his mouth again, lost in thought. Miriam puffed out her cheeks. She realized that the cause of Samuel's distraction was the gloomy-looking boy. Although she couldn't see his appearance because she was blind, she could tell from his aura that he must have had a sinister look. Miriam had a mountain of things she wanted to ask Samuel, but she was frustrated that she couldn't continue the conversation because of the boy. Still, relieved that Samuel had made a proper friend, Miriam continued speaking. You should go to him. What are you talking about? You're worried about him, aren't you? Don't even think about lying to your sister. Huh? Are you saying I'm worried about that guy? Samuel opened his mouth in disbelief at Miriam's words. However, it was only for a moment. He realized that he was indeed concerned about Adel. Samuel couldn't help but groan inwardly. Come to think of it, Adel never talked about his family. That meant something bad must have happened. Sidon was that kind of place. A place where only those who harbored hatred in their hearts and sharpened their blades for revenge came. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange for Adel to have a story. It was also questionable why a young boy, who didn't even seem to be from the bear's lineage, was the escort of the successor of the 7 deadly sins. But Samuel refrained from asking for Adel's sake. He didn't want to hurt him with a careless remark. However, if he has a sad past like I think he does, he might have felt left out seeing Miriam and me. Samuel knew how painful it was to lose family. Hadn't he experienced it firsthand? He had even chewed and swallowed his mother's flesh with blood and tears. That's why he knew better than anyone that there are many people who live with a huge hole in their hearts, even if they look normal on the outside. And when memories of the past came flooding back, he would often wake up with a start. Samuel, are you really not going? We can talk later. Miriam urged Samuel, who was just moving his mouth silently. Only then did Samuel seem to finish his thoughts and rise from his seat. Are you going to see him? Yes. He must be a really close friend. Not at all. Me, close with that guy? That was preposterous. Well, Samuel wasn't going to deny that he and Adele were comrades. Whatever anyone said, the two had stuck together the longest in Sidon and had overcome countless dangers together. And hadn't they both been motivated to become stronger than the other? Rivals. That was the word that perfectly defined the two. So, this is definitely not me worrying about him. It's just that as a fellow comrade, he felt the need to look after him. Samuel dragged his feet, desperately denying that he was worried about Adele. Miriam smiled warmly at Samuel. She had been so worried when she first sent Samuel to Sidon. Unable to overcome Samuel's stubbornness, Miriam had to let him enter Sidon with tears in her eyes, even though she knew it would lead to Samuel's death. But Samuel survived, escaping the predetermined end of death. Miriam had been surprised by the suddenly changed future but welcomed Samuel back. That was something that shouldn't have happened. The world was like a meticulously written script. But the script had been rewritten. Moreover, a situation had arisen where she couldn't even know what was written in the script, because of Adel's existence. Miriam didn't know if that was a good thing or if it would only bring chaos to the world. Therefore, she thought killing Adele was the right thing to do, but unexpectedly, the god of gluttony sent a voice to Miriam, telling her to help Adele. And Miriam realized that this was the way to prolong Samuel's life. Maternal love. Although Miriam didn't give birth to Samuel, she was acting as his mother. So, even if the world were to be destroyed, she chose the path most favorable to Samuel's survival. By Adel's side, Samuel would not only prolong his life but also live with a good friend. Or so Miriam thought. Clank, 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 clang dash, clang dash. If only she hadn't heard the sounds of Samuel and Adele fighting fiercely in the hallway. Although Miriam couldn't see how they were fighting because she was blind, she could certainly feel their intensity. They were truly aiming their weapons at each other with anger. Miriam, with a bewildered heart, hurriedly intervened in the fight and mediated between the two. Thankfully, the fight stopped. However, as if his anger hadn't subsided, Samuel left, leaving behind hurtful words for Adele. What in the world is going on? Miriam was confused. Just a moment ago, the two had been showing such a heartwarming scene. But now, as if they had never shown such a side, they were fighting like enemies. Tap, tap. Miriam ran towards Samuel, who was walking away with agitated steps. Samuel, why were you fighting? Samuel didn't answer and glanced sideways at Miriam. She flinched. Miriam's shoulders trembled once. It was because Samuel's eyes were bloodshot. And it wasn't because of anger. Realization dawned. Tears welled up in Samuel's eyes. I don't know why he's acting like that. He's been irritable before, but never like this. Although Samuel had been acting mature, he was still just a young boy. Therefore, he couldn't easily accept that his first real friend was pushing him away so vehemently. Could it be that he was too harsh with his words? Perhaps he had inadvertently touched a nerve with something he did. Samuel was busy trying to find fault with himself rather than blaming Adele. However, Samuel couldn't figure out why Adele was acting that way. As Samuel remained silent. Squeeze. Miriam hugged Samuel's trembling shoulders and whispered softly. Relationships are difficult, you know. Samuel, did you ask him why he reacted that way? No, I couldn't. Then try asking him seriously. You want to make up with him, don't you? Miriam's gentle advice. Samuel silently nodded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the heated argument with Samuel, I was seized by a fierce sense of self-loathing. The emotions that had been boiling inside me subsided, and only a tingling pain remained in my fist, which had been pounding the floor. This, if I don't treat it soon, it might get infected. Pathetic. Thinking that, I let out a weak laugh. What an unsightly display. Unable to control my own anger, I ended up lashing out at and even fighting with a comrade who was worried about me. Only after some time had passed did I feel my emotions calming down. What should I do now? The first thing I needed to do was apologize to Samuel, wasn't it? The reason Samuel broke my cigarette and came all the way here during our meal was because he was worried about me. I already knew that. I knew it even before I fought with Samuel, yet I still said such harsh things. Despicable. There was nothing more despicable than this. Ha. I roughly rubbed my face and let out a sigh. It was clear who was in the wrong. Screech. Even Siho was looking up at me with a worried expression. I'm sorry. I stroked Siho's head, who must have been feeling down after witnessing such a scene. Siho tried to smile at the gentle touch but then started expressing anger at the cold demeanor I had shown earlier. Peep, peep, peck, peck. Siho, enraged, started pecking at me with its broken foot. As if worried about me, it started pecking with its other foot instead of the broken one. Watching Siho, I got up. Right, I need to apologize. Even if my heart was heavy, I had said things I shouldn't have. At least, they were things I wouldn't have said normally. Why was I so angry? I ruffled my hair roughly at the returning feeling of self-loathing. What should I say to apologize? Would Samuel even accept it? Worries piled up like a mountain, but it was better to apologize than stay like this. As I was about to move, I made eye contact with Samuel, who was walking out into the hallway. He seemed to have something to say to me, his mouth opening and closing. Then, his eyes widened as he saw my hand dripping with blood. Ah, this is. I quickly hid my hand behind my back at his reaction. Samuel stared at my hand for a while, then abruptly turned around. And as if telling me to follow, he glanced at me with the corner of his eye. I followed behind him and spoke. I apologize. I took my anger out on you. The words of apology finally left my lips. Thud. Samuel stopped in his tracks and looked back at me. His expression was unreadable, as if he might unleash a torrent of abuse at any moment. I closed my eyes tightly. The truth was, I didn't have the right to say anything now. Whatever Samuel said, I had to endure it. Whatever you say, whether you hit me or not, I'll accept it. This was entirely my fault. As I bowed my head, thump, thump, Samuel started walking towards me. Then, take care of yourself. Thud. He tossed me some bandages and medicine after leaving those words. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @sly_shadow and @mulcot for subscription on Ko-fi. Mr. Samuel. Just wrap the bandage around it. I spoke to Samuel, but he just walked ahead, his ears red with embarrassment. Timidly, I opened my mouth. Applying medicine won't be enough to heal this. My hand is shattered. Samuel glanced at my hand and fell silent. I decided to follow him quietly for now. Well, Miriam was a priest, so she would have a way to treat it. Even if there wasn't, it couldn't be helped. It was an injury I sustained because I couldn't control my anger, so Samuel had no obligation to heal me. Oh, dear. Swish dash. With my relatively intact hand, I took the bandage and medicine that Samuel had given me. As I followed him into the room, I saw Miriam peeking out from between the walls, her face the only part visible. Why are you acting like that, Miss Miriam? I don't know either. Twitch, twitch dash. Miriam's ears twitched, as if she was trying hard to listen to our conversation. She was probably curious if Samuel and I had made up. Well, just sit down. All right. Samuel sat down at the table, and I took a seat as well. A slightly awkward silence followed, but as if to break the mood, Samuel continued speaking. What should I start with? I'll tell you what the god of gluttony said to me in the chapel. I was intrigued. It was something I was curious about. The god of gluttony had called Samuel aside and spoken to him. I wondered what he said. I hadn't heard it myself, but Samuel gave me a brief explanation. The god of gluttony had called Samuel a fragment of wisdom, right? A fragment of wisdom, the god of gluttony said that was my origin. I heard that much. Then, what is a fragment of wisdom? That was what I was most curious about. This was another setting I hadn't written. So, I couldn't help but be curious. It was a grand-sounding name. The fragment of wisdom is the legacy left behind by the King of Wisdom, who existed in legends. Don't tell me, you're a descendant of the King of Wisdom. Well, I don't know the details, but you could say that I have the right to ascend to the throne of wisdom. In short, Samuel and the King of Wisdom were somehow related, and it seemed like something was needed to awaken that power. As I was organizing my thoughts for a moment, Samuel continued his explanation. It seems you've already figured out what I'm trying to say. I've gained the qualification to become the King of Wisdom. But it's impossible right now. You wouldn't be able to gain such power immediately. That's right. There's something I have to do to become the King of Wisdom. And even that is just the bare minimum proof that I've inherited the King of Wisdom's will. Then, I guess that will be your plan going forward, Samuel. Exactly. I'm going to reclaim the power that the King of Wisdom possessed. It seemed Samuel had made plans for what he would do during this break. His expression showed a lack of hesitation. He was striving to become even stronger. You're already strong, but when that time comes, you'll be able to subdue me with one hand. Even now, a single thorn is enough to subdue you. Despite that, the scratch on your cheek seems rather large. I had left a small scratch on Samuel's cheek during our fight earlier. The standard for determining the winner in a fight between men was who bled first. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that I won this fight. Twitch dash. A vein on Samuel's forehead throbbed. It seems the hole I pierced in your body wasn't enough. Hole? What hole in my body? I don't see any, no matter how hard I look. What? Buzz dash. I subtly activated my pitch black characteristic and closed the small holes in my body. Since the school uniform I was wearing was black, it was truly seamless. Thud dash. Samuel pushed his chair back and stood up. This is what those lunatics need. Oh my, how scary. Clench dash. Swish, swish dash. Samuel grabbed me by the collar and shook me violently. My head started spinning. Ugh. Is he not letting go? You. I didn't back down and grabbed his cheek. Let go of me. I don't want to. Even though I couldn't use one hand. Samuel's cheeks puffed out. Miriam stepped out and shouted at us as we fought. This is just childish. Both of you, let go. He started it. Samuel. Fine. Samuel grumbled in dissatisfaction, but he had to let go of my collar at Miriam's scolding. Miriam then turned her gaze to me and shouted. You let go too. I already did. I said, spreading my hands wide. I had already released Samuel's cheek when Miriam started walking towards us. Could it be that she really couldn't see? How did she know that Samuel and I were grabbing each other by the collar and cheek if she couldn't see? What a mysterious woman. Oh my head. Thud dash. Miriam, who had intervened in my fight with Samuel, grabbed the desk as if she felt dizzy and opened her mouth. Weren't you two getting along fine until today? Humph, as if I could ever get along with this guy. Like someone said, he's a stranger. That was my fault. I apologized sincerely. I had no excuse for my earlier outburst of anger. Anyway, thanks to that, the awkward atmosphere between Samuel and me was broken. It wasn't like we had fought that seriously this time. I was just teasing him in a friendly way, like I always had. I never meant to provoke him. More importantly, Ms. Miriam, I have something to ask you. I quickly changed the subject. Part of it was because I was afraid of Samuel, who was cooling down, but it was also because I had a lot to ask Miriam. First, there were 3 things I had to ask her. Asking Miriam about chaos won't get me any answers. This was something I had to figure out on my own. I had asked Samuel for advice, but I didn't get an answer, so it was highly likely that Miriam would be the same. Chaos didn't seem to be directly related to the gods. So, the things I needed to ask about were the fragment whose identity was unknown, the younger sister who had perished with Ashen's ancestor, and the truth of the world. Swish dash. I took out the fragment from my pocket first. What is this? I can't see well, so I don't know. I was at a loss for words. Looking at her, I couldn't tell if she could actually see or not. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, I placed the fragment in Miriam's hand. Miriam slowly began to touch the fragment. Then, as if she realized something, she flinched and opened her mouth. This seems to be a fragment of solidified divine power. Do you know about the elixir? The elixir? Of course, I know about it, but why do you ask? Elixir? I had already tasted it, so I couldn't understand why she was suddenly bringing up the elixir. You can use this like the elixir. If you crush this fragment, you will be able to use the power of gluttony once. Wait, gluttony and the elixir? I had seen plenty of gluttony's power. Then that meant, are you saying that with this, I can devour others and make their mana my own? You catch on quick. Miriam nodded readily. Crazy, I exclaimed inwardly. The god of gluttony had truly given me a precious gift. I hadn't taken the elixir the headmaster gave me yet, but it wasn't like having more elixirs was a bad thing. Swish dash. I carefully put the fragment back in my pocket and spoke to Miriam. My second question is, I hesitated to continue with my second question. The younger sister that the god of gluttony mentioned was related to Arsene. Therefore, there was a high chance that Samuel would realize that I was a descendant of Arsene. Samuel, could you excuse us for a moment? Why should I? I tried to send Samuel outside, but I couldn't because of his stubborn attitude. Actually, since Miriam was on Samuel's side anyway, I was thinking of just not asking. Why, it seems like it's a question you find difficult to ask in front of me. That's right. Samuel suddenly rested his chin on his hand and seemed to be thinking about something. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. After a while, he opened his mouth. And what came out of his mouth was truly shocking. It must be a question related to your identity, isn't it? You've always been hiding your true self. I couldn't help but be startled by Samuel's words. But I couldn't let it show, so I tried to act as calmly as possible and said, that's ridiculous. Why would I ask Miriam a question about my identity? Well, I thought it might be possible if you had a conversation with the demon god of gluttony. What in the world did he know? Swish dash. There was a playful glint in his eyes. What if? It was an ominous thought, but it could very well be a reality. As if savoring my bewilderment, Samuel got up from his chair and leisurely strolled around. He circled around me and began to speak. Do you know why the 7 gods who recommend the demonic realm are called the 7 deadly sins? Yes. I nodded at Samuel's question. The 7 deadly sins. They represented the 7 deadly desires that should never be committed. And each of the demon gods' aliases contained one of the 7 deadly sins. It was like a symbol of the demon gods. When I answered that I knew about the origin of the 7 deadly sins, Samuel began to explain again. Then that makes it easier. The 7 sins were divided according to the powers they possessed. Our family, the demon god of gluttony, is gluttony because that's his main power. It's probably similar for other families. Swish dash. At Samuel's words, I touched my eye. My one eye was inhabited by the eye of arrogance, which looked down upon and scorned everything. Then, do you think the 7 demon gods are the end? What do you mean? It's exactly as I said. There are quite a few beings in this world that can be called gods. Even the headmaster, for example, is a being close to godhood. She's loved by countless beings other than the demon gods. However, among them, the demon gods are simply the most powerful gods, to the extent that they advocate for the demon realm. What was he trying to say? Just as incomprehensible words began to pour out of Samuel's mouth. Samuel's lips curled into a smirk. And one of those gods betrayed the god of gluttony. Samuel narrowed his eyes even further and opened his mouth. It was your family, Arsene, who sided with that traitor. Isn't that right? Arsene Adel. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Isn't that right, Arsene Adel? I flinched. My face hardened as I quickly lowered my posture. It felt like my head was about to explode. How did Samuel know my true identity? I had been hiding it so thoroughly all this time. Even Diana, who had received information about my appearance from a spy in the human world, couldn't be sure. Yet, now, Samuel was certain that I was Arsene Adel. So, I couldn't help but be flustered. How could Samuel know about my true identity? Unable to even begin to guess, I wondered if Samuel was just testing me. So, I decided to deny it for now. I have no idea what you're talking about. Me, a descendant of Arsene? Even a passing Cerberus would laugh at that. Haha. I tried to laugh it off as if it were absurd, but the atmosphere only grew colder. Samuel, with a sneer on his face, said, "Denials are futile. I already know." A voice filled with conviction. But I couldn't help but be cautious, as it was such an unbelievable situation. Is attacking out of the question? If I drew my sword against Samuel or Miriam here and now, it would be an admission that I was a descendant of Arsene. One, maybe, but I couldn't handle both of them. Samuel had grown stronger since obtaining the book, and there was no telling what power Miriam possessed. What should I do? And so, caught between a rock and a hard place, all I could do was roll my eyes. I couldn't even afford to stay silent. The longer I didn't answer, the more his suspicion would grow and turn into certainty. Unfazed by my flustered look, Samuel continued. This is a secret story involving the demon gods and your family. A being equal to the 7 demon gods betrayed the demon realm. Could that be it? Only then did I realize why the demon god bears and the demon god of gluttony had called me the descendant of the traitor. It was simple when I thought about it. There was no reason for the demon gods to bring up the word traitor to a half-demon. They were talking about the betraying god whom the Arsene family had chosen. It feels like the puzzle pieces are finally fitting together. The god whom the Arsene family served was a being equal to the demon gods from the very beginning. And then I realized what it was. The moment Bear's mana cultivation method and Adel's mana cultivation method merged, my consciousness was pushed away somewhere, and I came face to face with a certain divine being. The Abyss. An aggregation of darkness that expressed only unknown emotions towards me. That was the true identity of the god who betrayed the demon realm. Wait a minute. Why didn't I, the author, know such crucial information? Information that could affect not just one character but the entire family and the world. How could I, the creator, not have such vital information? Could it be this world? No, that's going too far. I shook my head, dispelling the unnecessary thoughts. It must have been a setting I discarded during the planning stage of the work. Lost in such thoughts, I was deep in contemplation when, judging by your reaction, you seem to be acknowledging the fact that you are a descendant of Arsene. Would you even listen if I denied it? Hardly. Everyone knows you're from the Arsene family. My face stiffened at his words. Samuel let out a small chuckle at my reaction. Just kidding. I'm probably the only one who knows you're a descendant of Arsene. Could I believe that? Even Diana wasn't certain that I was a descendant of Arsene. She had only marked me as a strong suspect. But it was incredibly unsettling that Samuel had suddenly seen through my disguise. How did he know? Could it be that the god of gluttony had tipped Samuel off about my identity? Samuel, seeing my continued contemplation, spoke up. You must be curious how I know your lineage. I am curious as to why you would make such a guess. Please, enlighten me. Still not admitting it, even after being caught red-handed. And what's with that disrespectful tone? Samuel clicked his tongue, seemingly annoyed that I was still denying being a descendant of Arsene. Then, he began to explain how he had discovered my true identity. I found out about your identity quite a while ago, when my magical prowess increased due to the influence of the book. As my senses for mana amplified, it naturally became clear. Clank clank clank. At that moment, Samuel's thorns shot up from the ground near my feet. I froze in place, startled. His thorns, darkened even further by their pitch-black nature, were pointed menacingly at my neck. The mark engraved on your neck, the way it looks. I see. In the end, I had no choice but to admit it. He even knew the location of my tattoo. There was no way I could deny it any longer. Samuel had completely seen through me. There was no turning back. Denying it now would only make me look pathetic. However, there was one problem. What do you plan to do with me? What should I do? Telling Diana isn't a bad idea. She'd tear you to shreds right away. My face hardened. If that happened, it would truly be the end for me. Diana was already wary of me, suspecting me to be a descendant of Arsene. If she were to actively move against me, there was a high probability that the headmaster, a key figure in Sidon, would cooperate with her. It would be over before I even became the headmaster's dog. As I was having such dreadful thoughts, Samuel chuckled again. Now, what should I do? You already know the answer, don't you? That's. I hesitated to answer. Should I attack Samuel now and make my escape? If luck was on my side, I might be able to get away from both him and Miriam. But, let's think about this. I didn't think that was the right answer. I could easily get out of this situation by using the scroll the headmaster had given me. However, that meant Samuel and Miriam would die. It was true that using the scroll would eliminate the 2 people who knew my identity. But I was hesitant. It wasn't just because I had become somewhat attached to Samuel. There was another, more significant reason. Samuel discovered my true identity while we were inside Sidon. Even if it was clinging to me, it wouldn't have been able to stop Samuel from revealing my identity as a descendant of Arsene while we were in the classroom. Yet, Samuel had kept my secret and only revealed it to me now. This meant that even though he knows I'm a descendant of Arsene, Samuel has no intention of harming me. Why? Why wouldn't Samuel attack me, a descendant of a family that had committed a grave sin against the demon realm? I didn't have a definitive answer. All I knew was that Samuel had no intention of killing me. Well, what's your answer? What should I do with you? Samuel asked me with a smirk. To which I replied with a straight face. Please don't tell anyone. Humph, and why should I do that? If you kill me, it might bring temporary solace to those who lost loved ones because of Arsene, but it will ultimately lead to more deaths. A demon realm without me would be doomed. How arrogant. Did you pick up that way of thinking from living as Bear's dog? Think what you will. I'm simply stating the inevitable future. I chose to confront the situation head-on. Since my identity had already been exposed, it was better to explain my value and why I should live. After finishing my piece, I silently stared at Samuel. He, in turn, looked back at me with an intrigued gaze. Then, suddenly, thud. Out of the blue, Miriam smacked Samuel on the head. I blinked in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Samuel teared up and yelled at Miriam. That hurt. That's what you get. Why are you trying to fight again after we just made up? Tisk. Samuel clicked his tongue. Then, he gestured towards me with his chin.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You can relax. Like Miriam said, I have no intention of revealing your identity. So, you're saying, I'll keep it a secret. If you don't believe me, I'll even write you an oath. An oath. As soon as those words left Samuel's mouth, I was finally convinced that he held no hostility towards me. However, why? What do you mean? Why won't you reveal my identity? Samuel paused, seemingly lost in thought, before speaking again. Let me ask you this. What would you like to know? Why should I tell others about your true identity? Because my family massacred demons during the war. That's your father's story, isn't it? Do you also plan to massacre us? Absolutely not. I shook my head vehemently. If anything, my current plans would undoubtedly save the lives of countless demons. I was going to uncover the secrets hidden by the 6 noble families and see things through to the very end. At my firm response, Samuel spoke in a serious tone. Then don't ask again. I met Samuel's gaze. His eyes were heavier than usual, filled with gravity. Under his intense stare, I couldn't help but swallow nervously. Samuel's cold voice rang out. Are you a descendant of the Arsene family who wishes to repeat their past, or are you just a foolish boy who struggles with the concept of righteousness with that dull head of yours, like so many I've seen before? That's harsh. Foolish boy. I countered Samuel's question with a hint of complaint and a weak laugh. Only then did Samuel relax his stern expression, a smile gracing his lips as he said, I've witnessed the ideals you pursue by your side. They may be unstable, but there's no doubt that you strive for what's right. Therefore, I've decided to make an investment. Samuel's gray eyes fixated on me. Perhaps due to the influence of his new body, his once vibrant eyes had turned a cloudy gray, matching his hair. But although the color was now dull, the emotion within them was clear. Trust. That's what I saw in Samuel's eyes. His gray eyes scanned me from head to toe as he finished his last sentence. I'll put my faith in the ideals you, the descendant of the traitor, are trying to draw the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @sly_shadow for subscription on Ko-Fi. You want to bet on me? This is no small burden. While I was undoubtedly pleased that Samuel trusted me, there was one thing that bothered me. I truly mean no disrespect to you, Mr. Samuel, but... Spit it out. Why are you hesitating so much? I'd still like you to sign an oath, just in case. Samuel looked at me in disbelief. He seemed to be asking if I wasn't supposed to be touched and look up to him with admiration at a time like this. But it couldn't be helped. I had also risked my life to confess to Samuel that I was a descendant of Arsene. So, this much of a safety net was necessary. Oh well, it's just like you to say that. I apologize. I bowed my head to Samuel in apology and took out a piece of paper from my pocket. It wasn't a piece of information paper, but an oath that Instructor Robold had given me earlier. I had kept it because I had no use for it after using one on Kyle, and now I had a chance to put it to good use. Well, I mean, it's not that I doubt Samuel or anything, so I'm trying to use the demon god's oath. Still, you never know what might happen. Samuel might accidentally blurt out that I am Arsene's blood relative. There's nothing like this to prepare for such a situation. It's better to be safe than sorry. Convincing myself, I handed the oath to Samuel. Swish dash. Samuel finished the oath, which stated that he would not reveal my identity to anyone. The paper then crumbled to black dust and scattered into the air. The oath was complete. Seeing this, Samuel muttered. This is my first time making a demon god's oath. Is that so? Yes, it's not an opportunity you come across very often. As far as I know, it's an oath presided over by the demon god of avarice. The demon god of avarice. He is the god who is stingy with everything. He is also famous for his fastidious nature, so the oath is completed in his name. If one breaks the oath presided over by the demon god of avarice, one will be cursed with a terrible curse. Well, it's not like you die if you break the oath. You're just cursed. But that curse is so powerful that it can drive people crazy. It means that life might be better than death. You'd understand if you experienced it once, but there was no one who didn't know the danger of the demon god's oath. Anyway, this concludes our oath, I said to Samuel. Samuel nodded. That was nothing special. Although a terrible curse will befall you if you break the terms of the oath. Indeed, a truly terrible curse will befall. The kind of curse that is indescribable. How should I explain this? There was no chance that Samuel would tell anyone else about my identity now. I was lost in thought, wondering if I should have Miriam sign a demon god's oath as well, but Samuel shook his head and said, "She's in no position to leave this place. She wouldn't be able to tell anyone even if she wanted to." Well, I understand. There was no reason to force Miriam, who couldn't even go outside, to sign the demon god's oath. Besides, I didn't even have any more demon god's oaths left. I had no choice but to trust Samuel and Miriam. As I was standing there after the oath, "You're afraid?" Samuel hit a nerve. I nodded. Seeing me like that, Samuel opened his mouth. "You're afraid that your identity will be revealed to someone other than me?" "Yes," I readily agreed. I'm sorry to say this to Samuel, but there are many in Sidon who are stronger than him. From the instructors to the strongest headmaster, each and every one of them possessed monstrous power. If Samuel recognized it, it wouldn't be strange if someone else recognized his tattoo. Could I keep my identity a secret from them? As I was pondering this, Samuel spoke. "If that's the case, you don't have to be so afraid. Why are you so afraid when you use your authority? It's impossible to see through your authority and your tattoo unless it's a special case like me." Authority? I tilted my head, not understanding what he meant. Me, using authority? Authority is something like gluttony that Samuel uses. But I've never used authority even a little. No, I didn't even possess authority in the first place. As I gave him a look that showed I didn't understand, Samuel frowned. "Don't tell me, you've been using authority all this time without even realizing its authority. Damn it, this is frustrating." Thud, thud. Samuel pounded his chest in frustration as if my attitude was bothering him immensely. I could only stare at him blankly. Authority? Did I even have such a thing? Certainly, I was the only blood relative of Arsene, and if the Abyss was a god, I would have the right to use authority. But I really didn't have any authority. Samuel opened his mouth to me. "You use it all the time, don't you? Other than teleportation. If you mean that. Don't tell me." The name of a certain trait crossed my mind. I immediately activated the trait. Whoosh dash. The pitch black trait was activated. A very dark black drop appeared on the tip of my finger. Samuel, who saw this, nodded. "Yes, that is your authority. Have you been using this all this time without even realizing it was an authority?" "Yes." Tisk, tisk. Samuel clicked his tongue at my answer as if he found it pathetic. But I was really confused by this situation. Pitch black is the evolved version of the darkness trait. This was authority? It was just a trait that I had put in to make Adel look more villainous. Did this also take on a new meaning because of the butterfly effect? Ugh. I groaned inwardly. I had been using it without knowing it was authority, but even now, it didn't make much difference. It didn't matter even if I knew it was authority. But Samuel's opinion seemed to be quite different from mine. It would be good to study how to handle that darkness from now on. I don't know the power of the Abyss's authority, but it wouldn't hurt to train it. Noted. I nodded at Samuel's words. Now that I knew it was authority, I should practice using the pitch black trait. Who knows, maybe it holds a power I don't know about. Just as I was creating a large black drop on my hand with a renewed sense of purpose. Bang, bang dash. Ouch. Ugh. Miriam started pounding on my and Samuel's backs. She grinned and spoke to us. "So, have you two finally made up?" Samuel and I exchanged glances. And nodded. "That's great. They say friends fight and grow, but you shouldn't fight so seriously. Just stop it." Samuel turned his head away, as if he didn't want to hear Miriam's nagging. A faint smile spread across my face as I opened my mouth. It was to ask the last question. But I couldn't bring myself to ask the question and closed my mouth. I certainly wanted to know the truth of the world. But why? I felt as if the answer to the last question was something I had to find out for myself. Yes, I'll find out for myself. Instead, I asked Miriam about something I was curious about. "Can you explain this to me?" "Yes." Miriam tilted her head. Because I had rolled up the sleeve of my wrist and showed it to her. But since Miriam couldn't see, she only frowned. I told her what was engraved on my wrist. Engraved on my wrist are strokes given to me by the demon god of pride and the demon god of gluttony. It would be more accurate to call them stigmata. "Ah, that's what it is." Miriam seemed to understand as soon as she heard the explanation of the strokes. As expected of a priest, she seemed to know what it was. As I know it, a stroke is a means of borrowing the power of a demon god, and if I use it, my soul will be taken by the demon god. Isn't that right? Well, you're not wrong. Miriam nodded. But then, Miriam shook her head again. "Half right, half wrong. What do you mean? If you were an ordinary demon, your soul would have been harvested as you said. But you are different. You would have had no problem using a stroke." "That's right." Miriam's explanation seemed to see right through me. As I readily agreed, Miriam continued her explanation. "The god of gluttony said that the karma your soul carries is so great that no one can embrace it. Even if they gave you a stroke from the perspective of the demon gods, they wouldn't be able to embrace you. In a word, because of something called karma, demon gods couldn't covet my soul. What in the world is karma?" But when I asked Miriam about it, she wouldn't answer. I had no choice but to be content with the fact that I could use the strokes. Well, it wasn't like I could abuse the strokes anyway. There are only 4 lines. I had to save these 4 lines for when a formidable enemy appeared later. The same went for the headmaster's magic. But if possible, it would be better to overcome the crisis using the headmaster's magic rather than the 4 lines of strokes.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After all, the power of the strokes bestowed directly by the demon god would be even greater. Does that answer your question? Yes, that's enough. I nodded at Miriam's words. I had gained quite a lot today. It was a shame that my fist was hurt. Perhaps reading my mood, Samuel gestured with his chin and said, Miriam, can you heal Adel's hand? Sure, no problem. Miriam readily accepted Samuel's proposal. I was relieved to hear that. We were about to head to Bear's territory, and Renee wouldn't have been happy to see me hurt. Then follow me. Thump, thump. Miriam began to lead me somewhere. I was thinking that she was taking me somewhere to start the treatment when she said, Shall we begin the treatment? Miriam turned around and spoke with a sinister smile. I shuddered at the sudden chill that came over me. What's going on all of a sudden? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Hehe. Miriam let out an eerie laugh. Seeing that eerie smile, I was reminded that this place was a fantasy world far removed from modern medicine. What is she trying to do? Fear crept up on me. Now, shall we begin? The place Miriam led me to was a room with several boxes. Miriam rummaged through a box and pulled out bandages, medicine, and tweezers. Then she lifted a bottle that smelled sour and, glug dash, started pouring it on my hand. The sudden, intense pain overwhelmed me. I winced, my shoulders trembling, but I couldn't pull my hand away. Miriam was staring at me with a bright smile. You have to bear with it. I'm disinfecting the wound. All right. I clenched my teeth, trying to endure the pain. Who could I blame? It was my fault for punching the floor in anger and breaking my hand. All I could do was endure the pain. Click dash. Soon, Miriam stopped disinfecting my hand. Then she picked up the tweezers and started bringing them closer. But then, pinch dash. Miriam pinched the open wound with the tweezers. I almost foamed at the mouth. I'll do it. I stammered, unusually flustered, and took the tweezers from Miriam. It can't be helped since you can't see well. But please make sure to remove all the stone fragments. All right. I barely managed to take the tweezers from Miriam. If I had let her continue, she might have ripped off my flesh.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It hurts even when I'm doing it myself. I winced. As Miriam had said, I was in the middle of removing the stone fragments embedded in my hand. Even though I was trying my best to avoid the flesh, the pain was overwhelming. However, if I left the wound untreated, it could get infected. So I endured the pain and continued to remove the stone fragments. And when I finally removed even the tiniest fragments, well done. Slide dash. Miriam reached out and placed her hand over mine. And then, clank dash. Clank dash. She grabbed my mangled hand and started to apply pressure. As she did, some kind of power emanated from her hand, tightly gripping my hand. Just as I was about to cry out from the pain. It's done? Hugh, I've used too much of this power today. Samuel too. Why do you all keep getting hurt? Miriam said, wiping away the cold sweat that had formed on her forehead. I looked down at my hand. This is unbelievable. Chills ran down my spine. Truly. The broken bones in my hand were all aligned. How was this even possible? Even Sidon's medical instructors would have a hard time doing this. I realized that I had momentarily forgotten Miriam's true identity. Miriam was a priestess of God. Although she probably didn't have any professional medical knowledge, she must have used some kind of divine power, just like when she healed Samuel's body. Even if I asked her how she did it, she probably wouldn't tell me. As I was staring at Miriam with a renewed sense of awe, what are you doing? Miriam asked me, sounding baffled. What was I doing? Taken aback by her sudden question, I frowned and asked, what do you mean? Apply the medicine and wrap the bandage. Oh, right. I hurriedly applied the medicine to my hand and wrapped it with the bandage. Thanks to Miriam's power, the bones in my hand were all set. But the wound wasn't healed yet, so I had to apply the ointment. I must add, applying the ointment was also incredibly painful. Swoosh dash, pat dash. After perfectly wrapping my hand with the bandage, I got up from my seat. And I bowed deeply. Thank you for treating my hand. At my polite words of gratitude, Miriam waved her hands dismissively. It's nothing. I've already decided to help you, so this much is no big deal. But Miriam couldn't finish her sentence. Cough dash. She coughed up blood. A dark red clot of blood landed on Miriam's hand. My pupils shook violently. Are you all right? I asked, supporting Miriam, who looked as if she was about to collapse. She gave me an awkward smile and said, I used up too much power. Plus, I used my divine power to read your fortune and... Thankfully, Miriam's breathing stabilized after a while. She groaned as she got up and started walking. Please get some rest today. You'll have to share a room with us. I hope that's all right. Well, I saw quite a few rooms. Is there a reason why we have to share? Relieved that Miriam looked better, I asked why. I was sure I saw countless rooms when I first entered the Temple of Gluttony. It was spacious enough, so there had to be at least one spare room. That's... Miriam blushed and hesitated to answer my question. What was the reason for her reaction? As I tilted my head in confusion, Miriam finally spoke up. Actually, ever since Samuel left, I haven't cleaned anywhere except the chapel and my bedroom. So the other rooms. I think I've heard enough. I nodded in understanding. The reason? It was simple. Miriam not cleaning meant the rooms weren't maintained. It probably meant the other rooms were filled with bugs and snakes like in the hallway. Just the thought of it makes my skin crawl. Of course, I had no desire to sleep with bugs. But there was one thing that bothered me. Sharing a room with Samuel is fine. But sharing with Miriam made me uncomfortable. She was a mature woman, so it made me a bit hesitant. Samuel was used to sleeping with Miriam, so it wouldn't be a problem for him. As they say, men and women shouldn't be too close after the age of 7. Was it really okay to do this except in special circumstances like the human realm invasion? But I had no intention of going back to the chapel. What I saw there was so horrifying that I didn't want to step foot in there ever again. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. I decided to accept Miriam's offer and started walking. Following Miriam inside, I saw Samuel looking at me. Is your hand healed? Yes, thankfully it seems to be better than before. Your bandage is bleeding through. Ignoring Samuel's comment, I looked around. Samuel had laid out the bedding while I was getting treated by Miriam. It'll take time to clean the other rooms, so it's best to sleep here today. I already told him that. A lot has happened today, so get some rest. We need to leave tomorrow, right? I nodded at Samuel's words, blatantly ignoring Miriam. As Samuel said, we had to head straight to the bear's territory tomorrow. Just thinking about going to face Crete makes my stomach churn. I knew Crete had no intention of killing me, but it was still frightening. I was about to meet someone who could crush me like a bug if he wanted to, and the thought of Renee's unsettling gaze right before we parted ways made my head throb even more. Maybe staying at the Temple of Gluttony wouldn't be so bad. With that thought in mind, I lay down on the bedding. Naturally, there was no luxurious bed in Samuel's room. It was a shame, but I was grateful to have a place to sleep. It was 100 times better than sleeping in a bug-infested hallway. Then I'll blow out the candles. Okay. Samuel extinguished the candles that illuminated the room and slipped into the middle of the bedding. Since sleeping next to Miriam made me uncomfortable, I had chosen the furthest spot. Men and women shouldn't be too close after the age of 7. This was a rule not to be broken. The room was plunged into darkness. I closed my eyes for a while, then opened them again. I can't sleep. My body felt incredibly tired, but I couldn't fall asleep. Was it psychological? I was still worried and afraid of what I had lost and what I would lose. That was why I couldn't sleep. I tried to pretend to be optimistic, but my mind was still in turmoil. I had thought that everything would be fine if I could just uncover the secret that the 6 great families were hiding. But the closer I got to the answer, the more it seemed to mock me, slipping further away. And it bothered me. Damn it. Flip dash. I tossed and turned, turning my body to the side. And I froze, startled by the warm breath I felt on my skin. How? Since when was she here? As if she had teleported, Miriam appeared before my eyes. Her eyes were still bandaged, but somehow, I knew. Miriam was looking directly at me. What? I tried to speak, but swoosh dash. SHH. Miriam pressed her index finger to my lips, silencing me. All I could do was watch in silence as she moved. Be quiet. You'll wake Samuel up. I hadn't even said anything yet. But the strange aura surrounding Miriam made me nod silently. I was powerless against this type of woman. Miriam opened her mouth and began to speak. Thank you? What do you mean? Miriam's words caught me completely off guard. I tilted my head in confusion. What was she thanking me for? Miriam answered me. You know why I tried to kill you before? Yes. I nodded. Miriam believed that I was someone who could change fate, and therefore, I could be a threat to the demon realm. So, she had ordered Samuel to kill me. But after my conversation with the god of gluttony, her attitude had changed to one of favor. So, what exactly was she thanking me for? Miriam continued speaking. Back then, I thought we shouldn't go against fate. But at the same time, I was grateful to you for changing Samuel's destiny. Although I couldn't say it out loud because of my position. I see. It wasn't difficult to understand. Miriam was trying her best to fulfill her duties as a priestess, but she couldn't suppress her gratitude for me helping Samuel. And she thanked me once again. Thank you for saving Samuel, my benefactor. That's a bit embarrassing to hear. Benefactor, huh? It wasn't a bad word, but it felt unfamiliar. Miriam chuckled at my reaction and continued. I hope you continue to have a good relationship with Samuel. He might find himself in danger because of his wisdom. And I hope you will be there for him then. In danger because of his wisdom? It didn't quite make sense to me, but I decided to hear her out since I would be relying on Samuel a lot in the future. All right. Just as I was about to nod, Miriam suddenly vanished from my sight. I flinched in surprise. I quickly sat up and looked around, and there she was, fast asleep in her spot. Honestly, she was still an incomprehensible woman. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Mulcott for subscription on KO-Fi. I stretched as I got up from my spot and immediately started moving. My business in Samuel and Gluttony's territory was finished. Now, it was time to visit the bear's family again. I was already worried sick. There were many reasons for that, but the most concerning one was meeting Crete again. SSSK. I quietly spoke to Goo Poison, who was sleeping in my arms. You absolutely cannot reveal yourself for the time being. Whether Goo Poison understood my words or not, it remained asleep. Sigh. It wouldn't understand even if I told it now. I had no choice but to emphasize it again right before entering the bear's family estate. I roughly tidied up the bedding and looked around. Samuel, in his new body, was leisurely sipping tea while reading a book. Noticing that I was awake, Samuel opened his mouth. You're up. You slept well even though the bedding must have been uncomfortable. Well, it's better than sleeping on the streets. Is that so? I couldn't sleep a wink because of your snoring. It seemed I snored because I was so exhausted. As Samuel's sharp gaze landed on me, I slightly turned my head away. Come to think of it, I was quite hungry since it was morning. I glanced at Samuel again, giving him an unspoken look. Thud. Samuel closed his book with a sigh. I was preparing rice cakes and soup anyway. Eat your fill before you go. I wasn't particularly hoping for it, but I shall eat since you've offered. This bastard really. Whiz. Samuel stopped himself from cursing and shook his head. Talking to you is a losing battle. Your words are harsh. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. Grumbling, Samuel rose from his seat and walked past me. He was headed towards the pot where the soup was simmering. Samuel came back to me with a plate of neatly arranged soup and rice cakes. However, it was a bit of a stretch to call this a rice cake. Is this a rice cake? I pointed at the yellowish food that resembled a buchimgai, Korean pancake, and asked Samuel. At this, Samuel frowned and answered. It's a rice cake made by finely grinding the flower buds and roots of a plant that grows underground. It doesn't taste bad, so try it. I was expecting something like jeolpyeon, sliced rice cake, or injeolmi, rice cake covered with bean flour, when he said rice cake. Still, I shouldn't complain about free food. I took a bite of the unfamiliar-looking rice cake. And then, it's delicious. My small eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected taste. Samuel coughed awkwardly at my reaction. Ignoring him, I focused on eating the rice cake. What a wonderful harmony of flavors! With each bite, the scent of flowers filled my mouth. The bittersweet aroma strangely suited my taste. I almost wanted to ask Samuel for the recipe. As I looked at him with such feelings, he shook his head. Unfortunately, the ingredients for this rice cake can only be found here. Well, I'll pack some for you if you want. That would be much appreciated. I finished off the rest of the rice cakes and nodded. Samuel got up from his seat for a moment and handed me a piece of paper with the ingredients for the rice cakes and a simple recipe. SSSK. I carefully tucked the paper into my pocket and started eating the soup. The soup was the same underground plant soup I had yesterday. Since it wasn't exactly to my liking, I didn't ask for the recipe. As Samuel and I were engrossed in our meal. Ugh, everyone except me. Miriam, who had been lying in bed, sat up and whined. It seemed the smell of food naturally woke her up. You should have woken me up. Of course, I saved some for you. Families should eat together. As I watched Samuel bickering with Miriam, I fell into thought. Last night.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Miriam asked me for help, saying that Samuel might be consumed by his wisdom. I wasn't sure if that was also something Miriam prophesied. From the moment I entered this world, her ability to foresee the future was practically useless. Then, Miriam might know something about the King of Wisdom. Or more precisely, the Miriam I saw last night might know. The Miriam I saw yesterday might not have been the real Miriam. More precisely, I should say she was divinely possessed. If I asked her now, she probably wouldn't remember why she said such a thing. My senses were sharp, so I could clearly tell. The Miriam from last night was different from the one I usually knew. Well, perhaps that was Miriam's true form. No matter how clumsy she usually was, Miriam was still a priestess who served a demon god. But now, that wasn't really important. What Miriam asked of me, save Samuel. I couldn't really answer her because I didn't know what it meant to be consumed by wisdom. However, one thing was certain, I would do my best to help Samuel. This was the price I had to pay for troubling Samuel in the past. But last night's Miriam wasn't certain that Samuel would be consumed by wisdom. Whether it would happen or not was still unknown, so I shouldn't be too scared. Anyway, thank you for the meal. After finishing the soup, I rose from my seat. Samuel glanced at me as I got up and said, Are you leaving now? Yes, it's getting late. The lady must be waiting anxiously for me. I'm just glad you're alive. If I were the head of the bear's family, I would have sentenced you to death immediately. I couldn't refute Samuel's words, considering I had practically abandoned Renee, despite being her escort. However, I felt wronged. It wasn't that I didn't look after Renee, but that she avoided me. Why was I being treated like the perpetrator? It was unfair. The more I thought about it, the more unfair it felt. Should I not go? But that was impossible. I wanted to take Kyle, who must be at the bear's family estate, and leave this place, but that was impossible. Kyle would probably be restrained by Crete by now. Kyle, the human spy who tormented Luna, had formed a contract with me and gone to the bear's family to obtain information about the demon realm. To help finance Kyle, I had written a letter slightly provoking Crete, but I didn't know how effective it had been. Kyle hadn't sent me a letter about it. For now, gulp. I decided to calm my mind by drinking the tea Samuel had brewed. As I sipped the fragrant tea, time passed. I'll be on my way now. It was time to go. I rose to my feet and said goodbye to Samuel and Miriam. Samuel nodded, as if expecting this, and stood up. Then, he said to me, Here, I modified it myself this morning. Thud. Samuel tossed something to me. My shoulders flinched. You've already modified the orb of the Flame Emperor. I was astonished. Samuel had handed me the blackened orb of the Flame Emperor. I thought it wouldn't be possible to modify it until after the vacation. Did he modify it in a few hours, not even overnight? I don't know why you're so surprised. I'm sufficiently surprised. Samuel said it as if it were nothing, but I couldn't help but be shocked. The Orb of the Flame Emperor was an artifact I had personally written about in the original story. To think he changed the nature of a high-ranking artifact in just a day. I quickly put it in my pocket, worried someone might take it. Miriam, who had been watching Samuel and me with a pleased expression, exclaimed, "Then I'll open the way for you. Follow me." By way, she meant opening the giant maw of the temple, just like she did when I first visited the Temple of Gluttony. I followed Miriam as she started walking ahead. Thump, thump. After walking for a while, thud. Miriam stopped, and Samuel and I stopped as well. Then, Miriam clasped her hands respectfully and began to pray. Incomprehensible chants flowed from Miriam's mouth, and rumble, rumble, rumble. The Temple of Gluttony began to shake violently. And then, whoosh. The Temple of Gluttony spat me out. With a tremendous roar, my body was flung into the air. Looking down from the sky, I saw Miriam waving her hand and Samuel gazing at me silently. "Adele, be safe." I couldn't hear Samuel's voice, but his mouth seemed to be saying those words. Although it was a short time, I had grown quite fond of them, so I waved back. Later, we would meet again when the vacation was over. As the ground drew closer, move. To avoid crashing into the stone floor, I swapped places with a nearby leaf. And so, I landed safely and let out a sigh of relief. Countless somethings came into view. I couldn't help but blink at the slimy malice they emitted. What was going on? Soon after Adele was spat out of the temple, Miriam asked Samuel, who was left alone, "Are you sure you don't want to follow him?" Samuel didn't answer right away and fell into thought. He also wanted to follow Adele and join him on his adventures. However, that wouldn't do. This isn't enough. What do you mean? I realized it when I clashed with him earlier. I'll only be a burden to him as I am now. When Adele had suddenly provoked him and clashed with him. On the surface, it was Samuel who had sustained more injuries. However, to think it slowed down the regeneration of my thorns. The killing intent Adele emanated was still roughly tearing at some of Samuel's thorns. Moreover, the kid possessed unknown skills that even he himself wasn't aware of. The next time we meet, I'll be different. Samuel decided to stay in the Temple of Gluttony and hone the new powers he had gained, so as not to hold back his companion. To protect those precious to him, he decided to temporarily suppress his desire to follow Adele for now. Well, it's fine with me. It means I get to spend more time with Samuel. That's truly unfortunate. What was that? Squeeze. Miriam grumbled and pulled at Samuel's cheek. And the moment a sharp pain shot through him, Samuel recalled something he hadn't told his companion. When the temple entrance opened and when I spat him out, the recoil must have attracted the surrounding eater birds. If it were just one, it wouldn't be a problem. But Adele wouldn't be able to handle hundreds, thousands of eater birds. Even Samuel had barely managed to escape by using a secret passage he knew when he left this place for Sidon. However, Samuel decided to have faith in his companion. Well, he'll figure something out. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. How many were there? I instinctively tried to count the number of eater birds, but soon realized the futility of it and lowered my head. This was far beyond what I could handle. 10. Yes, maybe I could handle up to 100. But this number. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. The number of eater birds easily filled the entire territory of Gluttony, which was originally a single city. The black mass of eater birds crowded around the entrance. Subtly dash. I turned my head and looked back, just to see if the path to the temple was still open. But the entrance was already firmly shut. It had transformed back into the ordinary floor it had been before Miriam opened it for me the first time I visited. Unfortunately, there was no way to go back. So, the only way for me to survive here was to break through, isn't it? Nov. L. B // JNN. If I recall correctly, the coachman had mentioned that there wouldn't be any carriages coming this way. Fortunately, I knew the way to the bear's territory. Even though I was a pathetic author who couldn't remember the details of my own work, at least I had memorized the entire route while riding the carriage here. I was, after all, the top student in Sidon's final exams for a reason. Anyway, there was one thing I could try. Maybe the eater birds won't follow me if I leave the territory of Gluttony. It occurred to me that if they could leave this place, they would have done so already. Eater birds were creatures that made their nests and lived within the territory of Gluttony. So, if I carefully made my way out of the territory, I might be able to survive. Let's do this. I stared at the eater birds looking down at me from the tree. They were opening their beaks as if hoping I would fall. If I were to misstep and fall, they would tear me apart. I had to kill them before that happened. Move. I immediately extended an arrow and swapped places with a leaf on the opposite tree. The eater birds blinked in surprise, then turned their heads in unison the moment they sensed my presence. I couldn't help but be startled by their reaction. I had clearly used both the silence spell and the stealth skill at the same time. How could they still sense my presence? I extended the arrow again to swap places with another tree, and then I realized why. Screech, screech. The eater birds' eyes were clouded with madness. They were starving, their senses heightened. That's why they were so desperate to get to me, their only prey. Screech, 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 screech. The eater birds flapped their wings toward the tree where I was, their movements filled with frenzy. Just before they could collide with me, I used position exchange to move to another tree. Looking back, I witnessed a horrifying sight. Thud dash. The tree I had just been on had been smashed in half. 6 eater birds were crushed under the weight of the fallen tree, and the other eater birds began to greedily devour the corpses. A shiver ran down my spine as I watched. Don't look. Just focus on running away. I quickly activated position exchange again and fled. 1. Flinch dash. My body froze as I realized there were no more leaves within the arrow's reach. The automatically extended arrow pointed to a stone beneath the tree. I frowned at the sight. I could use it to escape if I had to, but the ground was swarming with eater birds. Perhaps if there were fewer, I could manage, but against a dense pack of eater birds, would I even have time to activate position exchange again before they reached me? I had no other choice. If I stayed up in the tree, the eater birds would eventually knock me down in their frenzy. In the end, I had to use position exchange to descend to the ground. The moment I swapped places with the stone. Oh no. As expected, the eater birds charged at me with crazed shrieks. Keek dash. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of eater birds were flapping their wings towards me. I gulped at the grotesque sight. Wung dash. I immediately drew the red dagger and the fang of darkness from my pocket, unleashing my killing intent. Even though I wasn't skilled in dual wielding, I couldn't handle this situation with just one hand. My killing intent, which finally carved through space, resonated from the tip of my blades, rapidly draining my mental strength. Even with the help of my trait, it wasn't easy to infuse 2 daggers with killing intent. But, slice dash, slice dash, slice dash, slice dash. It was possible to cut down dozens of eater birds at once. I took advantage of the momentary gap I had created and sprinted forward. I headed straight ahead. Eliminating all the eater birds here was impossible for me. If my life truly depended on it, I might have considered taking the risk, but there was no need for such a meaningless gamble. Cut down those who block my path, and outrun those who chase from behind. That's what I had to do if I wanted to survive. It wasn't the time to cling to my pride. Thud, thud dash. As I was running, I remembered the headmaster's magic. Wouldn't it be much easier to overcome this crisis if I used the headmaster's magic here? Swoosh dash. I shook my head. The headmaster's magic should not be used here. If I could just use position exchange and keep running for a day. I wasn't sure if my mana would last that long, but I had to try my best. And obviously, I couldn't use Demon God's Stoke. Subtly dash. As I quickened my pace, I glanced back. I had cut down dozens of eater birds, but countless more remained. It was practically impossible to swing a sword infused with killing intent hundreds, thousands of times. Even with my mana capacity nearing 5,000, the impossible remained impossible. 10,000. If I had that much, it might be possible, but even if I used all the potions the headmaster gave me and the fragment bestowed by the god of gluttony, I couldn't surpass 10,000. All that was here were the corpses of eater birds. So it was a waste to use the fragment the god of gluttony gave me, and there was no time to consume the headmaster's potion. As I clicked my tongue in frustration, something caught my eye. Screech dash, krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr chasing me from behind, but they were closing in from the front as well. It seemed that all the eater birds in the territory of gluttony, except for those near the temple, had flocked to this location. They must have heard the commotion of my flashy escape and gathered here. Damn it. Clench dash. I clenched the red dagger between my teeth and unleashed my killing intent. My teeth chattered, but I managed to endure it and grabbed the orb of the Flame Emperor that Samuel had given me with my free hand. The modified version of the orb of the Flame Emperor. The fact that I was about to use this pissed me off. Why didn't he tell me that there were eater birds stationed here? If he had told me, I could have come up with a plan. But Samuel wasn't here to blame. He was probably busy being showered with affection and cuteness from Miriam. The thought of Samuel's grinning face made me even more annoyed. Dwelling on it further brought back memories of being chased by the knights of the Arsene family, worsening my mood. Woong dash. I channeled all my frustration into activating the orb of the Flame Emperor. As Samuel had said, the orb of the Flame Emperor had been perfectly modified. Normally, sparks would fly everywhere, leaving my hand with terrible burns. But now, it quietly swirled black mana above my hand. Even while being chased by eater birds, I couldn't help but be amazed by its stability. I have to admit, he's skilled. No matter how annoying Samuel was, this was a different matter. When it came to magic, he was second to none. And finally, from the orb of the Flame Emperor, a black rose bloomed. A black rose blossomed above the heads of the hundreds of eater birds blocking my path. The black rose landed softly on their heads, and whoosh dash. It decapitated all hundreds of them in an instant. I hurried past the spot, and at that moment, slash, slash, slash dash. A spine-chilling sound came from behind me. The petals of the black rose swirled, cutting down even the eater birds that were chasing me. As I witnessed the scene, a thought crossed my mind. I just killed at least 300 eater birds. But the overwhelming number of these creatures showed no signs of diminishing. What kind of messed up territory was this? At this point, I was more curious about how they managed to tame these eater birds before the territory of gluttony fell into ruin. As I grumbled to myself and extended an arrow, that place. My shoulders trembled. I had been here before. This was where the coachman had dropped us off and fled, claiming he could go no further. This must be the boundary between the territory of gluttony and the outside world. So if I can just get there, would the eater birds stop following me? I swallowed, my throat dry. For now, let's go there. Move. I used position exchange to teleport to the spot where the coachman had been. And at that moment, my eyes widened in disbelief. Something I had never anticipated came into view. Why were they in the territory of gluttony? Thud dash. Forgetting about the eater birds pursuing me, I came to a halt. No. How? Why were they here? Why are you here? I finally managed to stammer out the words. But they didn't respond. They simply bowed low to the figure emerging from the carriage. He glanced down at me with an air of supreme arrogance, his gaze filled with disdain for the world. Then, he spoke. Follow me? I was speechless, frozen by his cold tone. Regardless. Subtly dash. The man turned and took a leisurely step forward. An incredibly arrogant and haughty man. He was here, in the territory of gluttony. As I blinked in bewilderment, I realized the sounds of pursuit had ceased. I turned my head. And at that moment, my legs gave way at the unbelievable sight that unfolded before me. Tens of thousands of eater birds, the very creatures that had been shrieking and chasing me, lay dead, each impaled by a sword of black mana. The overwhelming flock of monsters had been slaughtered in an instant. It was then that I recalled who the man walking arrogantly before me was. Bears Crete. He came looking for me, the escort of his daughter. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Why? I was lost in thought, recalling the sight of Crete, who had gotten into a huge carriage at some point. I couldn't understand it. For what reason did Crete leave the House of Bears and travel all the way here? There shouldn't be any reason for Crete to do so. Wait. Is it related to Renee? But Renee wasn't the type to tell Crete about what happened between us. If he realized that goo poison had left my body, I shuddered at the worst case scenario. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. But that didn't make sense either. It was definitely at the Bears mansion that I removed the goo poison from my body. You're saying he didn't notice it then, but now he does? That didn't make sense. Then, there's another reason. What the hell is it? My bewilderment only grew. That was how unreal the situation unfolding before my eyes was. What are the chances that the head of the Bears would personally come to the Gluttony's territory to bring his escort? The probability was infinitely close to zero, but it happened right before my eyes, so I couldn't help but be flustered. Besides, SSSK-. I turned my head again and looked back. To think he possesses the skills to create such carnage. I already knew that Crete was strong, but this scene allowed me to keenly feel the gap between my skills and those of the strongest in the demon realm. If the headmaster and Crete were to fight, who would win? I fell into thought once again. It was a thought that naturally came to mind as I was staring at the scene Crete had created. It was actually quite important. I didn't know which of them would become my enemy. If things went wrong, wouldn't I have to side with the other? It might sound like a bat-like idea, but there was no denying that this was the best option. So who would win? It's too close to call. Maybe someone will win by a very narrow margin. But I soon realized that it was pointless to worry about it. The headmaster and Crete are the strongest in the demon realm. For example, like Bolton and Tyrias, they were either equal or one of them was a little stronger, but a very small mistake would determine victory or defeat. And now I have to talk to such a transcendent powerhouse in a carriage. Damn it. I cursed inwardly and dragged my feet. Why are you just standing there? Do you want me to make the Lord wait? Why yes. The Bears' escorts were rushing me. So I moved my feet quickly and moved to the front of the carriage. As I was about to enter the carriage, I swallowed nervously, just in case. Maybe it would be better if it was just Crete. If Renee was there too, I would rather choose death. SSSK-. Filled with tension, I entered the carriage, and I hurriedly looked around to see if Renee was there. Fortunately, Renee was nowhere to be seen. No, I shouldn't call this fortunate. Renee wasn't there, but... Sit down. Yes, Lord. Crete spoke in a voice like a roar echoing through a cave. There were only two of us in the carriage, Crete and me. Crete was sitting arrogantly with his legs crossed, reading a book. He kept his eyes fixed on the book even after I sat down. I couldn't understand why. Then why did he ask me to come here? But I couldn't answer Crete. An overwhelming difference in rank. Therefore, I had no choice but to submit to Crete. I kept my mouth shut and waited for Crete to speak. How much time had passed? Crete, who had been engrossed in reading the book for a long time, closed the cover. You've done a good job of making a mess of things. Flinch dash. My body stiffened at Crete's words. What did I do wrong? Is he interrogating me now? I broke out in a cold sweat and tried hard to figure out why Crete was saying such a thing. But I couldn't put my finger on it. To be exact, there were too many things I had done to pinpoint one. I poked my nose into everything as Bar's escort. From defying Ares to reprimanding Fron, the successor of Lust, to even fighting Samuel, the Lord of Gluttony. Not only that, but from confronting Diana, the next Demon King, to... Damn it. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how much I had done. If it was just that, Crete might have overlooked it. Crete is the Lord of Pride. Therefore, it was clear that Crete, whose pride knew no bounds, wouldn't have reacted to this. However, I don't know what Renee said to Crete. She had been reacting to me quite differently from when we were at Sidon and at the Bears' mansion. So, knowing Renee's usual personality, I guessed she wouldn't have said anything to Crete, but something unexpected might have happened. That's why I was about to ask what I had done wrong. Adele. Yes, Lord. I immediately raised my head as Crete called my name. SSSK-. He was flipping through the book again. He stopped talking to me and started reading again. I frowned and looked at what Crete was reading. What Crete was reading? It was The Art of War and a Map. I couldn't figure out why Crete was reading that, so I narrowed my eyes. What's the reason for reading such a book? Moreover, judging from the shape of the map, it wasn't of the demon realm but of the human world. I didn't know what Crete was up to yet, so I decided not to make any pointless guesses. And the moment I took my eyes off the book Crete was reading, Are you satisfied with your school life? Crete's indifferent voice. For some reason, I didn't think he was going to get angry. If he was going to be angry, he wouldn't have spoken in such a calm voice. I nodded at Crete's question and answered in a bright voice. Yes, I'm satisfied. This is all thanks to you, Lord. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be enjoying such luxury. I started to flatter Crete, even though I didn't mean it. I had no choice. If I could survive by flattering him, wouldn't it be a completely profitable deal? However, is that so? Crete's nodding didn't look so good. Like I had touched a sleeping lion's whisker, there was a hint of discomfort. Gulp. I felt like I was going to wet myself. As I expected, my daughter cried. I guess she didn't have a satisfying school life, unlike some people. Thud. Crete closed the book. Whoosh. And black flames erupted over Crete's hand, burning the book to ashes. My body stiffened like ice. Crazy. I couldn't adapt to this situation. I could fully understand Crete's anger since Renee cried. I even thought that maybe he had come all the way to Gluttony's territory to find me because of this. However, the fact that Renee cried was hard to accept. Why? Why was Renee suddenly in tears? I couldn't figure it out. And since Crete had come all the way here, it was clear that the reason was me. What the hell did I do? Thump. Soon, a powerful presence began to emanate from Crete. Gasp. Choked by Crete's overwhelming pressure, I felt around my neck. I couldn't breathe. And that wasn't all. The heavy pressure weighed down on my shoulders, and the murderous aura emanating from Crete stabbed at my lungs. My breath quickened, and my heart raced. My heart felt like it was about to explode. If this continues, But if I tried to push back his pressure by releasing my own killing intent, Crete might really kill me. Ugh. My blood vessels felt like they were bursting, and my eyes started to turn red. It felt like I had become a mouse in front of a beast. I tried to endure Crete's pressure with my transcendent mental strength. But it wasn't enough. Just as the thread of my consciousness was about to be cut off, Crete withdrew the pressure he was emitting from his body. I'm alive. Only then was I able to catch my breath and take in as much oxygen as I could. Crete, who was looking down at me with indifferent eyes, opened his mouth. However, considering the circumstances, I'll let it slide. What does that? Get out of the carriage. I'll let you know what you need to do after we return to the mansion. Crete didn't even bother to look at me and spoke only with his mouth. I wanted to be angry at his arrogant behavior, but my attention was focused elsewhere. What is this daughter-obsessed man up to? Crete pretended to be indifferent to his daughter, Renee, but I knew that he cared about his daughter more than anyone else. That's why he would have fed me goo poison and assigned me as Renee's escort. But for now, getting away from Crete is the priority. So, I was rather grateful that Crete had dismissed me, but I had to try not to show it. Because Crete was the type to kill me on a whim. Then, I'll be on my way. Crete didn't say anything to my farewell and just kept reading the new book he had taken out. He hasn't changed. I clicked my tongue inwardly and got out of the carriage. Fortunately, it looks like I don't have to walk. And I was relieved to see the sight around me. Crete had not only brought a small number of people but also several carriages. The difference was that the carriages were completely different from the ones we rode when we were sent to Sidon. For some reason, the horses were wearing armor, and the carriages seemed to be made of sturdy material. It was almost excessive. Well, I wasn't particularly curious. Maybe their finances had improved again. Thinking that, I was about to approach the escorts and ask which carriage to ride when Adele. Someone was running towards me, calling my name. The moment I saw the man's face, I felt quite happy. You came too. Shut up. Do you know how much I suffered because of you? Grip. The man was crying and clinging to my clothes. Kyle. I finally met him again. You damn Cerberus. Well, unlike me, he was cursing at me. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Kyle, who had been tormenting Luna relentlessly while pretending to be a good-for-nothing, I discovered his true identity as a spy for the human realm and brought him over to my side. I threatened him with a half-truth that I had fed a type of goo poison, twin tail, to him and his younger sister. Kyle fell for it and signed the demon god's oath, and now he was bound to follow my orders. Some might see it as tormenting Kyle, who had done nothing wrong, but that's a misunderstanding. First, by cutting off the information about the demon realm he would have given to the humans, I was able to safely pass the midterm exams. Second, Kyle would eventually thank me for it. The group that raised Kyle and supports his little sister isn't as good as they seem. Not only was it not a bad thing from the demon's point of view, but it could also be seen as unfavorable from the human's point of view. The group was involved in all sorts of things, starting with human experimentation. Swish. I pulled out a badge from my pocket. It was an item I had obtained after defeating Bisaha, a 6th circle mage from the human realm. The badge represented the Imperial family. The Imperial family. Fundamentally, they were definitely on the side of justice, but that didn't mean they only did morally right things. After all, in this story, the Imperial family was destined to get their hands dirty. However, Kyle at this point in time wouldn't know that. I looked down at Kyle. You son of a bitch. Do you know how much I've suffered because of you? Really? He grabbed me by the collar, tears streaming down his face, and burst into tears. Sigh. I let out a sigh at the sight. Did this guy even know? Common sense dictated that the probability of the Imperial family bringing Kyle, who had been sent to the demon realm, back to the human realm was practically zero. There's no way they would abandon the only leverage they have to control his magic prodigy little sister. In a way, Kyle was pitiful. From the moment he was sent to the demon realm under the pretense of curing his sister's illness, freedom ceased to exist for him. But there was no need to tell him that. There were more important things to discuss now. For now, I felt the need to calm Kyle down, so I greeted him in a gentle voice. How have you been? Does it look like I've been well? I'm going to gouge out your eyes and replace them with different ones. Haha, I already lost them once and got new ones. Shut up. Kyle cursed. If it were like before, I would have threatened him to speak politely, but seeing his complexion, it seemed he was genuinely full of resentment, so I decided to let it slide. Pat, pat. The moment I patted him on the back. Wah. Sob, sob. Unable to control his emotions, Kyle's eyes began to well up again. It seemed he really went through a lot. Even his way of speaking seemed to have changed. I remember him speaking in a self-absorbed tone, similar to Samuel, but now it sounded like he had been beaten down by the world. Why do I feel so attached every time I see him? Could this be what they call paternal love? I felt a sense of kinship seeing this weak creature after only seeing monstrous beings. Maybe that's why I took a liking to Luna, who was similar to Kyle. Anyway, I continued to pat him on the back until he calmed down. After a while, Kyle seemed to have calmed down and opened his mouth. Do you know how I've been living? As soon as I got here, I was targeted by the head of the bear's family and was forced to consume another goo poison, had to do all sorts of chores, spilled all the information about the human realm, and even carried out all the orders you gave me, and all I got in return was discrimination for being a half-demon. The food was tasteless, and really, calm down. I broke out in a cold sweat, trying hard to calm Kyle down. Besides, I had no idea Crete had fed Kyle another goo poison. In fact, this was also something I had intended. When I had Kyle drop out of Sidon and come here, I wrote him a letter to deliver. The contents of that letter, it was, he is a spy from the human realm. I have already brought him over to my side, but be extra careful as he may betray you at any time. Of course, there was a possibility that Crete might kill Kyle, so I added one more sentence. That's why Kyle was still alive, albeit in a miserable state. Tisk, tisk. He couldn't even express his gratitude. Still, I felt a little sorry for him, so I decided to endure his whining just this once. More importantly, did you find out what I asked you to? This was the main point. I had instructed Kyle, based on his ability to gather information, to find out about hidden dungeons and treasures in the demon realm. Swish, swish. Kyle wiped the remaining tears from his eyes and opened his mouth. I found out some things, but not much. Why not? Are you seriously asking that? They threw me in jail as soon as they got the letter you sent to the head of the family? What did you write in that thing? Ah, that's why. If that was the case, it made sense for Crete to detain Kyle. I then asked Kyle another question. Did anything else happen besides them ordering you to be detained? Did they react strangely, for example? Why should I tell you? If you don't tell me. Swish. The moment I twitched my hand, goo poison peeked out from my pocket. Startled, Kyle's face turned pale. It was clear that he was terrified. That's. SHH, keep your voice down. My baby gets anxious around strangers. Baby, my ass. It's all my fault for being a lousy older brother. As I put goo poison back in my pocket, Kyle let out a deep sigh. Still afraid of goo poison, he began to speak haltingly. Well, it's not like he reacted strangely or anything. He just muttered, it seems the time has come. Was there any change in his behavior? If you're asking if anything changed after that, I wouldn't know. I wasn't in the bear's family before then. I see. It was certain that there was some sort of reaction. The time has come. What could that possibly mean? And what was Crete planning? It was now clear that it was related to the additional sentence I had written in the letter to Kyle. No answer came to mind immediately. There were only countless speculations. But at least he was able to carry out some of the things I ordered. It wasn't a complete waste. It seemed Kyle had managed to obtain information while at the bear's mansion. I was very curious about his methods. How did he manage to gather information under Crete's watch? I was able to find the answer to that soon enough. When I said I wanted to go outside, the head of the family immediately gave me permission. It's the first time I've seen a demon like that. Oh dear. I sighed inwardly. The arrogant Crete. As he did with me, he had allowed Kyle to wander outside even though he didn't trust him. How could demons be so consistent? Did they have that much faith in goo poison? Or were they so sure that no one could escape their grasp? It's almost frightening. If Crete had acted this way without the skill to back it up, I would have scoffed, but he had the ability to be arrogant. It was rather convincing. As I came to terms with why Crete had let Kyle wander around, I moved on to the main topic. So, which hidden dungeon did you learn about? Do you have a map or anything? You and the head of the family, you're both the same, using me like this. That's life. Shut up. While muttering curses, Kyle began to tell me about the hidden dungeons he had learned about. And after hearing all the information about the hidden dungeons Kyle had discovered, I couldn't help but stiffen my expression. These dungeons were. The rewards are too lousy? How did you manage to find out about such dungeons? I worked hard to find them. To begin with, the demon realm is in ruins, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all the treasures were taken by the humans. So, this is all that's left. Still, this was far below my expectations. All the hidden dungeons Kyle had found were of intermediate difficulty or lower. This meant that the items inside would not be very valuable. However, it was a shame to miss out on the dungeons he had gone through the trouble of finding. Let's go together later. What? Together? With you? Then who should I go with? Don't be ridiculous. Oh my, mind your language. The young lady might hear you. Your precious lady isn't even here. Kyle seemed to be fuming, but it couldn't be helped. Wouldn't it be easier to find our way if Kyle came along? Anyway, let's save the reunion joy for later. The bear's escorts seemed to be preparing to return to the territory. They shouted at us. You two get on board. Thump. I put my hand on Kyle's shoulder and said, come on, let's go. Home. That's not my home. Kyle wiped his tear-stained face with a rough hand, his expression gloomy. I grabbed his arm and forced him onto the carriage. I want to go home. Even after getting on the carriage, Kyle couldn't shake off his gloom and continued to shed tears. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. ******. The Bear's Mansion. A maid was rushing through the halls. Her destination was the room of the Lord's daughter. She had been serving and caring for the young lady since she was a child. Having lost her mother at a young age, the maid's heart ached whenever she saw the young lady's gloomy demeanor. She was on her way to deliver news that she hoped would cheer her up. Knock, knock. She was so out of breath from rushing that she could barely speak as she knocked on the door. My lady, please open the door. But there was no answer from inside the room. Naturally, the door remained closed. Only a cold silence filled the air. So she shouted, the Lord and your escorts have returned. But the door remained shut. My lady. Realizing it was futile, the maid turned to leave. Just as she was about to walk away, disappointed. Creak. The door to the young lady's room opened. Bears Renee. A hint of a smile touched her usually gloomy face. You're finally here. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @friendly_nocties for subscription on KO-Fi. We seem to have almost arrived. Quite a bit of time passed after we got on the carriage before we were able to arrive at the Bear's family mansion. The exterior of the mansion that I saw before. Even so, it was hard to shake off the feeling of grandeur. Certainly, although their influence has waned now, the Bear's family is one of the 7 families that represent the demon realm. Among them, the Bear's family is by far the best. There seemed to be a difference in perspective when I knew something about the Bear's family and when I didn't. The Bears are great. Therefore, they are arrogant. I don't know what consequences that arrogance will bring. No, maybe I know. Maybe I just don't remember exactly. I feel like I remember. The end of the Bear's family. I must have written about that. Since I already wrote about the demon realm being destroyed, I would have described how the Bear's family perished for whatever reason. What was the reason? No matter how much I thought about it, the answer didn't come to me. I have a strong intuition that it's related to Crete's actions, but there's not much for sure. Sigh. As I was thinking about the future of the Bear's family, Kyle, who was next to me, sighed deeply. At this, I turned my gaze to look at Kyle. Kyle, who had a sharp impression, had changed into a gloomy impression at some point. What exactly happened while I was gone? But since I didn't really want to worry about other guys, I decided to check my current status. Status window. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange 4. Trait, interest absorption killing intent pitch black mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis 3 sword lacquer 3. Mana, 5021 N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. I opened my mouth at the status window that appeared before my eyes. I haven't been checking my status window often lately because I haven't had time. But I couldn't help but be surprised by the steep growth that had taken place. First of all, the total amount of mana finally exceeded 5,000. This wasn't enough for me to reach the level I was aiming for, but at least there would be no one inside and who could follow me. Of course, it's limited to students. Maybe I could have the upper hand against the combat instructors, but I still can't even dream of defeating the headmaster. The headmaster is at a level that no one but someone of Crete's caliber can deal with. Besides, a lot of things seem to have gone up. The proficiency of telekinesis, killing intent, and sword lacquer has increased by 1 level each. I wasn't expecting anything other than the total amount of mana, but this is the result of this growth. I was so moved that tears welled up in my eyes. I remember being depressed when sword lacquer wasn't registered in the status window, but now that I see it as a proper characteristic, I feel indescribable. And yet, the feeling that comes from not being able to fit in among the strongest in the worldview, despite all my hard work, seems to be a bonus. Nothing to regret. Now, the next level I had to look at was to exceed 10,000 in total mana. Having more than 10,000 mana means being able to compete with beings like Crete or the Headmaster with mana alone. The Headmaster and Crete. The name of the level that the two of them reached is this. The Demigod Realm. The beings closest to divinity were Crete and the Headmaster. It's easy to think that the Sword Saint and the heads of the 6 families that appear in the original are about the same. And there was only one reason why I had to reach that level. Strength. While this is also a reason, it cannot be called the fundamental one. The real reason I had to enter the Demigod Realm was because it was the only way to counter Diana's power. For example, the only ability that can rival Diana's. Even this doesn't work if Diana's powers are fully bloomed. That's why I have to reach the Demigod Realm in a short period of time, but that's easier said than done. Who wouldn't want to reach the Demigod Realm? It's just that they can't because they're not skilled enough. To reach the Demigod Realm, not only did the total amount of mana have to exceed 10,000, but enlightenment was also required. And I don't know what that enlightenment is. I did describe what kind of enlightenment the main characters get and how they reach the Demigod Realm, but it's definitely different from the enlightenment I need to break through the wall of the Demigod. Tisk. I clicked my tongue at the headache. Reaching the Demigod Realm was still too far away for me. How can I, who hasn't even properly learned fighting spirit, reach the Demigod Realm? It would be impossible unless I used some kind of trick like when I learned the murderous intent. As I was thinking about the Demigod Realm, get off now, a roar echoed in my ears. As I was lost in thought even though I had arrived at the bear's mansion, another servant called out to me. Oh dear, the good old days are gone. At this, I let out a sigh and got up from my seat. And I woke up Kyle, who was sleeping with his eyes tightly closed in the seat next to me. You should get off too, Kyle. They say we've arrived. Have we reached the gates of hell? Perhaps because you lived in the human world, you make jokes that humans use. As unfortunate as it may sound, there is no such thing as hell in the demon realm. Fuck. Sob, sob. Kyle got up from his seat with tears in his eyes. Thud dash. After getting off the carriage like that, I started walking after Kyle. And I asked Kyle what I was going to ask. By the way, how did all these people get to the gluttony domain? Because of you. I frowned at Kyle's words. As if anyone doesn't know that. It wasn't that I didn't know that Crete had personally visited the gluttony domain to bring me back. What I'm really curious about is, I mean, why did you visit the gluttony domain to pick me up? Well, Kyle hesitated as if to speak to me. Scratch, scratch dash. Then he started answering while scratching the back of his head roughly. Never tell anyone else that I told you this. All right. I nodded seriously at Kyle's words. I'll be sure to tell them later. As I was smiling wickedly to myself, Kyle opened his mouth. Didn't the young lady you serve cry? The Lord seems to have worked hard because of that. I'd like to ask for a detailed story about that. Renee cried. I couldn't understand what the situation was. Judging by Crete's reaction in the carriage earlier, it seemed true that Renee had cried. I don't know if Crete came to scold me for that, but anyway, he must have come because of that. First of all, I decided to hear more from Kyle because nothing was certain. I don't know much. Your master isn't the type to talk much, is she? So, I just guessed that she cried because of you. How is that my fault? I opened my mouth at Kyle's strange way of thinking. How could his thought process go that way? Then is there any other reason why the young lady would cry? No matter how much I think about it, there doesn't seem to be any other reason. Well, I'm just telling you what the other servants are speculating. In other words, it's an unverified rumor. Then the Lord wouldn't have tried to bring you back. If a rumor has spread, it means there is some truth hidden in it. Since he's saying things that an informant would say, it makes it believable. Although Kyle is in this state right now, he's still a spy who was properly raised in the human world and dispatched. So I couldn't just ignore Kyle's words. Well, I understand for now. Is that all you're going to say? Kyle tilted his head and asked, thinking that my reaction was more bland than he thought. To such a reaction, I chuckled and opened my mouth. Hey, of course not. Then are you going to show me something? You can look forward to it. What kind of reaction are you going to show me? Kyle made a puzzled expression at my sudden seriousness. At this, I laughed and quickened my pace. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The place I headed to as soon as I arrived at the bear's mansion. It was a place I had visited countless times. Of course, I've never been inside, and I've only waited outside. Anyway, the moment I arrived at my destination. My lady, I'm sorry. I knelt in front of Renee's door and waited for her to come out. Next to me, Kyle was kneeling with a dissatisfied look on his face. Why me too? Kyle couldn't understand this situation where he was begging Renee's forgiveness with me. At this, I clicked my tongue and opened my mouth. Although our bodies are different, our hearts are the same, aren't they? If there's a problem, we should work together. But why is it that only I seem to be with you through your difficult times? Please be quiet. You never know when the lady might come out. I bickered with Kyle and waited for Renee to come out. However, even after waiting for several minutes on my knees, Renee didn't seem to come out of the door. Ugh, my legs are getting numb. Should I check if Renee is inside, just in case? Since there's no answer, it seems like she's really not inside. Why don't we just go back? Otherwise, the butler will nag at me again. Kyle had already become Bear's loyal servant. I opened my mouth to answer. Let's wait a little longer. The lady might be inside. Please wait a moment. In the end, I decided to check if Renee was in the room, even if it meant being rude. I activated my senses and scanned the inside of the room. But I blinked in bewilderment. I thought Renee would definitely be inside the room. No, actually, it was true that she was in the room. The problem is, what are you doing there? I asked Renee, who seemed to be eavesdropping on my conversation with Kyle with her ear to the door. However, there was still no answer from Renee. An awkward silence flowed between me and Renee, separated by the door. Neither of us spoke first, we just stood there in silence. Awkward. It was incredibly awkward. Why did Renee open the door as if she wasn't there when she was clearly inside the room? There had to be a reason, but no one would be stupid enough to ask that question in this kind of atmosphere. Or so I thought. Why won't you open the door? There was actually someone that stupid. Kyle was looking back and forth between me and the door with curious eyes. His instincts, honed as a spy, seemed to sense that the current situation was unusual, prompting his intense curiosity. Sigh. I let out a sigh. What should I do? One thing was for sure. Renee didn't want to see me right now. I wondered if she had completely lost interest in me, but that didn't seem to be the case. If she had, she wouldn't have been eavesdropping on my conversation with Kyle at the door. Then, why was she acting like this? No matter how much I thought about it, the answer wouldn't come to me. But I couldn't just stand here forever. Taking a deep breath, I finally spoke. My lady, if it's inconvenient for you to see me today, I'll come back another time. But Renee still didn't answer. It wasn't like I didn't want to talk to her. In fact, there were a lot of things I wanted to ask her because her recent behavior had been so strange. Of course, it was unclear how she would react if I asked her about it, but while I was facing off against Renee at the door, an idea came to me. Should I try one last time? I took a deep breath and spoke to Renee. If you don't want to talk to me today, knock twice. If you do, don't knock. The door didn't budge, so I decided to just open the door and go in. I told her not to knock if she wanted to talk, so it was practically the same as her agreeing. Well, it was a bit of a stretch, but it was necessary. I don't know what Crete will do to me. For some reason, Crete had overheard Renee crying because of me and had even come out to greet me personally. But if Renee continued to act like this, there was no way I would be able to escape Crete's wrath. So I needed to open the door to Renee's room, even if it meant forcing it. Creak dash. With a determined look, I turned the doorknob of the tightly closed door. However, the door was open. I thought Renee had closed it tightly, but it wasn't. It opened with a slight turn of the doorknob. What was going on? Did Renee want to talk to me, or was she trying to avoid me? The more I thought about it, the more puzzled I became by her attitude. Just as I was about to open Renee's door. Sir Kyle, please go somewhere else for the time being. Yeah, go have a nice chat. At my words, Kyle looked relieved and hurriedly fled the scene. It seemed like he was very uncomfortable with the thought of having to talk to the daughter of House Bears. It was true that there was no need for Kyle to talk to Renee, but if I were to go inside the room, Kyle would have to make eye contact with her. Since that would be quite uncomfortable for him, I was being considerate. Of course, it was also because I wanted to talk to Renee alone. Creak dash. Excuse me? Only after Kyle was out of sight did I open the door. As I had confirmed, Renee's door opened without any lock. As I took a step inside, I spoke. Greetings, my lady. Nov. L. B. //JNN. Renee, who had been standing by the door. The moment I entered, she covered herself completely with her blanket. Why was she acting like this? But I couldn't just force her to remove the blanket. If I did, Crete's hellfire magic might erupt. Scoot dash. For the time being, I put on a friendly smile and sat on Renee's bed, with my back to her. Did the servants treat you rudely while I was away? Renee didn't answer me again. I asked her several other questions, but she only remained silent. Scoot dash. Feeling puzzled, I moved my ear closer to Renee's face. It was possible that I was mistaken and she wasn't actually Renee, so I had to make sure. Wheezing dash. As I listened to the occasional sound of her breathing, I became certain that she was Renee. The breathing was so faint and delicate that only Renee could have made such a sound, and it was impossible for me, her escort, to not recognize it. Then, why wouldn't she even show her face, let alone speak? I couldn't figure it out. In the end, I started to mumble to myself. Come to think of it, the Lord said you were crying. Did something happen? Flinch. Renee reacted to my question. But that was all. She didn't remove the blanket that was covering her face, so all I could tell was that her shoulders were shaking. If I could see her expression, I would know how she was feeling. Eventually, I had no choice but to scratch the back of my head and give up on the conversation. Renee was either giving vague responses or not speaking at all, so I couldn't continue the conversation. It couldn't be helped. It seemed like the only thing I could do was come back when Renee felt like talking to me. It seems like I've disturbed your rest. Please call me again when you have time to talk. As I got up to leave Renee's room, scoot dash. Renee grabbed the hem of my sleeve. It was a very weak grip, one that I could have easily shaken off. But it wasn't easy to shake off. Her gesture had a magical power that made me sit back down. Scoot dash. In the end, I sat down on the bed again. As I looked down, I saw that Renee had removed the blanket and revealed her face. And I couldn't help but be flustered. Renee had really been crying. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her usually shiny black hair had lost its luster and turned dull. At the sight of her, I spoke in a bewildered voice. What happened? Something bad happened. Finally, Renee spoke. Something bad. What kind of bad thing had happened? According to the rumors spreading through the Bears mansion, Kyle had said that Renee was crying because of me. Could this be related to those rumors? If that was true, I wouldn't be able to say a word even if Crete tore me to shreds. As I was trembling in fear. It's not, because of you? I see. Whew. Only then was I able to breathe a sigh of relief. Since the person involved said it wasn't my fault, I felt like I could finally breathe again. I was glad that the first problem was solved immediately, but the fundamental problem wasn't solved yet. Then, why were you crying? If there's anyone who's bothering you, I'll teach them a lesson. I smiled, vowing to teach them a lesson. However, the words that came out of Renee's mouth were beyond my ability to handle. Dad. He made me cry, Dad did. I chose to remain silent. Oh, I see. Crete made Renee cry? Aha, I see. Can I take that back? You're pathetic. I have always been like that. You're terrible. Renee's words were harsh. I drooped my shoulders sadly. There was no need to be so harsh. Whether my feelings were hurt or not, Renee chuckled softly. Well, it seemed like her mood had improved a little. More importantly, then, why did the Lord make you cry? I took the opportunity to ask what I was curious about. I didn't understand. I couldn't figure out why that daughter-obsessed man would make Renee cry. I was even more curious about how he had made her cry. And the moment I asked that question, Renee's expression darkened. She lowered her head as if she was about to burst into tears again. He's leaving this place. Leaving? You mean he's moving from the Bears estate to another location? No. Then, could you explain where he's leaving to? Renee closed her mouth again. Looking at her, I realized that she wouldn't answer even if I asked her more. In the end, I had to figure it out myself or ignore it. Besides, it seemed like it would be better not to ask her any more questions right now. Renee looked so precarious as if she would crumble at any moment. I had a strong feeling that if I stressed her out anymore, she wouldn't be able to handle it. But there was nothing I could do for her. All I could do was this. Scoot dash. I gently stroked Renee's hair and spoke. Even if the Lord leaves, I'll be by your side. Take comfort in that. You won't leave me. Of course. Didn't I make an eternal vow to you? I gave her a reassuring smile. Renee smiled softly. I know it's a lie. My shoulders trembled at her words. As I was about to say something, Renee smiled again. But still, her voice was as delicate as it was precarious. Bonus chapter thanks to @botjudy for subscription on ko-fi.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Rest well. Yes. Please call for me anytime if you need anything. I'll see you tomorrow. After exchanging a few more words, I decided to leave Renee's room. Renee didn't stop me, as if she too thought we had talked enough. Click. As I left Renee's room, what did she mean? I tried to interpret the words Renee had left me with, a sorrowful smile on her face. I'm going to pretend to believe you. That's what Renee said. I couldn't understand why she would say such a thing, and it only served to complicate my feelings. What void in her was Renee trying to fill with me? Whose image was she reminiscing about to make such a wistful expression? Renee's mother. It must have been her. There was no one else it could be. I knew Renee was seeking comfort by superimposing her mother's image onto me, and I also knew that this feeling was a far cry from love. It was futile to seek someone's longing in another. Even if I disappeared, Renee's pain would only be temporary. And yet, why do I feel so uneasy? I couldn't find peace of mind. Someday, I had a strong feeling that Renee would be shattered and broken, echoing in my mind. Why are Renee and I so filled with fear? No matter how much I pondered, the answer remained elusive. So for the time being, I decided to stay by Renee's side to reassure her. If Renee were to cry again, who knows what Crete might do? As this thought crossed my mind, I frowned. Wait, wasn't it him who made her cry? What an absurd story. If Renee wasn't lying, then it had to be true. But then, why did Crete threaten me, claiming that I had made Renee cry? The absurdity of the situation baffled me, and anger towards Crete began to stir within me. Did he just dump all the blame on me? Knowing Crete, it wouldn't be beneath him. He was arrogant enough to shift all the blame onto others, saying things like, I would never do such a thing. That damn bastard. Once I reach the level of a demigod, I'll make him pay. As I was fuming about Crete, thud, I stopped in my tracks. After leaving Renee's room, I headed for the training grounds. In the past, I would have trained with Renee, but she didn't seem to be in the mood for it, so I was going to train alone. But to my surprise, there was someone I hadn't expected to see in the training grounds. Who is that? A young girl, bearing a resemblance to both Crete and Renee, was swinging a sword in the training grounds. It wasn't even a real sword but a wooden one. With her small stature and lack of muscle, it seemed unlikely she had the strength to wield a real sword. More than that, what I was curious about was her identity. They look quite alike. At first glance, I could tell that she resembled both Renee and Crete. Perhaps she was Renee's blood relative, inheriting the blood of the Bears family. But one thing that stood out was that her appearance wasn't as cold as Crete's. Instead, she possessed a certain radiance. A warmth that enveloped you just by looking at her. To think that someone from Crete's bloodline, capable of emitting such warmth, existed within the Bears mansion. I don't recall ever seeing them while I've been at the Bears mansion. As I racked my brain, trying to figure out her identity, thump. The young girl, who had been striking a straw dummy with her wooden sword, collapsed. My body reacted instinctively. I dashed towards the child, my feet kicking up dust. Why? There was no time to dwell on such questions. The moment I saw the girl fall, a protective instinct surged within me, like a fire igniting in my heart. Are you all right? Yes. I asked as I helped the black-haired girl to her feet. She managed a nod, her head bobbing slightly. It seemed she wasn't seriously hurt, which came as a relief. Wait. Why am I relieved? This girl and I were strangers who had never met before. And yet, the moment I saw her fall, I was overcome with worry and concern for her well-being. Russell. I lowered my gaze to get a better look at her. She resembled Crete and Renee, but with a delicate beauty and aura unique to her, creating a wistful impression. How could someone like this exist in this family? As I pondered this, a realization dawned upon me. Come to think of it, the next head of the Bears family. In the original story, the successor after Crete wasn't Renee, but another male candidate. Which meant a boy. I was taken aback to learn that the child in front of me wasn't a girl, but a boy. I tried my best not to let my surprise show, but it was hard to believe that this delicate-looking child was actually male. As I stood there, momentarily speechless. Thank you, for helping me up. The boy spoke, brushing the dirt off himself. His voice was androgynous enough to make me doubt his gender once more. I quickly gathered my thoughts and responded. Don't mention it. I was merely doing my duty as an escort of the Bears family. Escort? The boy's eyes lit up at my words. What was this? Did he know who I was? As I looked at him with a flicker of anticipation, he gave me a sheepish grin. Sorry, I actually don't know your name. I heard Renee got an escort, but... I see. Well, it was true. Ever since I settled into the Bears family, the servants had been buzzing about me. Rumors spread like wildfire that I was Crete's secret weapon, a thief who stole a night with the esteemed lady of the house. All baseless, of course, but as an outsider, a half-demon, I was an easy target for gossip. At least most of the rumors about me had become positive, thanks to my diligent work ethic. Though, there were still quite a few young servants who were terrified of my appearance. Anyway, should I address you as young master? I wasn't sure of his name either, so I wasn't sure how to address him. The boy shook his head. You don't have to be so formal. It feels a bit awkward. Just call me by my name. Forgive my impoliteness, but I don't believe I've had the pleasure of learning your name. I've only been working as Lady Renee's personal guardian. Oh, right. I understand. The boy flashed another bright smile as he continued. Thump. His smile made me speechless for a moment. Even knowing he was male, my heart skipped a beat. If he were a girl, my heart would have probably exploded by now. As I placed a hand over my thumping chest, the boy spoke again. Well, you can learn it now. Yes, of course. My tongue felt tied for a moment, so I simply nodded, my mouth slightly agape. My name is Anna Bears. Anna. Such a lovely name. Thanks. My mother gave it to me. Mother. His words made me realize who Anna resembled, aside from Crete. Anna inherited his radiance from his mother. It dawned on me why Crete, despite his cold demeanor, cared for his family and reminisced about his late wife. Of course, he would miss her. If I had a lover as radiant as Anna, I would dedicate my everything to them. To be honest, sacrificing everything for a lover didn't really fit my personality, but if it were someone like Anna, I could understand. Just looking at him brought a sense of warmth. A protective instinct welled up within me, a desire to shield that smile from any harm. And on top of that, he had such a bright and cheerful personality, neither timid nor overly reserved. If the mistress of the Bears family had a personality similar to Anna's, Crete was one lucky bastard. Feeling a pang of jealousy towards Crete, I pushed aside any further thoughts about Renee's mother. Instead, I decided to ask Anna something that had been on my mind. But if I may ask, what brings you to the training grounds? Forgive my presumption, but I was under the impression that you were not in good health and mostly stayed confined indoors. Has there been a change in your condition? Well, that's not entirely accurate. It's not that I'm unwell, it's just... As Anna began to explain. Hey, Adele. Kyle, who had previously run away from Renee and me, approached us. Anna immediately stopped talking. Tisk. It seemed like he didn't want to speak about it in front of Kyle. I'd have to ask him again later. By the way, to what do I owe the pleasure? You were quite eager to escape my company earlier. What are you talking about? You told me to go. I don't recall ever associating myself with someone like you. Cut it out. Anyway, the old man. I mean, the Lord is looking for you, so get going. Kyle quickly corrected himself after almost referring to Crete disrespectfully. He had clearly remembered Anna's presence and adjusted his words accordingly. Looks like I'll have to watch my tongue around here. I clicked my tongue internally and turned to leave. Before heading towards Crete's office, I looked back at Anna and gave him a small wave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Anna. I'll see you around. Yeah, I'll be at the training grounds for a while, so stop by if you have time. I will. He was Renee's blood relative, so maybe I should offer him some swordsmanship pointers. Who knows, maybe I'd get something good out of it. With that thought in mind, I headed towards Crete's office. And not long after, thump dash. I was thrown out of Crete's office. About 10 minutes ago, I entered Crete's office at his summons. As I had seen before, the interior was meticulously organized, as if belonging to someone with OCD. It's been a while since I've been here. I had often been here since I first arrived at the Bears mansion, whenever Crete would give me chores. And this was also the place where Crete had force-fed me the goo poison. Thinking back to the past, I naturally found myself lost in memories. Good memories of the past. Good memories. No matter how much I thought about it, there didn't seem to be any memories that could be called good. I quickly shook my head to clear my thoughts and looked away. There's Crete. He was sitting at his desk, going through a mountain of documents one by one. The speed at which he worked was astonishing. As expected of the head of the 7 deadly sins. Seeing Crete so engrossed in his work reminded me of Samuel in Gluttony's territory. He would also need to improve his ability to handle work like Crete if he were to rebuild his own territory later. Well, I thought Samuel would do well on his own, but I was also a little worried. Wouldn't he die from overwork at this rate? Not that it's any of my business. So, I decided to wait patiently until Crete was done with his work. And so, I waited in front of Crete for a long time. I frowned slightly. My legs are starting to hurt. Crete, so engrossed in whatever he was doing, didn't even seem to acknowledge my presence, even though he had called for me. Judging by his serious demeanor, it seemed to be something important. Just how important was it that Crete was putting so much effort into it? As I had seen earlier, Crete was a very fast worker. I could even say that even Samuel, with his current lack of experience, couldn't match his speed. However, for Crete to take this long, is it related to what Crete is planning? Crete, who was planning something, was putting his heart and soul into it. If that was the case, the sheer volume of work he had wasn't hard to understand. However, I was at a loss because I didn't know what he was planning. And so, I waited even longer for Crete to finish his work, and it was only after a long time that he finally looked up from the pile of documents. Swoosh. And he stared at me. Flinch. I couldn't help but shudder as Crete's cold gaze fell upon me. The look Crete had been giving me all this time had been one of indifference. Even that was enough to scare me, but his gaze now was completely different. His eyes were beastly, or perhaps, a wounded beast. Crete was giving me a look I had never seen before. It wasn't that I had done anything wrong to deserve such a look. Crete had been giving that look to the documents. Seeing that, I became curious about what kind of documents Crete was working on. But there was no way I would dare to ask him about it directly. I simply met Crete's gaze and spoke. I heard you called for me, master. But if you're busy, I can come back later. Swoosh. But Crete shook his head. It meant there was no need. And then Crete began to speak to me. You have curious eyes. Yes. I nodded obediently. I had a feeling that Crete would see through any lies I told, so I immediately agreed. And I was curious about what Crete was planning, hoping that my current sense of unease was just my imagination. However, even with my affirmation, Crete only shook his head. You'll find out soon enough. I have a job for you then, so focus on improving your skills like you are now. Swoosh. With that said, Crete beckoned me with his hand. It was a gesture to come closer. Thump, thump. Unable to disobey, I moved towards Crete. Crete then glanced at me with an indifferent look. And then Crete spoke. You've grown? Yes, I have. You seem to have just learned fighting spirit, but your mana capacity is overflowing. That is correct. I couldn't help but be astonished by his words as he accurately assessed my condition at a glance. JNN. A master like Crete could easily see through my level. The insurmountable gap between me and Crete. I realized it once again and opened my mouth. Actually, I haven't properly learned fighting spirit. Oh? Explain what you mean by not properly learning fighting spirit. Well, that is. I explained to Crete that I had learned killing aura instead of fighting spirit. I thought that Crete, of all people, might be able to give me some advice on my current level. However, I had conveyed it without mentioning that I was using killing aura as a trait, so Crete didn't seem to fully understand. Show me? Yes. Crete told me to demonstrate. Thus, I activated my trait, killing aura, and poured my killing intent into Fang of Darkness. Crete's eyes then lit up with interest. You've condensed the energy of killing intent into your sword. Not a bad approach. Is that so? Crete saw through the fact that I possessed the energy of killing intent at a glance. Perhaps he had known about it from the moment I arrived. I didn't know why he didn't stop me, unlike Ares. Well, I guess Crete's unique arrogance might be ignoring even the fate of killing intent. However, Crete soon lost interest in killing intent and continued speaking. However, I can't say it's all good. Because no matter what, it's nothing more than a shortcut. I've also been concerned about that. I don't know how I can use proper fighting spirit. I honestly confessed my problem. Crete, who seemed lost in thought for a moment, spoke again. Interesting. What do you mean by interesting? I tilted my head at Crete's sudden remark. Crete chuckled and spoke. The technique you used to imitate fighting spirit doesn't have will imbued in it. But it's full of aura. That's more like sword lacquer than fighting spirit. It wasn't close to fighting spirit, but similar to sword lacquer. Thump. It felt like I had been hit hard on the head. So, what I've been using all along is... No, that couldn't be right. If it was sword lacquer, would it even make sense that it was driving out my fighting spirit? But this can counter fighting spirit, and even win. Why do you think so? What do you mean? Why do you think sword lacquer is weaker than fighting spirit? Crete's words struck a chord with me. Yes. Why did I think fighting spirit was a higher level than sword lacquer? Fighting spirit and sword lacquer were completely different levels. It was true that as one's understanding of martial arts increased, one would realize that fighting spirit was more difficult to learn than sword lacquer, but in reality, the two could not be compared. As Crete had said, if sword lacquer was imbuing a weapon with mana, then fighting spirit was a technique that imbued it with will. Will and aura are different. I had forgotten this simple truth because fighting spirit was difficult to learn. Crete, who had enlightened me, spoke again with an indifferent expression. You bear the fate of killing intent, so you don't need to imbue your sword with will. Since killing aura is already a will of its own, all you need to do is pour in more aura. Thank you. I thanked Crete. For a moment, it felt like a lightning bolt had struck my head. The problem that I had been struggling with had been solved in an instant. Since killing aura was already like will, even if it wasn't proper fighting spirit, if I poured in more mana, my will would be amplified accordingly. It was no different from sword lacquer, which was the principle of condensing mana, but the power would be worlds apart. As I realized this, I felt a sense of shame along with happiness. To think that I would be helped by Crete. I still get angry when I see his shameless face that blames me for making Renee cry, but the fact that he saved me from the eater bird and gave me a solution to my current condition was enough to forgive him a little. If I ever become a demigod, I'll let him live. I forgave Crete a little in my heart and spoke. By the way, may I ask why you called for me? It's nothing much. I asked casually, but I noticed Crete's pupils shake for a moment. It was a very brief flicker, but I couldn't miss it. As I was looking at him suspiciously, Crete spoke. What did my daughter say to you? She said that you made her cry. I told Crete straight away. Twitch. Crete's eyebrows twitched. So it was true. Did she tell you anything else? Crete didn't deny that he had made Renee cry. So, he really did make her cry and put the blame on me. But the atmosphere was too serious for me to bring it up, so I decided to think about what Renee had said to me. What did Renee say? She said you're leaving soon. Leaving? That's not wrong. Crete nodded. Leaving Renee's side? Was that really true? Why would that daughter-obsessed man? May I ask why you're leaving Miss Renee's side? I asked Crete about it. But Crete only frowned. You'll find out then. You're dismissed for today. Crete shook his head and, thump, kicked me out. So I was left standing outside, blinking my small eyes. What was that all about? Quite a bit of time had passed since I was kicked out of Crete's office. It felt like about a week. I felt much more at ease after the long-awaited break. Every day felt like a war back when I was in Sidon. No problems arose at Bear's Mansion, nor were there any instances where blood was shed. I wished this peace could last forever. However, there was one problem. Actually, maybe not a problem. I watched Anna diligently swinging a wooden sword in front of me. When Renee wasn't calling for me, I had nothing else to do, so I often watched Anna train. And so, we started talking to each other, and we formed a decent relationship. I thought Crete or Renee would say something about me being close to Anna, but they didn't. They did say they haven't seen each other more than 5 times in total. Renee's reaction was indifferent when I explained I was currently spending time with Anna. Renee had no interest in the position of the head of the family, and she didn't pay attention to Anna because he was always cooped up in his room. You might think this is some messed up family, but if you think about it, aren't there quite a few families like that if you look around? I think it's easier to think of Renee and Anna's relationship like that. Anyway, he's working hard. I continued to watch Anna swinging the wooden sword. Anna, with his slender physique and androgynous name. It was a fitting combination. The problem was that he didn't seem used to using his body. I wouldn't know why he was swinging the wooden sword. What was it again? Crete told him to. Crete suddenly called Anna, who had been confined to his room, and made him swing a wooden sword. Even Anna didn't know the reason, but he said he had no choice but to obey because of Crete's unique aura. That was what I didn't understand. Anna still hadn't learned sword lacquer yet. As I frowned, trying to figure out Crete's intentions. Thud. Anna let out a short scream and lost his grip on the wooden sword. Drops of blood dripped onto the wooden sword that had fallen to the floor. His palm was torn. I rushed over to Anna and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm not, but I'm going to keep going. Don't stop me. It's best to stop. Your skills won't improve like this." I tried to persuade Anna to stop training, but his attitude was firm. I couldn't help but sigh. Crete. He said he told Anna to improve his skills as soon as possible. But I couldn't help but view that opinion negatively. "Mr. Anna, you. What about me?" "It's nothing." I couldn't bring myself to speak. I couldn't tell someone who was trying so hard that their palm tore that they had no talent. What should I do? Anna's talent in martial arts was, to put it nicely, average. To be honest, he was untalented. He possessed talent that was below average. I don't think he's properly learned the mana breathing method. The amount of mana he possessed wasn't that great either. I could sense the unique mana of the bears, but that was all. On top of that, he didn't even have a talent for magic. In fact, I thought it would be better for Anna to focus on his studies rather than learning the sword. Anna is the next head of the bears. Although his talent in martial arts was lacking, Anna's mind was sharp. He only read books in his room, but he was the second most knowledgeable person after Samuel. But why? The reason Crete called the next head of the family Anna and made him learn martial arts. I couldn't figure it out, and it gave me a headache. Why was he tormenting a child who had been reading books in his room? Ugh. I let out a sigh and opened my mouth to speak to Anna. "I think it's best to stop here for today." "No, I'm going to do more." Anna stubbornly refused my words. He couldn't easily let go of his training because he thought Crete had expectations for him. But if he continued training any longer today, he could really get hurt. That's why I decided to stop Anna no matter what. If Anna got hurt, it would be me and the other servants who would suffer the consequences. Mr. Anna, I'll teach you swordsmanship properly later, so please stop here for today. If you get hurt, you won't be able to train for a while, and you won't even be able to do simple movements for a few days. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Alright. Thud. Anna nodded his head and sat down on the ground. Slide. I handed him a flask filled with water. The flask I had brought with me during the invasion of the human realm could hold a lot of water. I also had sandbags, but I didn't use them because I didn't really need them. Gulp, gulp. Anna took the flask from me and started to drink water. After drinking for a while, Anna straightened the flask and wiped the water from her mouth with the back of her hand. Phew, that's refreshing. Hydration is essential during exercise. Otherwise, I know. Stop nagging. I stared silently at Anna, who cut me off. What should I say? He was similar to Renee, but also different. I clicked my tongue inwardly and then got up. I had to take care of Renee as well as Anna. I feel like I've become the exclusive servant of the Bear's siblings. Actually, it wasn't just a feeling, it was the truth. Creed had secured the protection of his son and daughter for free, and if something like Anna getting hurt today happened, he would yell at me. If he cherishes his children so much, he should take care of them himself. I didn't understand why he left Renee, and I didn't understand why he was suddenly making Anna train. Did he get some strange idea in his head? Anyway, I'll be going now. Yeah, take good care of my sister. I don't know what you mean by take good care, but I'll try my best. Good attitude. And really, teach me swordsmanship tomorrow. Alright. Since I promised, I had no choice but to teach him, even if it was just the basics. The problem was, I wasn't very good with long swords, so I wasn't sure how it would go. Maybe I should tell him in advance to switch to daggers. But Renee used a long sword, so I couldn't tell him to give up on swordsmanship altogether. I thought it might be a good idea to teach him some practical combat skills. Anyway, I moved my feet and headed for Renee's room. I had an important proposal to make to Renee today. *****. With an awkward smile, I entered Renee's room. Renee, who was sitting on the bed, stared at me and opened her mouth. It's unusual for you to come looking for me first. I couldn't help but scratch the back of my head at Renee's words. The reason I came to see Renee today wasn't entirely pure. I opened my mouth with difficulty. There's a place I'd like you to go with me. Where? Well, I recently found a secret realm, and since it's an intermediate to high-level secret realm, I need your help. I spoke as gently as possible to appease Renee. I wanted to finally visit the secret realm that Kyle had found. I didn't know what the rewards would be, but I was sure there would be something valuable. It was common knowledge that secret realms that were difficult to clear or located in remote areas had amazing rewards. However, Renee might find it annoying or difficult, so I tried to be as careful as possible with my words. But, okay, if you don't want to, I can go alone. Huh, really? I was surprised when Renee readily agreed to my proposal. She's really coming with me? I thought persuading Renee would be the most difficult task, so I was wondering what to do. I had decided to go with Kyle, but he wasn't exactly a great fighter, even if he was exaggerating. But with Renee, it was a different story. With her, whose skills were similar to mine, it would be much easier. As I stood there dumbfounded, Renee tilted her head. Why, don't you want me to come? No, I was just so happy that I was at a loss for words. Smooth talker. Although it was an obvious lie, Renee didn't seem offended and twitched the two horns on her head. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief and told Renee the brief schedule. We're planning to visit the day after tomorrow morning, but do you have any other plans? Nope. That's good to hear. Then I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Okay. After setting a schedule with Renee, I was about to leave. When you talked to Dad, Renee spoke to me as I was about to leave. Feeling the atmosphere grow heavy, I nodded my head. Are you talking about our conversation the other day? Yeah, you didn't explain it then. Renee was asking if Creed had explained why he was leaving her. So, I nodded. Yes, the Lord didn't tell me. He said I'd find out when the time was right. Right. Renee nodded her head as if she understood. Then, she closed her eyes, lost in thought. She seemed to be thinking about something, so I decided not to disturb her. Slide. Click. I quietly left Renee's room and closed the door. As I walked down the hallway, I became lost in thought. Renee, Creed, and Anna. What secret were they hiding? And what was Creed planning? For some reason, this uneasy feeling won't go away. It seemed like I wouldn't be sleeping peacefully for a while. Bonus chapter thanks to @Genki for subscription on Ko-Fi. The next day, as promised to Anna, I visited the Bear's training grounds to teach his swordsmanship. There, Anna stood with a wooden sword in hand, his eyes fixed on me with firm resolve. Are you ready for your lesson? Yes. His spirit was commendable. Of course, his skills remained to be seen. Actually, there was nothing to see. I already knew Anna's skills were abysmal. There were two things Anna could learn in this lesson. First, the awakening of an unimaginable talent. For example, Anna might possess a talent for magic, daggers, or something else besides swordsmanship. However, it was safe to say that the possibility of that was close to zero. If he had such talent, Creed would have already taught him. Second, at least raise his swordsmanship to a human level. I wasn't sure how this would go. First, I needed to cross swords with Anna to see his talent firsthand. At a glance, it seemed non-existent. Still, as I had promised to teach him, I had to try. Please use this for now. I tossed a wooden dagger to Anna. Why are you giving me this? Anna asked with a puzzled expression. Your basic stamina is too poor to wield a long sword, Mr. Anna. It would be better to use a lighter dagger for now. Using a dagger would also significantly reduce the chances of his hands getting torn and injured. Anna quickly agreed and grabbed the dagger. Okay, I'll try. Good posture. I'll watch you closely, Mr. Anna. Please attack me comfortably. All right. Whoosh. As soon as Anna gripped the dagger, he swung it at me. I dodged the attack with a simple sidestep. Indeed, wielding a lighter dagger made his movements better than before. It was still subpar, but at least it was watchable. Not bad. However, you tend to overuse your waist when swinging the dagger. What's wrong with that? Twisting your waist too much when swinging a dagger will cause problems when retrieving it. A dagger is a weapon for swift surprise attacks. Use your waist lightly unless it's a sure strike. Got it. I explained as simply as possible for Anna to understand. Having spent time with Samuel, it seemed I had also become quite skilled at explaining things. Anna immediately incorporated my advice into his movements. Whoosh, whoosh. Anna's dagger swung, barely missing me. Each time, I effortlessly dodged his attacks. Ugh. Anna groaned, realizing his blade hadn't even grazed my hair. But it couldn't be helped. Could an ordinary person really keep up with me, who possessed a natural talent for assassination? The training, with Anna swinging his sword and me advising his movements, continued for about 30 minutes before coming to an end. Huff, huff. Good work. As I had done before, I handed Anna a water bottle. Thanks. Anna accepted the bottle and started to drink. Watching Anna drenched in sweat, I fell into thought. Yes, as I thought, Anna has no talent for movement. Certainly, his skills improved quickly after I adjusted my teaching to his level. However, this was only the level of common students found throughout Sidon. His skills were clearly lacking to even step into the realm of geniuses. I couldn't help but click my tongue inwardly. This meant he had no talent for swords, daggers, or any other weapons. So, what should I do? The only thing left is magic. She might unexpectedly show outstanding talent in magic, but the amount of mana Anna possessed wasn't that great. Therefore, I was troubled. Of course, the amount of mana wasn't the sole indicator of magical ability. Just because I possessed more mana than Samuel didn't mean I had achieved a higher level of magic than him. Okay, let's try it. I decided to teach Anna the basics of magic. If he couldn't even perform that properly, I would have no choice but to teach his swordsmanship at the level of an average student in Sidon. Would you like to learn magic as well? Huh. Anna seemed taken aback by my suggestion, his words catching in his throat. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. I couldn't help but be puzzled by his reaction. Did I say something wrong? I didn't say anything particularly offensive. However, one thing was certain, Anna didn't want to learn magic. I asked Anna, do you not want to learn magic? Well, I don't really like magic. I understand. I had no intention of forcing him if he was so against it. It seemed like I should focus on teaching his dagger skills instead of magic. Well, the dagger was the most suitable choice anyway. Even if his physical abilities were lacking, it was small and light, easy to wield and conceal. Perhaps it would be best for Anna to focus on academic pursuits rather than ascending to the Lord position through martial prowess. I was lost in thought when something caught my attention. Flinch. Anna's body stiffened. What was it? Anna's shoulders twitched, and I turned my gaze towards him. And the moment our eyes met, I couldn't help but tense up as well. A man was staring at us with an indifferent gaze. Bears Crete. He had come to find us. It was unusual for him to leave his office. Although I was caught off guard, I couldn't just ignore Crete. So, I spoke to him. Lord, you've arrived. Thud, thud. Ignoring my greeting, Crete walked past me. He stopped in front of Anna. Father, what brings you here? Anna stammered, seemingly intimidated by Crete's aura. Crete glanced at Anna's hands and spoke. Did those wounds come from training? Yes, they did. I wanted to improve my swordsmanship quickly. Didn't I tell you time and again to focus on building your basic stamina? I don't want to. Anna shouted in response to Crete's words. Crete frowned. Well. Anna stammered again. Crete, who had been looking at Anna indifferently, spoke. If that's what you want, I can't force you. But remember not to overexert yourself. Okay. After a brief word to Anna, Crete turned his gaze towards me. I met his eyes, feeling a surge of nervousness. Crete addressed me in a softer tone than before. You're teaching Anna. Yes. If there's a problem, I'll step down and let someone else take over. No, there's no need for that. Having him switch from a sword to a dagger must have been your decision. It was the right choice. Crete was praising me. I couldn't help but be taken aback since I had never seen him praise anyone before. But I didn't dislike it. It meant that even a master recognized the validity of my choices. Then, Crete said something completely unexpected. From now on, you will escort and train both Renee and Anna. I'll even grant you the authority to manage the servants of bears. I was astonished by Crete's words. To think he would entrust me with such a position. It was unbelievable. A sudden and rapid promotion. I was at a loss for words. Nov.L.B//JNN. Leaving me speechless, Crete turned and walked away. I couldn't even bring myself to say goodbye to him. I could only stare at his retreating figure, my mouth slightly agape. After a while, I turned to Anna, who was standing beside me, and asked, "What was that about?" "I'm not sure either," Anna replied with an awkward smile and a shrug. Something felt off. Why did Anna react so strongly to Crete's words? A flicker of curiosity ignited within me. The pendant I possessed allowed me to see the past. I had a feeling that if I used it, I could uncover the truth. Somehow, it felt like everything was connected to the late mistress of bears. Even Rene's aphasia points in that direction. Seeing Crete's strangely gentle demeanor, it seemed like he was reminiscing about his late wife through Anna. Well, I could look into it later. It wasn't the information I needed urgently right now. To clear the awkward air, I clapped my hands and said to Anna, "Let's train a little longer and then call it a day." "Okay." Anna nodded readily. The training continued. I pushed Anna until he collapsed from exhaustion. Of course, I made sure he rested immediately so as not to incur Crete's wrath. Time flew by, and the day arrived for us to depart for the hidden secret realm Kyle had discovered. Early in the morning, I knocked on Rene's door. "My lady, are you ready?" "Wait a moment." Rene asked for a moment to prepare. Having been her escort for a considerable amount of time, I felt like I had become a scholar specializing in Rene studies. Now, I could understand her intentions with just a few words. It was truly a moving experience. As I waited for Rene, click, the door to her room opened. However, I knew better than to enter immediately and risk Rene's wrath. So I waited patiently. Enter. Finally, Rene granted me permission to enter. I stepped into her room, and the sight that greeted me made me blink in surprise. "My lady, what is it?" Rene frowned, seemingly displeased by my reaction. But I couldn't help it. We were supposed to be heading to a hidden secret realm today, and the outfit Rene was wearing was completely unsuitable for such an endeavor. "Is it too dark?" Rene asked timidly, fidgeting with the hem of her black skirt. "No. Well, it was dark. But that wasn't the issue." Seeing me speechless, Rene picked up a pair of pants and muttered, "As I thought, this kind of clothing doesn't suit me." "Not at all. It suits you perfectly." I quickly interjected, trying to salvage the situation and appease Rene. It took me a good 30 minutes of reassurance. But in the end, Rene agreed to change into more practical pants for our expedition to the hidden secret realm. Bonus chapter thanks to @friendly_Nocti and @botjudy for subscription on Ko-Fi. What the hell is he doing here? Rene furrowed her brow. The moment she saw Kyle waiting at the front gate, she couldn't hide her displeasure. I carefully chose my next words, hoping to appease Rene. "He may seem like a handful, but he's quite capable. He's the one who found information about the secret realm we're going to today. That's what I wanted to talk about." Sigh. Rene let out a sigh and shook her head, pouting as if she were offended. Her reaction baffled me, and I couldn't help but wonder what had transpired. Did something happen between Kyle and Rene while I was away from the bear's family? Sneakily, I turned my head to look at Kyle. "I have no idea." However, Kyle only shrugged and puffed his cheeks, unable to provide an answer to Rene's strange behavior without her overhearing. What should I do? It was clear that Rene disliked Kyle, but I couldn't leave him behind and head to the secret realm with just Rene. After all, Kyle possessed all the knowledge about the secret realm's location and its secrets. "Are you saying I don't have to go?" Kyle, misinterpreting Rene's reaction, asked me with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "That wicked little, like I would ever leave you behind." I thoroughly crushed Kyle's inflated expectations, which were filled with excitement. "That's absurd. You're the key to this exploration, Kyle. How could we possibly go anywhere without you? A team without you? I can't even fathom such a thing. That damn Cerberus." Kyle couldn't hold back his tears. In the end, I had no choice but to appease Rene, who seemed upset for reasons unknown. "Rene, I understand if you find him bothersome, but he's not a bad guy. His abilities are quite impressive. I'll make sure he doesn't utter a single word to you, so how about we all go together?" "Fine." Rene reluctantly nodded, her gaze still fixed on Kyle with a hint of annoyance. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kyle trembled in fear, hiding behind my back. Glare. Rene's eyes narrowed even further. Kyle looked at me pleadingly, but I had nothing to say. We had to leave as soon as possible. "Let's go." Afraid that Rene or Kyle might change their minds, I hurriedly started walking. Rene and Kyle had no choice but to follow me without a word. As we made our way out of the bear's mansion and walked for a while, a sudden question popped into my mind. I turned to Kyle and asked, "You mentioned that the secret realm we're looking for is located somewhere along this path, right?" "Yeah, that's right." Could it be the territory of the undead?" "Bingo. How did you know?" At Kyle's words, my brow furrowed. The place we were heading to, I had been there before. The territory of the undead. The place where I fought skeletal soldiers and necromancers, earning the Fang of Darkness and a mountain of gold as rewards. And it was also the place where I had given Rene the full moon spirit ring. However, it was a place we had already visited once. We already visited that place and obtained the treasure. "What? Are you serious?" Kyle looked at Rene in disbelief. Nod. Rene nodded, her confirmation leaving Kyle speechless. "We previously entered an underground secret realm within the territory of the undead and acquired a treasure." "Underground, you say?" As I explained this to Kyle, he frowned. Then, he clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Ah, so there's another hidden secret realm underground. I heard there were 2 secret realms in the territory of the undead. So, you guys already cleared the other one." "What do you mean?" The secret realm I'm talking about is on the surface, not underground. The one you visited must be different. Kyle's words surprised me. Another secret realm within the territory of the undead that even I, the author, was unaware of? The secret realm I found out about is on the surface of that place. I'm telling you, it's not underground. I see. Although I had initially thought we were on the wrong track, thankfully, that wasn't the case. I breathed a sigh of relief. To think there was another secret realm there. Surprisingly, there was a secret realm within the territory of the undead that even I, the original author, was unaware of. To verify, I compared the information I knew about the secret realm in the territory of the undead with the information Kyle had gathered. And I came to a conclusion. As expected, Kyle is an exceptional informant. Although his current situation under the Bears family might seem humble, I couldn't deny the value of Kyle's information-gathering abilities. He had truly brought us information we were unaware of. To gain a clearer understanding, I told Kyle about the treasures we had previously obtained. We acquired this, and the ring that Lady Renee is wearing. Oh yeah? Let me see. Swoosh. I retrieved the Fang of Darkness from my pocket and handed it to Kyle, who began examining it meticulously. It's a remarkable dagger. Even I, someone with no expertise in swords, can sense the dense aura it possesses. This dagger could cut through anything. However, there's a problem. A problem, you say? A problem with the Fang of Darkness? Kyle's words puzzled me. The Fang of Darkness, which I had been using effectively. While it was true that it was weaker than the game-breaking swords I had designed in the original story, the Fang of Darkness was still a formidable weapon. As I questioned him, Kyle's frown deepened as he continued to observe the Fang of Darkness. I'm not saying there's something wrong with your dagger. It's just that I think I know what it is. Slowly. As he spoke, Kyle shifted his gaze towards Renee. Renee instinctively took a step back, startled by Kyle's sudden approach. I had assured her that Kyle wouldn't speak to her, but this time, it couldn't be helped. My lady, would you mind showing Kyle your ring for a moment? No, I don't want to take it off. Renee shook her head, hiding her hand with the ring behind her back. If I were to force her to remove it, she seemed ready to burst into tears. As I pondered how to persuade her, Kyle shook his head. There's no need to remove the ring. I wouldn't dream of asking such a thing. Just allow me to have a proper look. If that's all. Renee couldn't refuse Kyle's polite request. She raised her hand, and Kyle began carefully examining the full moon spirit ring. A few minutes passed. As I thought. Kyle let out a gasp as if he had realized something. Did you discover something? Indeed, I have confirmation. Kyle's confident response filled me with anticipation. What had he figured out? With a smile, Kyle declared. These are tools used for rituals. What? Ritual tools? It was an unexpected revelation. However, as Kyle elaborated, I found myself gradually becoming convinced. The secret realm territory we're headed to was once inhabited by sorcerers. It is said that they performed rituals using two treasures. You mean? You're thinking along the right lines. The treasures you found in that other secret realm within the territory are likely the key to unraveling the secrets of the secret realm we seek. Oh. As Kyle concluded his explanation, I felt a sense of certainty. The full moon spirit ring and the Fang of Darkness were indeed ritual tools. And at that moment, a wave of self-deprecation washed over me. Why hadn't I realized this before? I had clearly written about the territory of the undead, so how could I not have known? It was baffling. But this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. For now, I had no choice but to focus on the positive. Dwelling on it now wouldn't provide any answers. Thump. I nudged Kyle's shoulder with my elbow and spoke. What's gotten into you? What do you mean? To think you would be so helpful. I thought you were just dead weight. You little. Kyle sputtered, trying to contain his anger. In any case. Pondering Kyle's words, I continued towards the territory of the undead. And finally, we arrived at the territory of the undead. Familiar sights greeted us, evoking little emotion within me. A village reduced to secret realms. Deserted and devoid of life. Of course, the moment Renee set foot in this place, she ground her teeth in anger. Those damn Cerberus. Renee's hatred for humans was palpable. It was fortunate that her rage wasn't directed at me, a half-demon, or Kyle. If I were in Renee's shoes, I would undoubtedly harbor the same resentment towards humans. Nov. L.B//JNN. The Bears' territory and the territory of the undead weren't too far apart. Perhaps that proximity made the atrocities committed by humans against her people even more vivid. Moreover, her mother had also perished at the hands of humans. I decided to give Renee the time and space she needed to calm down. After what felt like an eternity, Renee regained her usual composure. Phew. It seems the storm has passed for today. I shifted my attention from Renee to Kyle. Shall we continue now? Right, but where to? Kyle stepped forward, scanning our surroundings for any sign of the secret realm. However, just like our previous visit, all we saw were secret realms that held no apparent significance. That's why I was able to find the entrance to the secret realm so easily last time. Yet. Found it. Kyle suddenly grinned at a seemingly empty spot in the air. Dash. He then bolted forward with surprising speed. What's gotten into him? Bonus chapter thanks to @Genki Azuma and @Will for subscription on Ko-Fi. Kyle dashed off. I gestured to Renee, indicating we should follow him. She nodded and fell into step behind me. Why didn't he say anything if he found something? And why is he so fast? I couldn't help but be surprised by Kyle's sudden burst of speed, something he'd never shown before. If only he were this quick all the time, maybe then he wouldn't be stuck dealing with the Bears family's mess. Then again, I was in the same boat. What did you find? I asked as Kyle abruptly stopped. He stood amidst a pile of rubble, the remnants of some destroyed structure. What could possibly be here? I couldn't see anything remarkable. As I frowned, Kyle spoke. Don't focus on the trees. Look at the forest. What trees? There aren't any trees here n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You know it's not meant literally, right? I sighed at Kyle's exasperated tone. Of course I know that. My point is, what are we supposed to base our deductions on? All we could see were ruins. What had made Kyle so sure there was a clue nearby? He let out a put-upon sigh as I continued to look around, perplexed. This jerk. Could he at least explain properly? Is there anything here that resembles a building? Well, it seems you've figured out what I'm looking for. That I have. But are you certain? Yes, this is it. His words made me narrow my eyes. Based on my deductions, the thing Kyle had found was the temple where the residents of the land of the undead, using the power of the full moon spirit and the fang of darkness, had performed their rituals. In the demon realm, aside from the 7 demon gods, countless folk beliefs and lesser deities were worshipped. It stood to reason that the people of the land of the undead would have built a temple to honor whatever god they followed. And that temple was our ultimate destination. However, you said there wasn't a hidden entrance underground, which means it has to be above ground. But there's nothing here, I pointed out. The temple was nowhere to be seen. If it were underground like the Temple of Gluttony, it would be hidden. But if it were above ground, wouldn't it be obvious? There wasn't even a single intact tent, let alone a temple. Kyle ran his hand over the remains of a nearby building. What is the symbol of bears? The black dragon, of course. The arrogant dragon. That was the emblem that represented bears. But what did it have to do with our current situation? I pondered for a moment before it clicked. You're saying you found a symbol representing the land of the undead here. Bingo. Just as I'd guessed, scattered around Kyle were cross symbols that seemed to mark the territory. We had to excavate the area where the cross symbols were engraved to uncover the entrance to the underground passage. It was clear that the cross was the symbol of this land. However, that didn't answer all my questions. But that's strange. There's nothing here that resembles a temple or any religious artifacts. Of course not, Kyle replied matter-of-factly. He gestured around us as if urging me to think. This place was trampled upon by humans a long time ago. I'm sure you understand what that implies. Ah, I see. It dawned on me. During the Human-Demon War, the land of the undead had been brutally ravaged by humans, leaving behind nothing but uninhabited ruins. If that was the case, there was no way the temple, the most important symbol of the land, would have survived. Wait a minute. Does that mean the hidden entrance leading to the temple was also destroyed? That's right. Damn it. The gravity of the situation finally hit me. To reach the temple, we had to go through some sort of hidden entrance. But both the entrance and the temple itself had been destroyed by humans, leaving us with this. So our journey here had been completely in vain? I couldn't hold back a sigh of disappointment, just as I was wallowing in my frustration. But it's not like we've gained absolutely nothing, Kyle said hesitantly. Is that true? Honestly, there might not be anything. But, it's worth a shot, right? Better than going back empty-handed. What was he planning? I had to hear him out, if only because I'd be frustrated if our trip here was a complete waste of time. As I raised an eyebrow at him, he continued. There's only one reason why I was searching the ground. I was looking for the remains of the priests. Their flesh would have rotted away, but their bones should still be here. But that's the strange part. Don't tell me. There are no bones here. Kyle's words sent a jolt through me. The absence of the priest's remains suggested 2 possibilities. First, the humans might have disposed of them. But that was unlikely. I doubt the humans would have had the time for that. The land of the undead was located right next to Bear's territory. The humans wouldn't have lingered here. Which left only one explanation. The priests didn't die here. Not bad. I thought it would take you a bit longer to figure that out. Heh, so you've finally recognized my talent. Don't get cocky just because I complimented you once. Kyle retorted, though he seemed pleased that he wouldn't have to spell everything out for me. Well, that saves us time and effort. But it doesn't solve everything. Indeed. We were both thinking the same thing. This was the crux of our current predicament. We need to find out where the priests fled to escape the humans. That's the million gold question. But I don't think it will take us too long. There was a confident, almost leisurely tone in Kyle's voice. It was strange, considering we had barely any leads. What makes you so sure? I asked. It's simple. Think about it. If the priests managed to escape, they would have sought refuge in a nearby territory or, most likely, with the Bears family. But as far as I know, that never happened. Kyle glanced at Renee. She flinched slightly at his gaze. I wouldn't know, she mumbled. It was understandable. Renee wasn't exactly known for her interest in others. I hadn't expected her to know anything about this. And Crete would definitely know if Renee and I had visited the land of the undead. The fact that he hadn't mentioned anything about the priests meant they had likely met their end somewhere near the territory. How unfortunate. As I offered a silent prayer for the deceased priests. Clap, clap. Kyle clapped his hands, bringing me back to the present. Right, that settles it. Let's split up and look for the hidden entrance. Didn't you say the hidden entrance wasn't underground? The main entrance might not be, but there has to be a secret passage somewhere. Who would build a hidden passage out in the open? Well, you have a point. Indeed, building a secret passage in plain sight would be ridiculous. Renee and I will search together. You take that side, I suggested. Sounds good. I prefer working alone anyway, Kyle said with a cheerful grin. It seemed being stuck with Renee was a rather unpleasant experience for him. I couldn't blame him. Come on, my lady. Okay. And so, we set off in search of the secret passage. But there was a shadow hanging over Renee's face. Are you all right, my lady? You look troubled. I'm fine. Then why did she look so troubled? She wasn't sweating or panting, so it didn't seem like she was unwell. As I puzzled over her strange behavior, she spoke again. Adele, what would you do? Hey, get over here. Kyle's booming voice interrupted her. Had he found the passage already? I was about to head towards him, but then I decided to hear Renee out first. She seemed to be on the verge of saying something important. Please, go on. Okay. If someone precious to you died, would you take revenge? Her words, fragmented and hesitant, seemed to hang in the air between us. It was clear what she was asking. If someone you loved was killed, would you seek revenge? Her question made me pause. Revenge. Whether it was right or wrong, I didn't know. But one thing was certain. Revenge was like fire, and I was like a fuse. The more that endless hatred burned, the more I would suffer as well. But it's not my place to interfere. And I can't stop you if you're set on revenge. I know. Renee nodded silently. I don't know why she asked me such a question, but for some reason, Renee's eyes looked empty. It must be my imagination. I stood silently, watching Renee walk towards Kyle. What was with that expression on her face? I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, but deep down, I knew I was just trying to convince myself. I don't want to feel any heavier, so my tendency to avoid things is slowly raising its head again. However, this feels strange. A mixture of fear and worry churned within me. I was worried about Renee's pale complexion, yet a sense of dread stemming from the reason behind her concern gnawed at me. Revenge. Renee had spoken of it. And while mentioning revenge, she had implied that it wasn't her seeking it, but someone else. To Renee's question, I had replied that revenge wasn't the answer. It wasn't exactly wrong, at least by my standards. Revenge was not something others could prevent. It was an issue that the parties involved had to resolve themselves. While I thought I had responded appropriately, a strange feeling continued to bother me. It's not like I know everything. Why was I so afraid? Why was my instinct screaming danger? I didn't have any answers yet, but I decided to head towards Kyle for now. At the very least, focusing on getting stronger was better than agonizing over this inexplicable fear. Now that I thought about it, I was curious about what we could find here. The thing the priests tried to protect until the very end through a secret passage. What could it be? Thump, thump. I walked towards where Kyle's voice had come from. Standing before him, both Renee and I froze. This was the secret passage? Are you sure this is the place? Yeah, I'm sure. I used light magic to illuminate the inside, and it stretches on endlessly. It was hard to believe. The entrance to the passage was tiny. It was so small that even a single adult couldn't fit through. Maybe we could crawl through if we lowered our bodies. The secret passage Kyle had discovered was revealed only after clearing a mountain of debris near the temple. The entrance was so incredibly small that it was almost comical. Still, there was no way to find the exit without going in. My lady, perhaps it's best if you don't go in. I couldn't bear to see Renee's clothes get soiled with dirt. That was why I made the suggestion, but Kyle objected. No, I disagree. Why is that? My lady's ring and the Fang of Darkness were originally a pair, right? I don't know what the priests were carrying, but it's probably related to those two. That's why we both need to go. Then, what if we go in first, secure the priest's belongings, and then return here? No way. But Renee's firm refusal, accompanied by a deep frown, left us with no choice. First, get comfortable. All right. But be careful not to bump your head against the walls, the passage is narrow. Okay. Renee nodded. Inwardly, I groaned. Why was I so worried? In the end, I took a special precaution before entering the secret passage. That's better. I can't breathe. You still need to wear it. Mumble, mumble. Renee mumbled something, seemingly uncomfortable. I took off my outer garment and wrapped it tightly around her head and neck. This way, even if she bumped into the wall, she wouldn't get hurt. As I breathed a sigh of relief, Renee muttered in a small voice. I'm not a child. I couldn't quite make out what she was saying. I ignored Renee's complaints and entered the passage first. Slide. Ugh, it really was narrow. Still, I managed to squeeze through by crawling. However, since I couldn't see ahead, we decided that Kyle would lead the way. After all, he could use light magic. After you? All right. Kyle nodded and was the first to enter the secret passage. I followed closely behind, crawling, and the sound of Renee's knees scraping against the ground reached my ears. Light. As Kyle muttered the word, the pitch-black space was illuminated. What was revealed made me frown. It was already cramped when we couldn't see, but now that the narrow interior was illuminated, it seemed even more claustrophobic. Still, there was no other way. We just had to get through this cramped space. How long had we been crawling? Flinch. Renee, who was behind me, suddenly stopped moving. Turning around, I asked her, "Are you all right?" Yes. Renee nodded. I focused my gaze on her legs. Blood trickled down Renee's knee. Oh no, I had made her wear pants instead of a skirt just in case, but she still got hurt. I had the ointment Samuel had given me back at the Temple of Gluttony. I'd have to apply it as soon as we got out. First, we need to get out of this passage. There was no telling how long this passage was. It was not only cramped but also winding. There was no way to know where we were headed. We could feel a breeze blowing from ahead, so there had to be an exit somewhere. As I was thinking this, the space suddenly widened up. Kyle said in a cheerful tone. I craned my neck to see what was ahead. Sure enough, the passage had widened considerably. Furthermore, that light ahead doesn't seem to be coming from your magic, Kyle. You're right, that's definitely sunlight. That meant the exit was right in front of us. We picked up the pace and moved towards the wider space. It was spacious enough for us to stand up. Here, take my hand. Okay, I helped Renee up. We had to keep moving, but treating her wound was the priority. Let me check it for you. It's fine. I'm not fine with it. Slide. I pulled up Renee's pant leg to examine her knee. As expected, blood oozed from the wound. She had crawled quite a distance with that injury, causing it to bleed even more. It wasn't a serious wound, but it was best to treat it quickly. I took out the ointment and bandages Samuel had given me. This might sting a little. Dab, dab. Every time my fingers moved to apply the ointment, Renee winced in pain but didn't pull away. Tug. Once I finished bandaging the wound, I finally felt relieved. This is just a temporary measure. Please get it properly treated as soon as we return to the mansion. You're overprotective. You need to learn to take better care of yourself, my lady. I'll drag you back if I have to, so you better be prepared. Abuse of power. I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. I did my best to ignore Renee as she puffed out her cheeks, turning to Kyle instead. It seems like all we need to do is climb up there. Oh, and look, there's a rope. There was a gaping hole in the ceiling, and a rope was hanging down, seemingly placed there for climbing. The priests must have used that rope to get out of the passage. However, what are all these? Skeletons, and they all seem to have died strangely. The ground was littered with skeletons, their necks twisted at unnatural angles. It was unclear how they had died with broken necks, but their bodies seemed to hold nothing of importance. For now, our only option was to get out. Grab, grab. We climbed the rope towards the surface. Thud. As soon as we reached the ground. What the? Both Kyle and I gasped in shock. Countless skeletons were scattered everywhere, brutally slaughtered. It seems they were killed by humans as soon as they exited the passage. Seems that way. And quite brutally, too. Kyle, who had once fought alongside humans, wore a bitter expression. He hadn't sided with them because he liked them. There must have been a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. And the identity of the skeletons at the bottom of the passage became clear. These must have been the ones who fell to their deaths in panic when they encountered humans above. Those were the skeletons with broken necks. But one of the bodies was in a peculiar posture. That one looks like it's praying. Renee stared, almost entranced, at the kneeling skeleton. Its head, seemingly severed, was missing, but its posture spoke of unwavering resolve even in the face of death. This skeleton, killed by humans, had been offering a prayer to its god until its final breath. That one must have been a priest. Yeah, if humans hadn't looted the bodies, we might have found something valuable on that skeleton. Sigh. I offered a silent prayer of apology before searching the clothes of the skeleton. However, it seemed the humans had taken everything. The skeleton had nothing on it. Empty-handed, I guess. Ugh, I guess so. Let's search around a bit more. Yes, let's. We decided to look around, disappointed but unwilling to give up just yet. We had invested too much time to leave empty-handed. Renee, perhaps wanting to help me out of my disappointment, wandered off on her own, diligently scanning the surroundings. Thus, we split up to search the area. Just as Renee and Kyle had moved a fair distance away. Thump. A tremor emanated from somewhere. The vibration seemed to originate from the kneeling skeleton. What was that? I fixed my gaze on the skeleton. I hadn't found anything on it before. Why was it suddenly emitting this strange vibration? As I pondered the mystery, hum. The red dagger and the fang of darkness, nestled within my clothes, hummed in unison, resonating with the tremor.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, oh, God. A voice, filled with an unknown emotion, echoed from the skeleton. A voice, weary and faint, was flowing from the skeletal remains. Please, save us. The moment the skeleton finished speaking, glow, something within its grasp began to glimmer. Divine power. I realized it was a manifestation of the power possessed by the god this skeleton, once a priest, had served. And then, the god's voice reverberated in my mind. Priest, offer me the sacrifice. With every word, the fang of darkness throbbed. As Kyle had speculated, the fang of darkness was indeed a ritual tool for the deity worshipped by the people of the land of the undead. However, I don't have any sacrifices. And there was no need for me to offer any. What could this god possibly give me in return for a sacrifice? As I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. You dare awaken a god without a sacrifice? The god's voice crackled with rage. And at that moment, then, you shall be the sacrifice. Whoosh. A monstrous bat, formed entirely of a shadowy substance, erupted from the skeleton. It was colossal, the size of a house, making it impossible to dodge. But then, deep within me, the dormant abyss stirred. Crack, boom, crunch. It lunged, devouring the monstrous bat whole. And no way, you're As it was being chewed and crushed into the abyss, the shadowy bat seemed to realize something, thrashing desperately in terror. I could only watch in stunned silence as the horrifying spectacle unfolded before me. Bonus chapter thanks to @Qualaban and @Furison for subscription on Ko-Fi. What just happened? Frozen in place, I couldn't comprehend the sudden turn of events. The bat that had just emerged was undoubtedly the deity worshipped by the residents of the land of the undead. But what in the world devoured that god? At first, I thought it might be the power of the gluttony shard, but I quickly realized that wasn't the case. Miriam said the shard was a one-time use, and it's still safe in my pocket. Moreover, the power I felt wasn't foreign but rather familiar. It was the power of darkness I always used. The abyss had suddenly appeared and devoured the bat. But why did it react, and how could it devour a god? Was that even possible? Racking my brain wouldn't provide an answer. For now, the priority was clear. The darkness characteristic evolved. I needed to examine my newly transformed characteristic. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange 4. Trait, interest absorption abyss killing intent mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis 3 sword lacquer 3. Mana, 5032. What? The moment I checked my status window, I had to rub my eyes. The darkness characteristic had clearly evolved into pitch black. But now, it had become something entirely different. Abyss. It was a characteristic Adele could only utilize in the latter half of the story, after surpassing the midway point. Yet, to think I'd already acquire Abyss. Abyss was a technique attainable only by reaching the demigod level, like Crete or the headmaster. It was a pleasant surprise, but I couldn't shake the feeling of bewilderment. I knew that the evolution from pitch black to abyss was triggered by devouring the god. The question was, how? Samuel said my darkness characteristic was an authority. Could it be that darkness, the origin of the abyss characteristic, possessed the power of deicide? That couldn't be right. At least, I didn't remember giving Adele such power. Then it must be the power of the abyss itself. Originally a god of the demon realm, the abyss had followed Arsene's ancestors to the human world. The most plausible explanation was that the power inherent in the abyss had manifested. While the mechanics and the reasons behind its ability to devour a god remained unknown, there didn't seem to be any drawbacks this time, so it was best to focus on the positives. And there was one more thing to verify. What kind of ability is it? The transformed darkness characteristic had finally become abyss. How could I utilize it? Let's give it a try. The moment I used the abyss characteristic to create a black wave on my palm, my eyes flew open. Something flickered into my vision. A massive lump of ominous darkness stared at me while emitting a wail. The abyss. It was reacting to my abyss characteristic. But for some reason, I'm not afraid like before. The first time I faced the abyss, its sheer ominousness overwhelmed me, nearly shattering my ego and driving me insane. The memory instilled a primal fear of ever encountering it again. Such a horrifying experience was enough to last a lifetime. However, the current situation is different. I'm scared, but not terrified. It's strangely. Why was my psychological response different from before? Even though it was my own body, the reason remained elusive. After much contemplation, a possible explanation emerged. When I learned Adel's mana method and the darkness characteristic evolved, I faced the abyss. So then, what about now, with the darkness characteristic having undergone 2 evolutions? I felt nothing when I looked at the abyss. Instead, I felt a strange sense of familiarity within the darkness. A comforting feeling, like returning home. The moment I realized my racing heart had calmed down, I spoke in a low voice. Abyss, bow before me. I instinctively knew that I needed to subdue the abyss, to assert my dominance over it. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Samuel said my darkness was an authority. If I couldn't control the abyss and let its negative emotions run rampant, it would be no different than losing a crucial card from my hand. However, the abyss wasn't an easy opponent to handle. Its sharp teeth seemed to grow larger in the thick darkness as it lunged at me. The sensation was nauseating, but I endured the pain and forced myself to speak again. "O endless darkness, I command you to obey me." But the abyss showed no intention of listening. It thrashed more violently as if trying to kill me. Cough dash. The moment black blood trickled from the corner of my mouth, the abyss eased its assault. Then, it stared at me, radiating a sorrowful aura. My shoulders trembled involuntarily. What the abyss was looking at? My essence. It seemed to have pierced through my facade and recognized my true identity. Only then did I understand why it had been so hostile. It refused to cooperate because I had taken over the original owner's body. However, Abyss, what do you fear? What worries you? I have inherited his will, so shouldn't you cooperate with me? I came here to fulfill Adel's final wish. Therefore, the Abyss had to cooperate. As I spoke with unwavering conviction, the Abyss seemed to understand my true intentions and ceased its hostility. Instead, Wung dash. It merely shed black tears before disappearing. At that moment, thump dash. Gasp, huff. As the darkness that had been binding me vanished, I gasped for air. The Abyss had acknowledged something and recognized my right. The sudden change of heart must have stemmed from the realization that I sought to honor the original owner. And so, woo dash. I was finally able to utilize the Abyss characteristic. A thick darkness began to surge from my hand, threatening to engulf the entire space. Crackle dash. I quickly extinguished the Abyss. Then, with a soft murmur, I marveled at its power. It was. Does this temporarily grant me the power of a demigod? The power wielded only by demigods. I had just experienced it firsthand. Though it was a shortcut, a temporary state rather than a true ascension to their level, it was more than enough. A trump card. It was finally complete. This is insane. I couldn't help but feel awestruck. How and why the abyss had devoured the god of the land of the undead remained a mystery, but those were not pressing concerns. A direct confrontation with another god was unlikely in the near future. Thud dash. As the tension drained away, my legs gave out from under me. I collapsed onto the ground and stared blankly at the sky. The sunlight pricked at my eyes, but I was too exhausted to even turn my head. I'm sleepy. Why am I so tired? Unable to muster the strength to move a finger, I slowly closed my eyes. Just 5 minutes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How long had I been asleep? A sound from nearby roused me from my slumber. Hey, you'll catch a fly sleeping out here. Just taking a break. Kyle and Renee were looking down at me with disapproval. Since I couldn't tell them about the abyss, I scratched my head sheepishly. My apologies. I must have dozed off. Ugh, leaving me to do all the work. Living the good life, aren't you? Kyle clicked his tongue. I simply offered a wry smile in response. Sensing that I wouldn't hear the end of it, I quickly changed the subject. Did you find anything? Nope, nothing. Me neither. It seemed neither Renee nor Kyle had any luck. It was to be expected. The priests had fought to protect that skeleton who had chosen death on his knees. They probably believed there was hope if they could just revive him. Well, the truth remained unknown. One thing was for sure, there was nothing more to gain from the land of the undead. Pat dash. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my clothes. Let's go. The Lord will be angry if we're late. What, already? We haven't found anything. It's best we get going. I urged Kyle, who was staring at me curiously, but my response only fueled his suspicions. You found something, didn't you? Kyle had hit the nail on the head. I avoided his gaze, pretending ignorance. But when I turned away, I met Renee's suspicious eyes. I was trapped. Only I knew the truth, but I couldn't tell them. What makes you think I'm hiding something? If you wish to search further, be my guest. Humph, as if I wouldn't. Kyle, with his insatiable thirst for information, readily took the bait. He declared that he'd searched the forest further and disappeared into the woods. I turned to Renee. Aren't you going with him, my lady? No, I see. Come. She grabbed my arm and started leading me somewhere. I offered no resistance and allowed myself to be pulled along. Where was she taking me? My lady, where are we going? I found a nice place. Renee replied curtly to my question, unable to contain my curiosity. A nice place, huh? Having no clue what she meant, I followed behind her. After a few minutes of brisk walking, here it is. Renee released my hand and spoke. I couldn't help but gasp at the sight that greeted me. A small waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, the surrounding trees creating an almost mystical atmosphere. It was a place untouched by human presence. As I looked around, Renee settled onto a nearby rock. Splash dash. She kicked off her shoes and dipped her feet in the water. I sat down beside her, taking in the serene beauty of the place. The valley was enveloped in a tranquil silence. We gazed at each other, smiles gracing our faces. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange. I spent time with Renee, enjoying the scenery of the waterfall until the sunset. As the 2 crimson moons began to reveal themselves. What are you doing here? Kyle, drenched in sweat, arrived, panting heavily. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to have searched the entire forest before finding us. I forced an awkward smile and replied. We were looking around and found this scenic spot, so I was resting here with the young lady. You expect me to believe that? Believe it or not, that's the truth. Well, what can he do if he doesn't believe me? With Renee right next to me, would he dare curse? I stared at Kyle, implying as much. Kyle seemed to have a lot to say but had no choice but to shut his mouth. Tisk, what a pain. Arg. As I let out a victorious smile, Kyle grabbed his head in frustration, making a face that screamed his annoyance. Ignoring him completely, I turned to Renee and spoke. Did you enjoy yourself? Yes. Renee nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Thank goodness. I was relieved to see Renee like this. Lately, she had been feeling down and even cried. I was incredibly worried about her. I hoped that today would be an opportunity for her to recharge. Scooting back, I rose from the rock. Blink, blink. Renee looked up at me, her eyes wide. Then, she reached out her hand towards me. Is she asking me to help her up? Please get up. Swoosh. I took Renee's hand and helped her up. Her hand felt rough against mine. It was clear that these were the hands of someone who had trained relentlessly. It was a testament to the immense effort she had poured in from a young age. However, rather than feeling impressed, I felt a pang of pity. Like other children her age, she could have lived an ordinary life. But Renee, whose mother was killed by a human, was destined to dream only of revenge. And ultimately, that would lead to her demise. It was such a tragic fate that it made me feel sick to my stomach. As I stared at Renee with a complicated expression, she spoke. Why are you staring at me like that? Renee turned her head slightly, pointing to her flushed ears. Then, as if noticing my grim complexion from the corner of her eye, she reached out and placed her hand on my forehead. Are you all right? Do you feel sick? No, I'm fine. I gently took Renee's hand and lowered it. I should be the one comforting her, yet here I was, being comforted by her. Lost in these thoughts, I suddenly felt a jolt run through my body. What was that? It felt like something had echoed through my mind. And that echo, it originated from Renee's words, mother. Yes, Renee's mother. Something's coming to mind. At that moment. Could it be? A series of actions displayed by Crete and Renee began to fall into place. Like pieces of a puzzle. Click, click. I took off running, leaving Renee and Kyle behind. Where are you going? Kyle shouted after me, puzzled by my sudden departure. But I didn't have the time to answer him. My jaw clenched. I broke into a run. Crete, don't tell me. What you're planning to do is. Thud, thud. I ran towards the bear's mansion, organizing the information flooding my mind. From the unsettling aura surrounding the bear's family. In the last sentence, I had written in the letter when I sent Kyle to their family. It was, he is well versed in the affairs of the human realm. That single sentence. I had written it because I suspected Crete might try to use Kyle for his revenge against humans. And Crete's reaction when I handed him the letter, a reaction that suggested Kyle had seen it. It seems the time has come sooner than expected. That's what Crete had said. And when I first met him, what Crete was reading was undoubtedly a map of the human realm and a book of military strategy, wasn't it? The deciding factors were Renee and Anna. Crete had suddenly ordered Anna to train, demanding he improve his skills. Furthermore, Renee had burst into tears, convinced that Crete would leave her. Why? For what reason? Why hadn't I realized it sooner? Ugh. Nausea welled up inside me, bile rising in my throat. An ominous premonition gripped my body, threatening to crush me. Anxiety gnawed at me, threatening to shatter my composure. Thud, thud. I quickened my pace, bursting through the doors of the bear's mansion. Thump. So focused on my destination, I crashed into a servant, sending us both tumbling to the floor. The servant started to berate me. You should apologize after bumping into. Out of my way. My voice, cold as ice, made him flinch and retreat. Swoosh. I brushed past him, heading straight for Crete's study. Click. I stood before the door. You cannot enter. Didn't I just tell you to get out of my way? Without the master's permission, you cannot enter. The servant stood firm, his tone resolute. Whoosh. I unleashed my killing intent, a wave of dark aura washing over the servant. He froze, drenched in a cold sweat, overwhelmed by my sheer presence. Yet, he fought against my pressure with sheer willpower, his hand trembling as he continued to block my path. It had come to this, then. I would force my way in. Thump. I was about to unleash black flame, my killing intent surging, when a voice stopped me. That's enough. Crete's voice echoed from within the study. Let him in. Crete had granted me entry. Swoosh. The servant bowed his head and opened the door. With measured steps, I entered Crete's study. Crete continued to ignore me, his gaze fixed on the numerous documents scattered across his desk. My eyes scanned the papers. They contained records of various information. What Crete was doing here wasn't managing the territory. It was then that I knew with absolute certainty. What Crete was planning was far too dangerous, a catastrophe waiting to be unleashed. I spoke, my voice directed at Crete, who still refused to acknowledge my presence. Master. He continued to scrutinize the documents, offering no response. I pressed on, putting force behind my words. Answer me. Swoosh. My forceful tone finally elicited a reaction. Crete raised his head, his brow furrowed. Are you ordering me? Does that matter right now? Then tell me, what is so important? Master. His attempts to evade the issue fueled my frustration. Although I couldn't see my own reflection, I imagined my face contorted in a grimace. Or perhaps, it was pale, reflecting the horrifying premonition that clung to me. But I had to speak. What Crete was planning was something that should never come to pass, something beyond even his power to achieve. I had to stop him. What you're planning, Master, it's simply not feasible. It's not too late. You have to reconsider. So you've noticed. It was inevitable, wasn't it? Even now, Crete seemed more intrigued than concerned that I had uncovered his plans. But his nonchalance did nothing to quell the fire raging within me. Having spent years as Renee's bodyguard in the bear's mansion, I was more sensitive than anyone else to the recent shifts within the family. And the winds of change, the harbingers of the approaching storm, they cut at me like sharp blades. It hurts. An agonizing pain, a premonition so potent it threatened to make me cough up blood. I clung to my sanity, desperate to dispel the dread that threatened to consume me. I spoke again, my words a torrent of desperation. Master, please reconsider. With your power alone, you cannot possibly defeat him, you say. He reacted to my attempt to dissuade him. To my use of that one word. Gua. An oppressive aura erupted from Crete, instantly dominating the room. The air grew heavy, each breath a struggle. Crete let out a dry chuckle. Well, I suppose it's not surprising that you, someone from the human realm, would know. If you were trying to provoke me, you've done a decent job. I had no such intention, ugh. Despite the relaxed expression on his face, the pressure around my throat tightened, stealing the air from my lungs. It was only natural. Crete's anger was justified. Him, the human who killed Crete's beloved. The one who had trampled upon the bear's family, the strongest man in the human realm. I had essentially told Crete that he was no match for him. That was why Crete was enraged. But it was the harsh truth. Crete could not win. Because in the original story, Crete dies by his hand. It was around this time, wasn't it? There was an episode in the original story where a certain demon waged war and faced off against the strongest human. Why had I not realized it sooner? Why had it taken me this long? There were plenty of self-deprecating excuses I could make. From the forgotten plot points and discarded settings to the fact that the exact timing of this event wasn't explicitly stated in the original. But those were mere excuses. I had failed to change a future that I might have been able to alter. And the result was the worst possible outcome. You will witness it firsthand. Crete's voice was glacial, laced with a chilling frost as he fixed me with a piercing stare. There is no one who can stop me. His aura intensified, pressing down on me with suffocating force. I could barely breathe, let alone speak. All I could do was cling to consciousness, desperately fighting against the darkness encroaching at the edges of my vision. Crete continued, his gaze fixed on me, devoid of any emotion. I will kill the Sword Saint. Sword Saint. The human who had killed Crete's beloved and the one destined to kill Crete himself. N/O/vel/b/in do bonus chapter thanks to @quallaben and @YMMM116 for subscription on Ko-Fi. To defeat the Sword Saint. Arrogant. I couldn't utter a single word in response to Crete's incredibly arrogant declaration. Perhaps my fear stemmed from knowing that this very arrogance would ultimately lead to Crete's demise. I have to stop him. I knew I had to intervene. A war between the Sword Saint and Crete. If Crete were to be defeated, the demon realm would suffer immeasurable losses. The Bears are renowned as the most powerful family among the 7 deadly sins. Their downfall would signify the end of the demon realm. All my efforts, fueled by the might of the demon realm, to grant Adel's wish would crumble into dust. However, Crete, without retracting his overwhelming pressure, effectively silenced me. Crete. Amidst the suffocating pressure, my mind raced. Judging by the current situation, Crete's plan was nearing its execution. This was my only chance to stop him. But how? How could I possibly stop him? There was only one way. I unleashed my own killing intent, honed to a considerable level. Whoosh. My killing intent clashed with Crete's pressure, instantly shattering the force that bound me. Oh, a small, intrigued sound escaped Crete's lips. But that was all. His arrogance remained etched on his face as he simply looked down at me, seemingly wanting to gauge what cards I held. I won't let you do this. Freed from Crete's pressure, I immediately ignited my killing intent and drew 2 daggers. The Fang of Darkness and the red dagger imbued with murderous intent began to tear at the very fabric of space. But I didn't stop there. Quack 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 quack. The profound principle Crete had once imparted to me. I channeled all of my mana, drastically amplified from reaching half of the 10,000, into pure killing intent, pouring it into the 2 daggers. The already space-ripping killing intent surged with renewed ferocity, now threatening to shred even my own grasp. The sheer pain of the murderous aura made me grit my teeth, despite being the source of it. It was so excruciating that even I, the wielder, felt a shiver of fear. Crete, observing my struggle, finally spoke. You were quick to apply what I taught you. It's a technique that will bring down the Lord. I doubt that very much. Crete dismissed my words with a light chuckle. Unlike me, he exuded an air of unyielding confidence. I sensed that I would be swept away by his composure if this continued. Therefore, movement. I instantly switched places with a document on Crete's desk, finding myself atop it. And then, with both daggers imbued with deadly intent, I struck at Crete. However, thud, cough. With a flick of his black sword, Crete deflected my daggers and landed a punch squarely on my chest. My body convulsed, and a dark cloud of blood erupted from my mouth. A single blow, effortlessly delivered, had left me with a critical wound. Cough. A trail of blood trickled down from the corner of my tightly sealed lips. My mouth filled with the metallic tang of blood. One exchange. One fatal blow. Crete looked down at me, his arrogance unwavering, and spoke. Now you're finally worth my time. In the past, you would have already lost consciousness. Excellent. You've proven yourself worthy of being my daughter's escort. What a comforting thing to hear. I speak the truth. With your current strength, no one among your peers can surpass you. For some reason, Crete praised my strength with an uncharacteristically serious tone. However, hearing such praise in my current state only fueled my frustration. My insides churned, and blood continued to pour from my mouth. But it was too early to give up. I have to use it. To stop Crete, I couldn't afford to be picky about my methods. Even if it meant dying by his hand here, I had to stop him. Countless innocent lives were at stake. Crete would lead his army to kill the Sword Saint, and countless civilians and demons would perish in the process. It would be a repeat of a tragedy etched in history. A pointless war, regardless of whether Crete or the Sword Saint emerged victorious. At this moment, Crete. He resembled a moth drawn to a flame. A foolish insect, its wings ablaze, relentlessly pursuing the illusion of light, oblivious to its impending demise. Knowing that it would all end in a pile of ash, I had to stop him. Only then did I understand why Renee had asked me that question. Precious person, die. Revenge, will you? Would you seek revenge if someone precious to you died? Renee had asked me. It wasn't a declaration of her own intent to avenge herself upon the Sword Saint. She was grappling with whether she should try to stop her father's quest for vengeance, or stand by and watch it unfold. Renee had sought my guidance because she didn't know the answer. And foolishly, back then, I told her that she shouldn't interfere, unaware of the weight her question carried. Crete. I spat out his name, pulling a stone from my pocket. The magic-imbued stone the headmaster had given me in Sidon. The headmaster's magic resided within it. Perhaps this Perhaps this could stop Crete. As I prepared to use it, a spark of interest flickered in Crete's eyes. A runestone, I see. But no matter whose magic it holds, it can't stop me. You'll see. Thump. I poured my mana into the runestone. Hum. The runestone responded. A surge of powerful mana erupted from the stone, swirling like a raging storm. The runestone the headmaster had entrusted to me. The magic it held was meteor. Quiet. The sound of the atmosphere tearing apart reverberated through me. A streak of light descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the bear's mansion. The meteor, carrying unimaginable force, plummeted towards Crete and me. Crete simply chuckled. Are you planning a double suicide? If that's what it takes to stop you. Even with the imminent threat of the meteor, Crete maintained his composure, observing me with a hint of amusement. Then, he spoke. Why? What do you mean? Crete's unexpected question took me aback. A question at a time like this? But Crete, his curiosity piqued, pressed on. There's no need for you to interfere. This war is mine alone. Why would you, someone who holds no affection for me and is ostracized by the human realm, try to stop me? That's what he wanted to know. Why I was trying to stop him. My answer was simple. There were countless reasons, but if I had to choose one. Because, you're a father. A father. Don't you realize that revenge isn't what matters to your children? Twitch. Was he angered by my casual speech? Crete's eyebrow twitched. This was the first time I had witnessed such a drastic shift in his usually stoic demeanor. At this moment, Crete was furious. How dare you presume to speak of my children and I? In that instant, as Crete's fury erupted, time seemed to grind to a halt. At least, that's what it felt like. Whoosh. Thud 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 thud. The meteor, mere moments from impact, disintegrated into dust, its fragments scattering across the mansion. Crete's rage-fueled power had obliterated the meteor before it could even touch the ground. And at the same time, hew, crack crack crack. The sheer force of Crete's pressure shattered my ribs. The sharp shards of bone dug into my insides. Cough, cough. My body convulsed, blood gushing out with each spasm. Crete, his gaze ice-cold, raised his hand. Choose your words more carefully. This is my punishment for your insolence. Plunge. The black sword in Crete's hand pierced my chest. I froze, the cold steel a stark reminder of my failure. I had lost too much blood, my vision blurred. Blood poured from every wound. Each breath grew shallower than the last. Crete twisted the sword embedded in my chest and spoke. Remember this pain. And then, just as Crete moved to drive the sword into my heart, bang! Someone burst through the doors of Crete's office. I couldn't turn my head to see who it was, but slap. A slender hand, scarred and calloused, slapped Crete across the face. Crete's jaw clenched. His eyes trembled with a storm of emotions. Such a display of vulnerability was unheard of. Finally, he withdrew the sword from my chest. But it was too late. My lifeblood had already seeped onto the floor. Thud. My knees buckled, and I collapsed. I couldn't even muster the strength to stay upright on my knees. And so, as my vision began to fade, swoosh, someone caught me from behind. Through the slits of my heavy eyelids, I saw a young woman, her face streaked with tears. I'm sorry. Renee. A single teardrop rolled down her cheek. I'm sorry. Those words that Renee left behind were still deeply embedded in my heart. At that time, I couldn't even offer her any comfort. Too much blood had already been spilled for me to speak. No, even so, even if it meant dying after speaking, I should have stopped him there. The thought that it might have been the last chance to stop Crete still haunts me. Clang dash. Blades flashed towards each other. Countless demons and humans killed each other, turning into lumps of flesh. In that hellish landscape, I could only look down at the battlefield with unfocused eyes. Pitter-patter dash. This is a story from a day when heavy rain poured. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is. I rose from my seat. Looking around, I realized I was in a bed in Bear's medical office. Right after Crete stabbed me. As soon as I confirmed Renee's figure, I lost consciousness. Slide dash. I moved my hand to check my body's condition. Although the wounds were almost fatal, they were now almost completely healed. Did Renee heal me? That would make sense. It must have been because of Renee's protection that I was able to survive the enraged Crete and keep my life. But then, how much time has passed since then? First, I would have to go outside to find out. However, I couldn't move because of someone sleeping next to me. What are you doing here? He was Bear's blood relative, but a boy who didn't resemble Renee or Crete. Anna was sleeping soundly on my bed, his arms wrapped around me. As I woke Anna up, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. Oh, you're awake. Yes, I just opened my eyes. That's a relief. I was really scared to death. Renee was crying. You were lying there covered in wounds. What in the world did you say to father to make him? Anna looked at me with truly worried eyes as he scanned my body. Perhaps it was Anna who had been nursing me all this time. Then, where did Renee go? Starting with why Anna was nursing me, there was a mountain of things I wanted to ask. However, I had to answer Anna's question first. It's a long story. I'll still listen, tell me. As soon as Anna spoke with determined eyes, I opened my mouth. And as the story progressed, Anna's eyes widened, and his expression began to change from moment to moment. However, when it came to the end, Anna made a complicated expression. As expected, you couldn't stop father from starting the war either. It seems you expected as much. Yes, because I knew how much father loved mother. Moreover, there had to be a reason why he told me to increase my stamina. Yes, he's preparing for the time of his death, to pass the position of successor to me early. That means only one thing. War. Yes, war. Father has been planning to start a war, ever since mother died. From that moment on, father has been sharpening his blade of revenge. From the time I even got a rough idea, I should have stopped father. I felt a sense of doubt at Anna's words. Why didn't Anna stop Crete? As if sensing the emotion in my eyes, Anna sighed and spoke. How could I? Father saw mother die right before his eyes, and he loved her more than anyone else. How could I possibly stop him? Slide dash. Anna wiped away her tears. Hearing her explanation, I could understand it to some extent. Because of that, Renee couldn't bring herself to stop Crete's scheme and suffered alone, couldn't she? I felt truly complicated. Even his own family couldn't stop Crete, who cherished his family more than anyone else. Revenge. It was now a foregone conclusion that Crete would attack the human realm. Pat dash. I patted Anna's back, comforting him, for he was the one who must be feeling the most troubled. Only after Anna stopped crying did I open my mouth. How much time has passed since I collapsed? About a week has passed. That's why I really thought you were going to die. 1 week. Considering I was half dead, it wasn't that much time. Even so, the fact that I couldn't do anything for a week bothered me. If I had been conscious for a week, could I have stopped Crete? Thinking such thoughts, I shook my head. It was an opportunity one had already missed. Then, is Milady safe? If you're talking about Renee, she's fine. Father wouldn't lay a hand on us. That's a relief. I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Crete at that time seemed truly enraged, as if no one could stop him. But Renee succeeded in stopping Crete from killing me, and thankfully, it seemed she wasn't hurt either. Then where is Milady? You don't know where Milady is, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ah, well. Renee and I don't really communicate much. Anna smiled awkwardly, suddenly stumbling over his words. I frowned at this. A very suspicious scent tickled my nose. Right now, Anna was lying. Where is she? Where is Milady? I opened one of my crimson eyes and looked into Anna's. As if chills ran down his spine at my gaze, Anna flinched. But I had no intention of stopping my imposing aura. Endless ominous imaginations tormented my mind. Answer me. Where is Milady? Is there a reason you can't tell me? I'm sorry, I can't say. Answering that way, Anna lowered his head. Tears began to fall from his eyes once more. What in the world was going on? Seeing Anna's reaction, my mind was in utter turmoil. Please tell me. Where is Milady? Do you have a reason you can't tell me? I can never tell you. Anna. I'm having a hard time too. Startled. I couldn't hide my bewilderment at Anna's outburst in response to my pressing. Soon, he burst into tears, seemingly in great pain. Am I the only one who cares about Renee? He's my precious little sister too. But, what am I supposed to do? I'm having a hard time too. Anna wiped his bloodshot eyes, grabbed his hair messily, and pulled at it as he cried out in agony. The sight of Anna, unable to bear the guilt, was truly painful to behold. Therefore, please answer me. Only then can I help you, help Milady. What can you even do? At Anna's question, his eyes bloodshot as he looked up at me, I opened my mouth to answer. Anything. I can do anything to protect Milady. So tell me. If you don't tell me, there's nothing I can do. Did he notice the sincerity in my words? After a moment of contemplation, Anna opened his mouth. Renee wanted to protect you. If you knew where he was going, you would have followed her without a doubt. Perhaps now, I won't be able to see her again for the rest of my life. At Anna's following words, I felt my mind go blank. It was as if some ominous premonition had really come true, and it terrified me. Don't tell me, it can't be, right? Please tell me it's not true. It's dangerous. Alarm bells rang in my head. Grip dash. I grabbed Anna's slender shoulders with both hands and shook. Anna only sobbed as he looked at me. Please. He pleaded with me. Anna removed my hands that were gripping his shoulders, then grasped them with his own, his grip firm. I swallowed dryly at the unexpected weight I felt from his delicate hands. Finally, Anna opened his mouth. Protect Renee. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tap dash. I ran without rest. The events that had transpired. Anna already knew when the war would begin. It wasn't that he had a rough idea, thinking the war was about to begin. Anna truly knew the exact date the war would start. It was today. While I was asleep, Crete had finished all the preparations for war and was about to begin. Even Anna and Renee couldn't stop Crete in the end. Tap dash. I didn't stop running, instead looking around. Except for a few servants, no one remained in Bear's mansion. Everyone had gone somewhere, mobilized for the war. And Renee willingly followed them. Why in the world? While I empathized with and understood Renee's decision, I couldn't accept it. I could understand Renee following Crete, but I couldn't understand why she would try to keep me away. Why did Renee trust and favor me, who had only stuck by her side for Bear's authority? Renee, why did you make such a choice? Thump dash. My heart felt like it was about to burst. I felt nauseous. Anna's last words. Renee wanted to save you. That's why she asked me to stop you from following her. That's why I was nursing you. I had to keep you here until you woke up. Renee knew she was walking into a death trap. That's why she didn't try to bring me along. But then, why? Why would you go so far for me? Renee, I didn't stop running. to find the answer to that question. To answer her, I had to see Renee again. Tap, tap dash. And so, I sped up, heading towards the place Anna told me Crete and the servants were. It was a large plaza, a giant gate that led to the human realm, and into it. Thump, thump dash. Thousands of demons could be seen entering the gate, and at the very back of them, Milady, Renee's figure came into view. As soon as I called out her name, Renee turned around in surprise. Whiz dash. Then, she turned her gaze back and entered the gate. Just as the gate was about to close. Move dot. I activated position exchange, switching places with a servant who was about to enter the gate and the sword he was wearing. Whoosh. A purple ripple, the gate, pulsated. Nausea welled up, a wave of dizziness threatening to make me lose my lunch. The disorientation from the gate was no joke, especially since I'd just woken up from being knocked out. Ugh. I swallowed back the bile rising in my throat and glanced around. Thousands of demons marched out from the gate, a relentless tide of darkness. Crete had poured every last coin from the bear's treasury into opening this gate. It all made sense now, why Crete had been so frugal. So that's why he was so stingy with expenses when I entered Sidon. Crete had been saving every penny for this moment. For this invasion of the human realm. That thought alone twisted my stomach into knots. The war has finally begun. A cold shiver ran down my spine. There was no stopping this. No matter what I did, I couldn't escape this predetermined fate. I remembered the words I had spoken to Miriam, back when I had visited the Temple of Gluttony. What do you mean, turn the tables? I had declared that I would flip this world on its head, rejecting Miriam's claim that I was nothing more than a piece on a chessboard. But what was I now? A mere firefly facing the overwhelming sun that was the shackles of fate. My feeble light wouldn't even register against the sun's scorching flames. All that remained was a crushing sense of helplessness and despair. What could I possibly do? Thump, thump, thump. Demons marched forward, their hands gripping an assortment of weapons. Watching them, all I could do was swallow my dry, bitter saliva. Could I stop them? Nov. L. B /JNN. No, impossible. There was no way. With vacant eyes, I watched the soldiers advance, each fueled by their own brand of fury. Though I merely walked amongst them, their combined might pressed down on me. One thing was certain. Nothing could stop them. The glass had already begun its descent towards the cold, hard floor. The outcome was inevitable. Even if someone tried to catch it, they would fumble and fail, leaving the glass to shatter upon impact. Shards would fly, leaving behind irreparable wounds on those nearby. There was only one thing I could do here. So that's what it was. It dawned on me then, what Crete truly desired, what drove him to protect me despite his suspicions. Crete, you. I straightened my back and fell into step with the bear's soldiers. How long had we been marching? I see the exit. A booming voice rang out from the front. The end of the gate. A soldier had spotted it. Thump, thump, thump. The soldiers surged forward, their pace quickening. I followed, a sense of dread clinging to me like a shroud. But I pressed on. Renee. I had to talk to her. And if I could, I had to get her out of this war. Whether she would listen to me was another matter entirely. And so, I marched alongside thousands of soldiers, through the gate leading to the human realm. The gate's exit shimmered as I stepped through. Whoosh. And then, I was standing on the other side. My eyes widened at the sight that greeted me. In the distance, I saw it Nina's castle, the very place where our battle with the bears was destined to unfold. I remembered what I had written about the Nina family in my novel. The Nina family is protected by the sword. The sword, what a noble sound it held. Like a towering spire, they were noble and sharp, inspiring awe in all who beheld them. The sword that pursues justice, their motto rang true, for the Nina family's prestige was evident at a glance. A place where a sturdy castle stood, radiating a sharp, imposing aura. That was Nina. The Nina family. Atop their castle stood a statue of a knight, wielding a colossal iron sword. It was so massive that its silhouette was clear even from this distance. It seemed the gate had opened in a forest near the Nina estate. This is where the sword saint and the protagonist live. A strange feeling washed over me. Every time I saw something I had written about, I couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The Nina family. A place where many of the key players in my story resided. And the protagonist, too, was here. Of course, we wouldn't be encountering them at this point in time. They were currently enrolled in the Imperial Academy, far from here. Fortunately, this meant we only had to deal with the Sword Saint, not the protagonist. However, the Sword Saint alone was more than enough to spell doom for Crete. I had written about the Sword Saint's strength, but I had never witnessed it firsthand. Therefore, I had no idea how powerful they truly were. One thing was for sure, though, they were stronger than Crete, who had defeated me with ease. Though, I was caught off guard when Crete attacked me. I wasn't able to fight at my full potential. Even if I had used everything I had, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. So even if Crete and I joined forces, it was uncertain whether we could beat the Sword Saint. In fact, the odds were stacked heavily against us. Could we really survive this? Just as I was about to sigh, you came too, I see. A voice from beside me sent chills down my spine. I turned, and my eyes met Crete's cold gaze. He stared at me with the same indifferent eyes as always. What should I do? My mind raced with possibilities. This was my chance to escape, to abandon the Bears family once and for all. But if I did, everything I had done so far would be for nothing. And in the worst-case scenario, I pushed the unwelcome thoughts away. I had to focus. Yes, I was worried about my lady, so I followed. I chose to face the situation head-on, gambling on Crete's personality. He didn't seem to want to kill me, at least not yet. Plus, he needed something from me. His arrogance, I hoped, would keep me alive, for now, and… so you're saying you won't betray me like you did before? That's correct. I will cooperate with you, master, now that I'm here. In return, I ask that you allow me to stay by my lady's side. I never revoked your position. Does that mean you have my permission? Go to my daughter. My prediction was spot on. Crete didn't kill me. Instead, he simply ordered me to protect Renee, his voice as indifferent as ever. It was then that I realized how serious he was about this war. Crete, in that short amount of time, he had already calculated whether my presence here would be a help or a hindrance, and he must have concluded that I wasn't entirely useless. In a way, it was a relief. If Renee tried to avoid me, I could always use Crete's orders as an excuse to stay by her side. Then, I'll go and see my lady. Do as you please. Crete granted me permission with surprising ease. I knew why he was acting this way, but it still left a bitter taste in my mouth. After all, this was the same man who had tried to kill me just moments ago, before he read my mind. Still, it was unnerving to stay in his presence any longer, so I quickly made my way through the crowd. Excuse me? I searched desperately for Renee among the thousands of soldiers. It was like trying to find a single grain of sand on a vast beach. To make matters worse, the soldiers were busy setting up camp, adding to the chaos and confusion. There was one small mercy, however. Renee's appearance is quite striking. It shouldn't take too long to find her, at least. Unless she wasn't here at all. I had seen Renee's face just before I jumped into the gate. The group she was with should be somewhere around here. I continued walking, my eyes scanning the crowd. Then, I stopped dead in my tracks. My lady, why are you here? Renee stared at me, her eyes as cold as ice. I approached her, my heart pounding in my chest. My lady, this place is dangerous. I grabbed her wrist, my grip firm. I couldn't let her go, not now. If I did, she might disappear forever. I tightened my grip, fear lending me strength. You're hurting me. Renee winced, her brows furrowed in pain. I immediately regretted my actions. I'm sorry. It's fine. She rubbed her wrist, her expression pained. Guilt gnawed at me. This was all wrong. Renee shouldn't be here. My lady, we can still escape from this place. How? I know of a gate. We can use it to escape. My words were firm, resolute. There was one option, a single lifeline in this dire situation. In the Sword Saints territory, I had written about a gate that led to the demon realm. It was a one-time use gate that the protagonist and their companions would use later in the story. But for now, it remained unopened, untouched. No, excuse me, I'm not going. Her rejection was swift and decisive. But I refused to give up. Not yet. It's not far from here. We can make it if we leave now. I said no. Go by yourself if you want to leave so badly. My lady, don't raise your voice at me. Renee's eyes narrowed, her jaw clenched tight. I flinched, taking an instinctive step back. What was going on? Renee, why? I knew I should reason with her, but her stubbornness made it impossible to even begin. All I could do was, very well, my lady. Then I will stay by your side. I stood by Renee's side, fear twisting my insides. There was no avoiding it now. War was inevitable. And then, a single sentence uttered in a hushed voice, sent ripples of unease through the ranks of thousands. The humans, they're entering the castle. Humans were entering the castle. The meaning of that was simple. Have they noticed? SSSK. As one of the soldiers had said, I looked down at the citizens rushing into the castle with cold eyes. They were fleeing as if being chased, following the instructions of the human soldiers. In other words, it meant that they had noticed the demons were near the castle. That meant there was someone around this mountain sending a signal to the human side. And Crete was not one to be unaware of this fact. Search the vicinity. As you command. Tap, tap. At Crete's command, the demon soldiers began to move in unison. It wasn't long before they brought a human before Crete, bound tightly with rope. They said this human was wandering around near where the soldiers were. It's a human who was near the mountain. I can sense the remnants of mana. It seems they contacted the humans with magic. Is that so? SSSK. Crete looked at the kneeling human with indifferent eyes. Flinch. The human trembled, unable to bear Crete's gaze. Soon after. Slice. Crete lightly swung his sword, separating the human's head from their body. Blood spurted everywhere, and some of the warm blood splattered on my face as I watched. Looking down, I saw the face of the dead human, their eyes wide open as if in resentment. SSSK. Unable to bear the sight, I turned my head slightly. The scent of blood. It tormented me. It was a smell I had encountered countless times. But this was the first time it had been so painful. Even more so than when I first killed someone. As I was looking at the corpse of the human who had met a gruesome end. Puo. A loud trumpet sounded from the direction of Nina's castle. I frowned at the sound. Because this trumpet sound signaled the start of the war. Thud. As I expected, once all the citizens had entered the castle, the gates of the Nina family's castle swung open. And then, thud, 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 thud. Thousands of human soldiers began to march out. Watching them, my throat moved continuously. War. This was the moment it began. He's coming out himself. Crete muttered as he watched the horde of human soldiers. At the front of the human soldiers, there, I saw a man clad in armor, marching forward. A middle-aged man. He was the one who came out to face bears himself. It is only right to respond. Crete smiled and started to move. Thud, thud. Following behind him, bear's soldiers also formed ranks. What should I do? I fell into thought as I watched their retreating figures. I knew that the war was about to begin. No, it had already begun. The moment Crete killed the human scout, there was no turning back. Therefore, it was a foregone conclusion that I had to fight against the humans. Me. What should I do here? Lost in thought, I realized that I had to find out something from the 6 families. Right. The secret that the 6 families were hiding. Perhaps that was the key to unraveling something in this world. The truth. The god of gluttony mentioned it. Maybe the truth I had to find out was related to what the 6 families were hiding. To do that, I would have to capture and torture someone at least the level of a successor of the 6 families. The Sword Saint would definitely know. But could I even capture the Sword Saint, let alone kill him? Capture was a right reserved for the strong. Anyone who had experienced war knew that capturing was more difficult than killing. Therefore, I'll have to give up on the Sword Saint and try to find someone among the executives. For now, my task here was clear. To help Crete, kill the humans, and enter the gates of Nina's castle. If that happened, I might be able to meet one of the Sword Saint's children. Of course, I wouldn't be able to meet the protagonist, Hamel. And I have to protect Renee in the meantime. SSSK. I gently stroked the goo poison sleeping in my arms. This guy had to be active for us to survive. It was good to have a goal, but the top priority was survival. I had to avoid the Sword Saint as much as possible. When Crete and the Sword Saint fought, I would have to help from behind as much as possible. Thump, thump. Miss, let's go together. I silently followed Renee, who had begun to move. Renee had been somewhat cold ever since we arrived in the human realm. Her hands were trembling as if there was an earthquake. Renee was afraid of war. Miss, don't talk to me. Why, what's wrong now? To reassure Renee even a little, I decided not to lose my smile until the very end. Yes, there was no point in coming here if I was just going to show fear by Renee's side. I came here at Anna's request to protect Renee. The bear's lineage had to be preserved. Most of the servants and soldiers had headed to the human realm. If, in this situation, they all died and only Anna remained, bears would not be able to rebuild. JNN. That would mean losing the shield that was bears. Therefore, I had to protect Renee no matter what. Thud, thud, thud. As I was walking with this resolve, the sound of footsteps ahead grew louder. The humans were approaching. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, the human soldiers led by the Sword Saint and the demon soldiers led by Crete faced each other on a vast plain. The Sword Saint. I wanted to see him up close. He was the protagonist's father in the original story, and I had only seen him as an illusion during the entrance exam. That's why I was so curious about what it would feel like to actually see him. SSSK. Where are you going? As I pushed through the crowd, Renee frowned and asked. I gave her an awkward smile and replied. The war is about to begin, so I'm going to stand in front since I'm relatively strong. I had no choice but to lie to Renee. The Sword Saint was the one who killed Renee's mother, so I couldn't tell her I wanted to see him and go to the front. Go ahead. Renee allowed me to go forward as if it didn't matter much. Bow. I bowed my head briefly to Renee in gratitude, and then walked through the soldiers towards Crete at the front. As I stood right behind Crete and looked at the Sword Saint, I couldn't help but shudder in awe. The human soldiers led by the Sword Saint had not yet clashed with ours. However, the sharp aura emanating from the Sword Saint, like a sword, made my skin tingle. This was the Sword Saint, the strongest person in the human realm. Crete is going to fight this person. Even if I helped Crete, would we be able to defeat the Sword Saint? Just looking at him made my chest tighten. An immense fear was making me cower. The statue of the knight holding a sword is erected inside the Nina family's castle. It was as if it was illuminating the Sword Saint like a halo. As I swallowed dryly, my eyes fixed on the Sword Saint's face. Clank, clank. A woman walked out from the human ranks. A woman clad in armor, approached with a gleaming, sharp blade. This was a duel. The humans had sent out a knight for a duel. But there's no one stronger than that female knight among the demons. The demons Crete brought were definitely the elite of bears. I could easily tell by the extraordinary aura each of them emitted. However, none of them surpassed the skill of that female knight. Perhaps everyone in bears who was skilled had already realized it. I didn't know how strong this female knight was among the Sword Saint's knights, but she was a strong person who could handle fighting spirit. Besides, she's a sword master. Everyone here knew that unless you were a demon who had mastered sword lacquer to the extreme, you would be nothing more than a piece of meat to this female knight. Who will go out? Crete asked the demon soldiers, but even the high-ranking demons of bears couldn't utter a word. SSSK. Crete frowned. If the Sword Saint had come out himself, Crete would have gone out himself. But for Crete to go out now would be tantamount to admitting that he was beneath the Sword Saint. So one of the other demons here had to go out. But no one wanted to fight that female knight. Are the demons scared? They charged in with such bravado, but they're all tucking their tails and running away. The human soldiers taunted as no one emerged from the demon ranks. Is there no one? Just as Crete's face contorted in anger. I will go. I raised my hand and spoke to Crete. Oh. Crete's eyes sparkled with interest. Then he opened his mouth and said, very well. I grant you permission. Thank you. Thump, thump. I bowed my head once to Crete and then walked towards the female knight who had come out for the duel. A female knight with dazzling platinum blonde hair and a magnificent sword, like something out of a fairy tale. But the aura she exuded was far from ordinary. She had reached the level of sword master. Could I really win? But if I stayed put, the morale of the demon soldiers would definitely plummet, so I had no choice but to step forward. As I stood before the female knight. A half-demon. A traitorous breed. She glared at me with contempt. The veins on my forehead throbbed. You have a sharp tongue. I merely spoke the truth. The stench of your kind makes it hard to breathe. Then do you douse yourself in perfume before coming to the battlefield? The smell of your makeup is overpowering. You. The female knight raised her sword at my provocation. Well, the provocation seemed to have worked. On second thought, it might have been better not to provoke her. She was a sword master. She might be as strong as, or even stronger than, terrorizing, whom I had encountered during the midterm exams. You'll go easy on me, right? I asked with an awkward smile, but, clang. She immediately raised her sword and swung it at me. I blocked the blow, crossing my red dagger and the fang of darkness. As I gauged the power behind her sword, cold sweat trickled down my back. This wasn't going to be easy. The moment I clashed with the knight, I knew it wouldn't be easy. A grim expression settled on my face. Sword master. Her skill was astounding. Excluding Crete, she was undoubtedly the strongest opponent I'd ever faced. It makes sense. Sword masters. Their skills are extraordinary. Although they haven't reached the level of a demigod, they've attained a certain level of power. Manifestation of the inner image. It's the power to unleash the imagination that lies dormant within one's mind. To reach the level of a demigod, one must be able to manifest their inner image, and sword masters possess that ability. However, I can manifest my inner image too. In the territory of the undead, by devouring an ancient god, I achieved a new level of power. Although I couldn't surpass the level of a demigod, I gained the ability to manifest my inner image. However, it wasn't an image I inherently possessed, but rather something my body had learned on its own, making it unstable. Originally, manifesting one's inner image transcended the realm of fighting spirit. In a way, the fighting spirit is also a manifestation of the inner image. However, the manifestation of the inner image is a more comprehensive and powerful force. If fighting spirit is drawing a small weapon from the inner image, then my unique and inimitable power is the manifestation of my inner image. But it was also a difficult technique to execute. That's why, even when fighting Crete, I couldn't manifest my inner image and was helplessly defeated. But it might be possible against an opponent like her. The knight I faced was indeed skilled, but she wasn't so far beyond my reach. So, if I could unleash my full power. However, manifesting my inner image was still a gamble. Therefore, it was a technique that could only be used to counter the knight's inner image, not something I could readily employ. And so, we clashed, using only our sword auras and swordsmanship. Suddenly, we both stopped swinging our swords. The knight frowned and spoke. How dull. You only dodge. Evasion is also a skill. That's just a trick. Allow me to show you my true abilities. Wung dash. The moment she finished speaking, a dense aura enveloped her sword. Kiwu dash. The endlessly expanding aura suddenly contracted, taking on a pure and refined form. Sword force. A technique only those who've achieved the level of sword master can wield. It was the next stage of sword energy used by humans, a truly formidable skill. But the knight didn't stop there. Thump dash. An overbearing pressure that seemed to distort the surrounding space emanated from her blade. The vibrations from her sword made me frown. This level of fighting spirit surpasses even that of Baltan or Tyria's. They might have reached a similar level now, but I couldn't emit such powerful fighting spirit. Killing intent, could it be possible? Doubt not at me. But I wouldn't know unless I tried. Crete's teachings on killing intent. Please, let it work. Goo 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 dash. I grasped both the Fang of Darkness and the Crimson Dagger, unleashing my killing intent. And then, I poured mana into them until my hands felt like they would burst. The moment I poured every ounce of my mana into the blades, along with a black miasma that seemed to cut through space itself. Bang dash. My two daggers clashed against the knight's longsword. An unbelievable sound resonated as our weapons collided. Our gazes locked, each of us pouring strength into our weapons as we struggled for dominance. Cold sweat trickled down my back, but I feigned composure and spoke. It's not as powerful as the sound it made. How disappointing. You'll see soon enough. Gritting her teeth at my mocking tone, the knight broke away. Cheng dash. Cheng dash. Cheng dash. Our blades clashed repeatedly. Each time our weapons met, space itself seemed to shatter and distort around us. Our movements were too fast for the eye to follow. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't even be able to perceive our battle. But as time passed, I was the one being pushed back. A sense of defeat washed over me. I thought that using killing intent would allow me to counter her sword force, but unlike me, who was using this new aspect of killing intent for the first time, the knight was a seasoned sword master. As time went on, I struggled to maintain the upper hand against her experience. If only goo poison would activate like it did against Tyria's. But it was too risky to rely on goo poison. This duel was being watched by humans and demons alike, even Crete. If it was discovered that I wielded goo poison, I wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. Considering the current situation, Crete wouldn't necessarily punish me, but goo poison had to remain my trump card. It could become my weakness, or it could become my winning hand. So, all that remained was move dash dot. Position exchange. I immediately extended the arrow, switching places with the knight. With my daggers aimed at her throat, I swung. Surg dash. But with astonishing reflexes, the knight evaded my attack. Thud dash. She rolled on the ground, swiftly retrieving her fallen sword. But I wouldn't miss such a small opening. Wung dash. I unleashed my killing intent once more, charging toward her with my daggers. However, clank dash. A sound like a lock snapping open reached my ears, and what? The aura emanating from the knight shifted completely. Gua. An indescribably sharp and viscous presence emanated from her. It was as if she had transformed into a wolf, her silver hair seemingly swaying in a non-existent breeze. Involuntarily, I swallowed nervously. It's finally beginning. The manifestation of her inner image. The knight had unveiled her true power to face me, and then, crackle dash. Like a bolt of lightning, a wolf lunged, sinking its fangs into my two daggers. The speed and sharpness were terrifying, leaving me no time to react. I tried to create distance. I won't let you go. She closed the distance in an instant, swinging her sword at me with blinding speed. There wasn't even time to use spatial displacement. A lone wolf. That was the inner image she had manifested. This is insane. Despair began to set in, twisting my features. A situation where even dodging was difficult. How could I possibly fight against such a monster? At this rate, I had no choice but to use my own inner image. Open, Eye of Arrogance, dot. The Eye of Arrogance, which temporarily enhanced my dynamic vision to its limits by forcibly opening it. Originally, it required taking life to activate, but I could forcefully use it in exchange for my sight. With the Eye of Arrogance activated, I observed the knight's slowed movements, now within the realm of my perception. Thump dash. My heart pounded in my chest. Deep within my mind, a single inner image lay dormant. The moment I closed and opened my eyes to drag it into reality, the world transformed. Fwoosh dash. An ominous darkness erupted from my body, a raging inferno threatening to engulf the world. However, my mana was too weak, and the darkness could only paint a small fraction of the world. But that was enough. This is. The knight's eyes widened in shock. It was inevitable. Both she and I had been pulled into a realm of pure darkness, and she had no choice but to accept it. Thump dash. Thump dash. My heart pounded like a drum. The sound echoed in my ears, the only sensation in this world devoid of light and shadow. In the midst of this all-encompassing darkness. Stir dash. Something moved. I sensed something moving with an unidentifiable pattern. What is that? The knight muttered, her voice trembling with fear. Thwack dash. I unleashed a wave of endless darkness, along with a thick, suffocating killing intent that would make even the bravest knight tremble. Time seemed to stand still in this oppressive atmosphere. As the metallic scent of blood filled the air, she must have felt like she was going mad. Finally, I fused my killing intent with the darkness. Gua dash. Something I couldn't comprehend began to writhe, wrapping itself around the fang of darkness and emanating an ominous aura. Something with glowing crimson eyes, flickering like flames amidst the encroaching darkness. A serpent? No, it was. Even I couldn't fathom the true nature of the entity that had manifested within my inner image. But there was no time to hesitate. If the knight adapted to the darkness, victory would slip from my grasp. Quachak dash. I swung the serpent-like entity towards the knight, and clang dash. The long sword, imbued with the wolf's aura, shattered into pieces. As the knight's eyes widened in shock. Fwoosh dash. The black space that had imprisoned us vanished. And my dagger. Kayaayak. Sank its teeth into the knight's shoulder.n/o/bel/b/jn.c//om. The serpent, formed from darkness and killing intent, took a large bite out of her shoulder. Her arm was severed. Quachuk, quachuk dash. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering my face. And no, the knight's face was a mask of blood and tears. Before the opponent she had underestimated, she had been reduced to nothing more than prey. My gaze was cold and unforgiving. Clang dash. Clang dash. She swung the hilt of her sword, the blade long gone, but it was a meaningless struggle. The serpent wouldn't abandon its wounded prey. It would only devour it whole. Whoosh dash. I watched her desperate struggle with frost-rimmed eyes and swung my dagger once more. A ferocious aura clung to the blade. This attack would be enough to finish her, or so I thought. If someone hadn't stopped my attack. It felt as if my breath had hitched. The dark energy swirling around my dagger dispersed in an instant. A suffocating pressure gripped my heart. My instinct screamed a warning. Who possessed such overwhelming power? My heart pounded against my ribs. Slowly, I turned towards the source of the pressure. Standing there, looking down at me with an air of haughty indifference, was a man. You are. The moment I was about to swing my dagger at the knight's neck, I had no choice but to stop before I could even thrust my dagger. It wasn't because of guilt over the murder. I had already seen countless bloodbaths and had become accustomed to it. Nor was it because I was overwhelmed by the knight's spirit and couldn't swing my sword. It was simply because I had decided that I shouldn't swing my sword. Behind the knight. From there, a tremendous force was shot towards me. A force so overwhelming that it's hard to even breathe. The moment I frowned and tried to stare at the person who was sending their spirit towards me, I was forced to jump up from the ground in surprise. Clang 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 clang. A sword attack of enormous size passed between me and the knight. If I had been in that spot, my body would have been split into 6 pieces. Swoosh. I looked down and saw the knight gasping for breath. "You are lucky." Gasp, cough. The knight coughed up blood and glared at me as if she was going to kill me. Oh, how scary. If I stayed here, I would definitely be killed by the Sword Saint. Although it was true that I had won the duel, the situation would be reversed again due to the Sword Saint's single blow. There was a need for the demon clan to turn the tide again in order to gain the upper hand. I am nothing but the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings of bears. But it's an honor to have the Sword Saint himself come forward to catch me. As I shouted, the demon soldiers behind me began to murmur. Yeah, he was just a half-demon we didn't even care about until recently. We can do it too. We must not lose our momentum. Yaa. A roar erupted from among the demon soldiers. At this, the corners of my mouth rose. Along with this, thump, thump, the demons beat the ground with their weapons, creating a huge vibration. Thump, thump. The human soldiers also pounded the ground as if they couldn't lose to the demons, but only a much smaller vibration could be heard than the demon soldiers. And a huge, cavernous voice flowed from Crete, drowning out even the small vibrations of the humans. Now is the time to avenge the past, so we must not miss this opportunity. Charge dash dot. Crete's booming voice echoed throughout the area. Crete had no intention of missing the opportunity one had created. Eventually, kill the humans. The demon soldiers and the human soldiers clashed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Save me. Cough. Tens of thousands of soldiers killed and were killed in a battlefield that was like a slaughterhouse. In such a battlefield, I had to work hard to find a way to survive. Damn it. At least give me time to escape. I couldn't help but curse Crete inwardly. Right after I defeated the sword master with the newly acquired skill, Crete immediately started the battle. If my body had been in good shape, I would have been able to escape safely even in this chaotic battle, but I couldn't be sure because my body wasn't normal. I made a frustrated face. It was good that I defeated the knight, but the aftermath was the problem. The human soldiers rushed at me to save the knight, and the demon soldiers rushed at them to kill them. In the chaotic battle that ensued, I couldn't find a way out and had to wander around. And there was one more big problem. The demons are losing to the human soldiers. I looked around with cold eyes. The gap in skill between the human soldiers and the demon soldiers was significant. The level of brute force possessed by one human soldier and one demon soldier was similar. However, due to the swordsmanship used by the human soldiers, the demon soldiers had no choice but to be driven into a corner. The swordsmanship of the Nina family. The Sword Saint had also distributed the swordsmanship he had devised himself to the soldiers. Although the secret swordsmanship was only allowed to be passed down to blood relatives, he allowed the soldiers to learn at least the basic swordsmanship that contained the principles he had mastered. Therefore, they were being pushed back not because of the difference in physical strength, but because of the difference in swordsmanship. However, the demon soldiers fought well under Crete's command. Clang, clang. The blades of the demon soldiers and the human soldiers flashed. How are they not falling? We can't rest comfortably before killing the humans. The demon soldiers fought the humans with a will to die. It was so desperate that it made my heart ache. Although their swordsmanship was inferior to that of the humans, they gritted their teeth and tried to overcome it somehow. That was why they were able to maintain their formation even in this situation, despite being pushed back. But this balance would soon tip sharply in favor of the humans.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. A sand castle that would collapse with a single touch. That's what the demon soldiers were. I stood my ground in this chaotic battle and glanced at Crete, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. His enormous presence made him stand out even from this distance. Crete. The demons would all die here unless he had a plan. What was he thinking? No, if he had any plans, he wouldn't have been brutally killed by the Sword Saint in the original story. Perhaps. Suddenly, a frightening thought crossed my mind. No way, that couldn't be it. Swoosh. I shook my head to get rid of such ominous thoughts. No matter how reckless Crete was, he wouldn't think of such a thing. He definitely shouldn't be. Ignoring the anxiety that was trying to grow in my heart, I walked through the demon and human soldiers. To find one person. Where is Renee? I was desperately looking for Renee. With her skills, she wouldn't be hit by the blind blades of the human soldiers. However, I was worried. In the Nina family, there were many strong people besides the swordmaster I had just fought. The 7 swords of the Nina family. If Renee encountered them, she wouldn't be able to avoid death. That's why I had to be by Renee's side and protect her. Just as I was worrying and my heart was pounding. Thud. I stopped walking. What is it? Clank 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 clank. A strong, strange sound was coming from somewhere. It was definitely getting closer to where I was. Eventually, clang. A blade covered in powerful sword force clashed with my dagger, and I frowned at the overwhelming force I felt. From where did they shoot such an attack? If I hadn't learned the principles that Crete had taught me, I would have been hit right away. Fortunately, I was able to deflect the attack by swinging my sword with the killing intent. However, I wasn't completely unscathed. Maybe it was because I couldn't react immediately. Swoosh. I wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of my mouth. I had suffered a minor internal injury from the recoil of receiving the sword force, but I couldn't see the attacker anywhere. They just shot out a sword attack imbued with sword force. I had a rough idea of who the culprit was. First of all, it wouldn't be the Sword Saint. If it was the Sword Saint, my body would have already been cut in half. So the only person who could perform such a feat would be one of the 7 swords of the Nina family. It was despairing for the demon clan. This meant that there were many people among the humans who could not be stopped unless it was Crete or me. It seems like they haven't fully revealed themselves yet. That was a good thing. For some reason, the Seven Swords hadn't participated in the war directly and were watching the soldiers fight with the Sword Saint from behind. Perhaps they were trying to figure out the level of the demon soldiers because of the martial prowess I had shown. And if they realized that the demon soldiers were much weaker than the human soldiers and that there were no other strong demons, it was obvious what they would do. The war is already lost. Actually, it didn't need to go that far. This war would only end when the Bears family knelt before the Nina family. I had a hunch. I need to find Renee quickly. I had to at least save Renee before then. If the Seven Swords started to move, the demons would be slaughtered. Just as I was about to move my feet. How dare you do that to Lady Sheol? A human soldier glared at me with bloodshot eyes and swung his sword at me. A blow filled with rage. However, it was too far away to reach me. Position, distance, and skill. He couldn't kill me. So the one who got hunted was. Stab. Gasp. Cough. The human soldier. As soon as I slashed his neck slightly with my red dagger, his body collapsed. Now, I could slaughter ordinary people without much effort. Like now. Thump. My heart started to race again. I knew instinctively that this was the activation of the Eye of Arrogance. Eye of Arrogance. Its ability was to temporarily enhance my dynamic vision to the limit when I killed a living being. And I experienced what that limit was. Slow. Everything was trampled under my feet. My enhanced dynamic vision allowed me to even see the beads of sweat dripping from the humans. I could see the path. Where I should go to kill humans more efficiently, what I could do to save more time. Thud. Stab. Thud. Stab. I slashed the throats of the humans within reach of my sword. And stabbed the blade into their hearts. If they were far away, I threw my black blade at them. I moved forward, wielding my dagger in this manner. The Eye of Arrogance, whose activation conditions had been met. It roared with joy, enhancing my dynamic vision to the limit. Although my body was not in its best condition because I had just used the manifestation of inner image, I became the most prominent being on the battlefield. A being more extraordinary than Crete and the Sword Saint, who were watching the battle from behind. Having my dynamic vision enhanced to the limit meant this. Momentarily, I could move like the absolutes. The human soldiers' eyes were drawn to me. They sensed that I was dangerous and looked at me, but... Thud. 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 They had to lower their gazes. Their necks were all cut off as I swung my dagger. Eventually, when my mana ran out and the Eye of Arrogance could no longer be activated. Monster. Only the words of a terrified human soldier echoed across the battlefield. And... Boo! A loud trumpet sounded from the Nina family's castle. Hearing this, the human soldiers hurriedly stopped fighting and began to flee. I watched them from behind and caught my breath. The number of human soldiers I had slaughtered alone was at least 300. One sword master and 300 soldiers. This was my achievement today. The first battle between the Bears family and the Nina family. It ended in the victory of the Bears. For now. Boo! The sound of a bugle horn echoed from Nina Castle. I wiped the blood and sweat off my face and fell into thought. Finally, it's over. The long, long battle. It has finally come to an end. However, I knew. The fact that the entire war wasn't over yet. That's why, even in this moment of victory, I couldn't shake off the fear. The moment the Seven Swords and the Sword Saint of the Nina family personally stepped forward. This war would be over. Swoosh. I lifted my head and gazed at the figure looking down at the demons with an aloof expression. Sword Saint. He was overlooking the battlefield with 7 knights by his side. It made sense. Why didn't they step forward themselves? They waged this battle to gauge our level. And they must have realized it. That they could completely annihilate the Bears family. So soon, they would take to the battlefield themselves. To see the end of the war. To annihilate the Bears. I've done everything I could. But I didn't have the power to stop them. Just today, I almost died. The human soldier called her Sheol, was it? While facing the female knight, a sword force from the Sword Saint nearly severed my body, and I suffered internal injuries from another sword force fired by one of the 7 swords. So, it's only natural to be afraid. A total of 8 people. 1 person who has reached a level I haven't even dreamed of. And 7 others who have reached a level similar to mine. If that main character Brat, the Sword Saint's son, was here, we wouldn't have won even the first battle. Especially that guy, who's all about justice, wouldn't have forgiven the Sword Saint's act of sacrificing his soldiers' lives to figure out our strength. So, he would have been the first to step forward. Based on my estimation, the protagonist's current power is 1 level below Crete or the Sword Saint. It's a given that he's stronger than other members of the student council, and me, of course. It's somewhat disheartening, but it's the inevitable reality. In the first place, I was the one who gave him such power, so who can I blame? There was nothing I could do but yield. Thump, 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 thump. As I was catching my breath amidst the corpses of countless human and demon soldiers, the human soldiers began to flee from us, and the distance between us grew considerably. Looking at the retreating human soldiers, Crete spoke. Don't chase them. We are also returning to the camp. Crete suggested we retreat for now. It was true that I had killed many human soldiers with my performance, but the demons had also suffered countless injuries, so it was the right choice. More importantly, Renee. Where's Renee? My heart suddenly lurched, and my face turned pale. The battle and the stench of blood had numbed my mind, making me forget about her. No, in fact, I had fought desperately to find her. The feelings of excitement and immersion that had blossomed within me at some point. Because of those two emotions, I had lost sight of Renee. Suddenly, an ominous thought occurred to me. Don't tell me. Renee's not dead, is she? I'm scared. Terrified. Tap, tap. I hurriedly kicked off the ground and dashed forward. I desperately looked around for Renee. All I could see were wounded demon soldiers and those returning to the encampment by the mountain. I couldn't find Renee among them, and it terrified me. My lady. Because I failed to protect her. Why did I forget the most important thing? As that ominous thought was about to pass through my mind. Thud. I tripped over a corpse lying on the ground. The slimy blood and dirt splattered on my face, and a searing pain shot through me. My eyes, which had been using the eyes of arrogance for a long time, were already stinging. Now, with the blood seeping in, the pain was excruciating. It hurts. It hurts like hell. I feel like crying. No matter how accustomed I had become to killing, I had still taken hundreds of human lives. I had taken lives. I, who was just a modern-day person a few years ago, couldn't possibly have a heart of steel overnight. My heart felt heavy. At the same time, my shoulders felt heavy as well. And then, someone gently lifted me up. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Swoosh. The gentle touch of their hand seemed to make the pain vanish, even if it was just an illusion. You are. Although my eyes weren't open yet, I thought I knew who it was. It was her, the one I had been searching for so desperately on the battlefield, who was helping me up. I managed to part my lips, which seemed reluctant to move. Where have you been? With father. I see. A chuckle escaped my lips for some reason. Renee said she had been with Crete. It's true what they say about things being hidden in plain sight. Crete hadn't participated in the battle at all, yet his presence had been more prominent than mine. That's probably why I hadn't noticed Renee, even though she was nearby. She had been overshadowed by Crete's presence. It was somewhat absurd, yet the relief of knowing Renee was safe made my legs go weak. So, even though it might be rude to Renee, I decided to speak my mind. May I, just for a little while, lean on your shoulder, my lady? Sure. Renee accepted my request casually as if it were nothing. Swoosh. With Renee's support, we walked side by side toward the demon encampment. As we made our way back, I spoke to Renee. Have you, by any chance, changed your mind? Wouldn't she come back to the demon realm with me now? I was asking Renee the same question I had posed before. But there was no answer from Renee. She just kept quiet and continued to support me. I knew that her silence meant a tacit refusal, so I decided not to bring it up again. Renee. It seemed she had no intention of leaving the human realm for the demon realm. What was she trying to see? What was it that she wanted to witness in this human realm, on this battlefield? I didn't know the reason, but for now, I decided to respect Renee's decision. I might be weaker than the Sword Saint, but I was by no means weak compared to others. I could protect at least one person like Renee. Even if it meant using the demon god's stroke, I would protect her. As I continued walking in silence, just like Renee, she spoke, removing her hand from my shoulder. We're here. Only then did my damaged vision gradually return. Although the damage from activating the eyes of arrogance wouldn't heal completely, it wouldn't hinder my daily life or combat abilities. And then, the interior of a tent came into view. There were no beds or anything like that inside the tent. It couldn't be helped. Expecting a bed in the middle of a war was absurd in the first place. I hadn't expected it anyway. Swoosh. Renee gently guided me by the waist and sat me down on the floor. Swoosh, swoosh. And then she started wiping the blood off my face. I felt grateful for her actions. Thank you. You must be exhausted from today as well, my lady. I apologize for causing you unnecessary concern. Renee replied with an indifferent tone. Don't worry about it. That's a relief. Yeah. For some reason, conversations with Renee always felt a bit awkward. I stared blankly at Renee, who was gazing back at me. Is there something you wish to say? Shake, shake. Renee shook her head. I was puzzled. Then why is she still here? It's time for you to rest. Wouldn't it be best to get some proper sleep? I tried to phrase it as politely as possible, suggesting that Renee should return to her own tent. However, even after hearing my words, Renee didn't budge an inch. My lady, I'm sleeping here. Excuse me. Did I hear that right? Renee's words made me blink my eyes in surprise. Why would she sleep here? What's going on? I racked my brain for an answer, but my stupid mind couldn't come up with one. Seriously, why? As I wore an expression full of confusion, Renee finally spoke. You said you'd protect me. I'll protect you from the sidelines. I felt a headache coming on. Didn't her words imply that she would be staying in this tent while I was asleep? I felt a sense of resistance. How could a man and a woman, under the same roof? Just as I was about to decline Renee's offer, a thought struck me. This situation. It felt strangely familiar, like I had experienced it somewhere before. As I narrowed my eyes in a strange sense of déjà vu, Renee spoke first. I heard about it. ABO, about what? About the midterm exams, you, and Key. Thump. I hurriedly covered Renee's mouth with my hand. Who on earth told Renee about that? When I fell asleep with Luna. Renee knew about what happened back then. As I stood there, flustered and at a loss for words, Renee pulled my hand away from her mouth with a sullen look. Fran told me. That damn? So he was watching us back then? And it didn't end there. Something even more unexpected, something I could never have imagined, came out of Renee's mouth. You like sleeping with women, don't you? Who, me? I was so scared of what might come out of her mouth next that I could only stammer in response to her serious question. What did I do this time? I don't remember. I did something like that? My words caught in my throat, and I couldn't even open my mouth. Looking at me like that, Renee made a disappointed face. Idiot. I was baffled. Had I really done something so shameless? Impossible. It was laughable to say it myself, but there couldn't be a purer human being than me. Of course, I admit that something had happened between Luna and me. I couldn't hide it after Fran, that damn bastard, had spilled the beans. It was during the midterm exams. All the students were sleeping in the secret laboratory where we had defeated the human mage, Visaha. Luna, terrified, had clung to me, and somehow, caught in the heat of the moment, our lips. Ahem, that's enough about that. But other than that, I had never had any romantic encounters with women. What was going on? While I was racking my brain, Renee, who had been observing me, frowned and said, "You smelled like a woman. When was that?" "Last time, when you came back." Renee's words were perplexing. As I pondered her statement, I finally realized what she was implying. It must have been when we returned to Bear's mansion from the gluttony domain. Renee must have smelled something on me then. But I was truly innocent. I could swear on my life that I hadn't been with another woman. No, wait a minute. Now that I thought about it, wasn't it on the last day in the gluttony domain when I had stayed up all night? Miriam, who had been momentarily away from our shared bed, had suddenly come next to me, and her scent must have rubbed off on me. But could Renee have possibly smelled that? She had a sense of smell that far surpassed that of a Cerberus. My lady, that's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Actually, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I didn't tell her everything that had happened in the gluttony domain, but I gave her a rough explanation of what had transpired between Miriam and me. I see. Renee nodded, her face flushed. Seeing her like this brought a wave of relief and a slight smile to my lips. Well, at least the misunderstanding had been cleared up. A playful thought crossed my mind, and I spoke with a sly grin. What kind of imagination did you have to react like that? Would you care to explain? I wasn't imagining anything. Really? Renee fell silent. She turned her head away, her ears flushed crimson. She really was as bad as Crete when it came to being honest. I chuckled inwardly, amused by the similarities between the father and daughter. The two demons, so alike yet so different. Anna had said that she resembled her mother. That thought brought a wave of fear washing over me once more. Crete. I had finally figured out what he was aiming for. And it's highly likely to happen. The unreasonable training he had put Anna through to prepare him for inheriting the position of head of the family. The increasingly tense atmosphere of the battlefield. And finally, the words he had spoken to Renee about leaving. I'd be a fool not to say the truth after learning all this. Crete's war would only end when either he or the Sword Saint perished. If I could just survive this war. Tomorrow was the day. It was only natural to be nervous. The battlefield tomorrow would be vastly different from today's. Today, the demon soldiers had emerged victorious. The demon soldiers had fought better against the human soldiers than I had expected, but the biggest reason for their victory was something else entirely. It was none other than the fact that the Seven Swords and the Sword Saint had not intervened. If they had, the situation would have unfolded just like in the original story. The demons cannot win. I realized this during my confrontation with the Sword Master. Wars weren't won by the strength of a single person. But what if it wasn't just one person, but 8 who possessed power beyond human comprehension? I could handle 2 sword masters at most. And even then, the female knight I had fought before was the weakest among the 7 swords. So it was clear that I wouldn't be able to handle more than 1 or 2 at a time. However, there was no way the humans would send all 7 swords after me. The other sword masters would be rampaging across the battlefield, slaughtering the demon soldiers. If Crete stepped in, it would solve the problem, but he had to face another human, not the sword masters. The Sword Saint. Tomorrow, Crete would have to fight the Sword Saint, which meant that dealing with the sword masters would be left entirely to the demon soldiers. And if that happened, Renee. Overwhelmed by a surge of anxiety, I looked at Renee and spoke. My lady, do you really have to go to the battlefield tomorrow? I told you before. I'm not trying to convince you to run away to the demon realm with me. Then what is it? I just ask that you stay under my protection as much as possible on the battlefield tomorrow. Renee didn't answer. I grasped her hands tightly and said, please. Renee stared at me for a moment before finally nodding. All right. Only after hearing Renee's confirmation did I feel a wave of relief. Even if Crete and the Sword Saint fought, I would be able to protect Renee with the power I possessed. The new level of power I had reached. The manifestation of my inner image. Even if it couldn't block a blow from the Sword Saint, it might buy me enough time to save Renee's life. The power to subdue a sword master with a single blow. Although it was uncertain whether it would work on the other 7 swords, I didn't feel like I would lose. Perhaps I could at least manage a draw. Lost in thought, I didn't notice. Ouch. Renee frowned as she pulled her hand away. It seemed I had been gripping her hand too tightly. You've been grabbing too hard lately. It must be my nerves. That doesn't seem like it. It's my nerves. Is that so? At my firm answer, Renee tilted her head and then lay down, seemingly ready to sleep right there. Shouldn't you go back to your own tent, my lady? No, my lady. But Renee was determined not to listen to me. Her eyelids drooped, and she quickly fell asleep, probably from exhaustion. I quietly watched her sleep. Looking at her peaceful face brought a sense of tranquility to my heart. At first, I had thought she was a scary and cold person, but after spending so much time together, I began to see her endearing side. She was sleeping soundly. Was it because she felt safe with the soldiers standing guard outside? Or maybe it was because I was by her side. Anyway, I might as well get some sleep too. I lay down next to Renee and pulled the blanket I had prepared over myself. Come to think of it, had Renee not brought a blanket? Glancing sideways, I saw her sleeping without a blanket, and a pang of guilt struck me. Sigh. I covered her with my blanket. The cold night air immediately seeped into my clothes. It's cold in the human world. I shivered. My body was exhausted from the day's strain, and the unfamiliar climate made the cold even more biting. But drowsiness, stronger than the cold, washed over me. My eyelids fluttered shut. How long had it been? I felt someone drape a blanket over me. Too sleepy to open my eyes and see who it was, I knew. The warmth enveloping me was no illusion. The next day, the blaring sound of trumpets pierced through my ears, jolting me awake. As I sat up, I felt cold sweat clinging to my palms. So it's finally today. The long-awaited battle was upon us. Although the end of this war remained uncertain, one thing was for sure, I didn't have a good feeling about today. Still, my heart was lighter than yesterday. I turned my gaze to Renee, who was rubbing sleep from her eyes. The blanket she was wrapped in stretched all the way to where I had been sleeping. Pretending not to notice, I said, "We should get going. The humans seem to be leaving their fortress." Right. We got up and made our way outside. Move. Form ranks. The demon soldiers were swiftly forming ranks and descending the mountain. Crete was leading them. We followed behind them, down the slopes. And then we reached the battlefield. Thump, 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 thump. A heavy, rhythmic pounding emanated from the human army. My brow furrowed. It wasn't because the soldiers' presence was intimidating or threatening. It was because the figures at the forefront of their ranks were different from yesterday. The 7 swords. All of them were there, commanding the human soldiers. Yesterday's battle. It had been a test, a means for the 7 swords and the sword saint to assess their opponents. And they had reached a conclusion. That the demons were weaker. Therefore, who among you dares face Canpal? Canpal, one of the 7 swords, roared, drawing his sword. Even from a distance, I could tell that he was far stronger than the female knight I had dueled yesterday. Lord Crete, allow me to. I was about to volunteer to face him when. I will go. A demon guard, hand raised, declared boldly to Crete. I stared at him, bewildered. What confidence did he possess? It was obvious, even without crossing swords, that this demon was weaker than Canpal. The difference in their strength was so significant that I was sure Crete would refuse his offer. However, very well. You have my permission. Crete gave an uncharacteristic response. Thank you. I will not disappoint you. The demon, his face beaming with gratitude, charged towards the battlefield. I turned to Crete, utterly perplexed. Why would he allow such a thing? It made no sense. Crete was a powerful warrior, he had to know. He, more than anyone, understood the disparity between the human sword masters and their demon counterparts. What is he thinking? Crete's intentions were unreadable. But even if I stared at him with all my might, he wouldn't offer an explanation. He simply watched the demon soldier with an impassive expression. And so, the battle between the sword master and the demon began. I will take your head and present it to Lord Crete. The demon roared, drawing his sword and swinging it at Canpal. At the same time, humph. Canpal, with a scornful smirk, swung his own blade. In that instant, clang, the demon's sword shattered into pieces. And then, squelch, the demon's body was cleaved in two, from the top of his head to his groin. Bonus chapter thanks to @Furison, @Adisaster and @Tamila S for subscription on Ko-Fi. Dead. A nameless demon soldier was slain in a single blow by a human sword master. Blood and intestines splattered onto the ground with a sickening sound, followed by the triumphant roars of the human soldiers. On the other hand, the demon soldiers were greatly demoralized. And no way, Sir Kazakh. Was he that famous within the Bears family? Although I hadn't known him because I was only focused on Renee and Crete, he seemed to have been one of the top talents within the Bears family. And that man died in a single blow, by the swordmaster named Canpal. What happened next was simple. Sweep away the insects. The sword saint's declaration. Dash. The human soldiers roared in response and began their charge. Attack. Crete also commanded the demon soldiers to charge against the humans. However, the demon soldiers were no match for the surging human forces. Thud dash, slash dash. One by one, the heads of demon soldiers rolled across the ground. The screams of demons and the stench of blood filled the battlefield. The sheer volume of blood painted the ground crimson, resembling a river of gore. It wasn't just the human soldiers' morale that had shifted the tide of battle. The 7 swords. They personally joined the fray, reaping the lives of demon soldiers. So fast? I watched in awe as they moved across the battlefield with lightning speed. Slash dash, slash dash, slash dash. With each flash of their blades, countless demon soldiers fell, their throats slit. Led by the 7 swords, the humans launched a relentless offensive. Only a few minutes into the battle, hundreds of demon soldiers lay dead. The number was quickly approaching 1,000. I realized the urgent need to turn the tide. If this continued, the war would become an irreversible massacre. My lady, stay close behind me. Okay, With a grim expression, I adjusted the grip on Fang of Darkness and the Crimson Dagger as I spoke to Renee. As dire as the situation was, I couldn't leave her side. Protecting her. That was more important than winning the war. Returning Renee safely to the demon realm was paramount. As long as Renee was safe, the bear's family could be rebuilt. Perhaps even with Samuel, surprisingly, taking on the mantle of the family head. So Renee must be safe. Yes, never leave my side. I know. Only after hearing her affirmation did I kick off the ground and move. Hundreds of black blades materialized around me, summoned by Fang of Darkness. There was no need to imbue them with killing intent yet. Right now, the priority was boosting the morale of the overwhelmed demon soldiers. Focusing on reducing the human numbers was more critical than targeting their sword master. Black blades. 100 black blade. 100 black daggers floated around me. Then, swish dash. The instant I swept my hand toward the human ranks. Thud dash. Thud dash. Thud dash. Thud dash. Exactly 100 human soldiers collapsed, their throats pierced, before they could even register what was happening. The black blades had precisely targeted their vital points. An astonishing feat. With a single technique, I had killed 100 human soldiers. Perhaps it was due to this shocking display. You're the one. Canpel, the sword master who had effortlessly killed the nameless demon soldier in their duel, grinned at me, baring his white teeth. An oppressive, almost suffocating bloodlust emanated from him, accompanied by a sharp, honed aura. It was similar to, or perhaps even stronger than, the female knight from before. He was not someone to be taken lightly, but neither was he an insurmountable opponent like the Sword Saint or Crete. Unsure of the outcome, I gestured to Renee. Please step back for a moment. With a nod, Renee quickly retreated. She, too, wanted to fight alongside me, but she understood that her presence by my side would be a hindrance rather than a help. While Renee might have been one of the most skilled individuals within Sidon, she was no match for a sword master. Canpel, recognizing Renee's limitations, simply lost interest in her. Phew dash. After confirming that Renee had safely retreated towards the demon soldiers, I took a deep breath. There was no need to panic. I just had to fight back. I decided to provoke him first, uttering a condescending remark. It's an honor that you know who I am, but I haven't the faintest idea who you are. You'll have to try a little harder than that? Ha, is that so? Then I'll just have to carve my name into your memory, by killing you. By all means, try. As if you could. As soon as I finished speaking, Canpel's expression shifted rapidly. However, as expected of a sword master, he quickly regained his composure. You'll regret crossing paths with me. I believe those words are best directed at yourself. With that, Canpel and I clashed without another word. Clang dash. Fang of Darkness met Canpel's sword with a deafening clang. The force behind his strike. Tremble dash. My right hand, gripping Fang of Darkness, trembled involuntarily. In terms of pure strength, I was outmatched. It was unavoidable. I was still young and physically underdeveloped. It was only natural that I would be weaker than Canpel. However, in battles between those who have reached the level of sword master, mere physical strength wasn't the deciding factor. I'll go all out. As will I. Having gauged each other's basic abilities through a clash devoid of aura or techniques, Canpel and I immediately materialized our inner images. Quiet dash. Quu dash. Darkness engulfed my surroundings, while waves surged around Canpel. Darkness and water. These were the manifestations of our respective inner images. But it didn't end there. Within my darkness. Within Canpel's water. Kugugugugu dash. A pitch-black serpent and a blue-backed shark materialized, their forms taking shape. Crack dash. Quaidadadaduk dash. The snake and the shark clashed violently, tearing at each other with ferocious bites. The serpent, at times, would gracefully coil around the shark's body to strike, while the shark would roar fiercely, charging through the water with its jaws agape. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. They wounded each other, leaving deep gashes in their wake. But soon, Quaidadadaduk dash. The shark ripped the serpent asunder. In that instant, Kugugugugu. The darkness that had enveloped me began to recede. My inner image had been defeated by Canpel's. On the other hand, is that all you've got? Kuruu dash. Canpel's shark, propelled by a surge of water, lunged towards me. Closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye, the shark bared its razor-sharp teeth. I clenched my jaw tightly. The manifestation of inner images was undeniably a powerful technique, but I wasn't the only one capable of using it. Swordmaster Canpel. He had honed his inner image for a far longer time than I, which explained the disparity in our power. Damn it. I instinctively knew that I couldn't defeat Canpel with my current abilities alone. Even though I contorted my body, narrowly dodging his sword strike. Stuying dash. The shark grazed my side, tearing away a chunk of flesh, before disappearing. Canpel, witnessing my state, clicked his tongue. What a shame. I could have split you in two right there. Just because you regret missing your chance doesn't mean it will come again. Still got some fight left in you, huh? Not only do I have fight, but I also have a life, though it seems you're about to lose yours, considering you can't even see straight anymore. You. Canpel had completely fallen for my taunts. I gritted my teeth. This was my chance. My only chance. Realistically, I knew that Canpel wasn't truly affected by my words. He was a sword master. Would he truly lose his composure and be consumed by rage from such paltry provocations? But this brief moment of distraction was all I needed. I had just met the activation condition for the red dagger. Dash. From my gaping wound, a torrent of blood erupted, its crimson flow swirling and churning as if alive. Canpal, realizing that this wasn't magic, nor some swordsmanship technique, but a form of an ancient curse, furrowed his brows. You dare resort to sorcery? What can I say? It's in our half-demon blood. Don't act so surprised. Humph, you're not wrong. And with that exchange, dash. My crimson torrent clashed violently with Canpal's azure waves. Tiny droplets of water splattered, stinging like needles as they grazed our faces. Canpal's expression hardened as he felt the power emanating from my dagger. For a mere curse too. This will have to do. The power of the red dagger. As my abilities grew, so too did the power of the red dagger. While it hadn't reached a whole new level, it was now capable of rivaling the power of his inner image. But this alone wasn't enough to defeat Canpal. I had one more trick up my sleeve. Now, try and stop this. Kugugugugu. I channeled my killing intent into the red dagger. I had refrained from using it before because of the price it demanded, my own blood. But now, I had no choice. Dash. A wave of crimson, tinged with black, erupted from the red dagger. Kagagagagak dash. Like a pack of ravenous wolves, the blood-infused energy tore into Canpal's white shark, ripping it to shreds. Canpal's eyes widened in shock. And I seized this golden opportunity. Switch dot. In that split second, I activated Poseidon Exchange, exchanging positions with Canpal. It was only possible because of the minuscule opening created by his momentary lapse in concentration. Had he been at his peak, he would have easily countered it. But right now, still reeling from the backlash of his inner image. Skajegagioke dash. What? Kahook. He was nothing more than prey caught in the crimson tide. The wave I unleashed, resembling a raging tsunami, engulfed Canpal entirely. And just as he had mercilessly slaughtered the demon soldier in their duel, /dash, I cleaved through Canpal's body, splitting him in half. While Adel killed Canpal, a man escorting the sword saint chuckled. Not bad. His gaze was fixed on the young, narrow-eyed boy with crimson hair who had mercilessly butchered Canpal. Originally, the human soldiers had believed that this war would end in their overwhelming victory. And rightfully so. Once, humans had triumphed over the bear's family. Since then, the human soldiers had amassed even greater strength, while the bear's family had lost much of their own. The current situation was an anomaly. A single half-demon had turned the tide of the battlefield. Twice, at that. Not only had he defeated a sword master in a duel, but he had now killed another. The hundreds of human soldiers he had slain were merely a bonus. Even the sword masters had to admit it. The half-demon's power was beyond their ability to handle alone. It would take at least 2 sword masters to defeat him. However, it was impossible to focus all their forces on the half-demon. This is troublesome. The morale of the demon soldiers is skyrocketing because of the half-demon. If this continues, we might be driven back. The sword master spoke in a grave tone. The man with blue hair and deep, ocean-like eyes, who was standing next to him, opened his mouth. Well, it was a single word, its meaning unclear. One of the 7 swords was about to frown at the cryptic response when the man with eyes like the deep sea spoke again. I don't think that half-demon will be a problem. What do you mean? To me, it looks like he's thrashing in desperation. A desperate struggle of a bug trying to survive. Though, he doesn't seem to realize that his wings are burning away. His words were like grasping at clouds. The man was often like this. He possessed sharp and keen eyes that could analyze any situation, but the way he expressed his observations was too abstract. As the sword master was about to ask a question, swoosh, the man moved. Are you going to step forward yourself? The man, no, the sword saint, didn't answer. He simply stared at the half-demon with his eyes like a deep sea. And after a while, he drew the sword from his waist. Soon, the sword saint's sword began to be infused with an unspeakable amount of fighting spirit. Just how far do the family head's limits go? The sword master, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gasp. What the sword saint had summoned were 3 gigantic swords made of pure fighting spirit. Each one possessed enough power to sweep across the entire battlefield. Gulp. The sword master swallowed hard. Even he would have to face death if he were to receive those swords head-on. But the sword saint wasn't finished. Transcendence. He had begun to pour a fraction of the power that only those who had reached his level could wield. Qoo. The earth tremored. The surrounding space distorted from the pressure. It became difficult to even breathe. Even the human soldiers nearby cried out in pain from the power contained in the swords. Of those 3 swords, clench. The sword saint grasped one. It's time to catch a bug. The deep blue sea moved. To catch a single bug, a tsunami, a disaster in its own right, surged forth. The sword saint's eyes were fixed on the half-demon. And then, quagagagagagagak. The sword created by the sword saint left his hand and shot towards the half-demon. Traveling faster than the speed of sound, the flying sword created a giant white ring. Following that, thud, the sword saint's sword pierced the half-demon's abdomen. The half-demon's waist buckled, and blood gushed from his entire body. Watching the scene, the sword saint let out an emotionless sigh of admiration. He's still alive. It seems I underestimated him slightly. However, the sword saint knew. The half-demon was already unable to move. Without even needing the 7 swords, the sword saint had defeated the powerful enemy who had single-handedly defeated 2 sword masters with a mere wave of his hand. The sword master standing next to him trembled. I still can't get used to it. Even after years of being by his side, how can one get used to such overwhelming power? It was even more unbelievable that there existed an individual among the demons who could rival such a being as the Sword Saint. Swoosh. The Sword Saint's eyes moved. In the middle of the battlefield stood a demon, arrogantly straightening his back, staring at the Sword Saint. Crete bears. As he gazed upon him, the Sword Saint reached out to the two swords he had created. The two swords resonated with each other. Then, they merged into one. And so, a white sword was born. The pure white sword was so beautiful, it drew gasps from all who saw it. Any other treasured sword would pale in comparison to this beautiful white blade. It possessed an angelic grace. Holding the pure white sword, the Sword Saint muttered as he looked at Crete. So, you finally decided to make your move. Meeting his gaze, Crete stared back with arrogant eyes, as if even the Sword Saint was beneath him. The Sword Saint, looking at Crete, gave him an indifferent look. Such an arrogant monarch. Thud. A mouthful of crimson blood escaped my lips. What just happened? I didn't even have time to grasp the situation. Blood poured out from every orifice. My head spun. I felt faint. It was like I was about to collapse at any moment. I couldn't even move a finger. Lying sprawled on the ground, I had to replay what had just transpired. I had succeeded in killing Kanpal. It was a fierce battle, but I had managed to win by drawing on the power of the red dagger. But there was no time for joy.nov.l.b//jnn. Suddenly, a small light had flashed from somewhere, piercing my abdomen. Yes, that was it. What I had seen wasn't a light, but a sword. And it wasn't just any sword master who had launched it, but the Sword Saint himself. His sword had pierced my stomach. Cough. Blood gushed from my mouth again. There was no time to react. If I could have dodged it, I would have, but it was moving at the speed of sound, and my body was sluggish after the fight with Kanpal. So I had no choice but to take the hit. Even if I had been in peak condition, I would have been hit anyway. The gap between the Sword Saint and me, it wasn't something I could overcome just because I was in good shape. Damn it. I gritted my teeth. Even now, blood was gushing out of my body. Fortunately, I was used to pain, so I didn't go into shock. But if this continued, I would bleed to death. I had to pull out this huge sword embedded in my body, but I can't move. What should I do? Even when I tried to gather mana, it wouldn't budge. It seemed something was wrong with my body after my abdomen was pierced. And to make matters worse, I had exhausted most of my mana in the fight against Kanpal. I was in the worst possible situation. Was this how I died? Breathing, already difficult, became even more labored. The fear of death began to fill my mind. Just then, clench, thud. Someone pulled out the sword that was embedded in my abdomen. As blood was about to spurt out from the large wound, splash, I saw someone pouring a black liquid into the wound. Only then did the bleeding start to stop, and new flesh began to grow. A potion. That's what the black liquid was. I opened my eyes slightly and looked at the person. Was it Renee? But I was surprised to realize it wasn't her. You are. You little shit, I thought you were a goner. It was Kyle. He had saved me from the brink of death. I thought he had gone somewhere because I hadn't seen him, but he had followed me to the battlefield. As I was staring at him with newfound surprise, grab. Kyle, who had grabbed me by the collar, began to cry. Damn it, I really thought you were going to die. If you died here, what about my sister? Get a grip, if you die, I die too. I looked up at Kyle with strange eyes. And then, slowly, I opened my mouth. I won't die. What? Your sister, she won't die. What are you talking about? Because from the start, that twin tail on your sister, it never existed. Kyle blinked, as if his thoughts had come to a complete halt. But it was true. I had never met Kyle's sister. I simply remembered it because it was described in the original story. However, Kyle didn't know the truth, so he stammered, asking me questions. Then, how did you know about my sister's condition? And what was that about curing her? I just happened to overhear it. And it's true that I cured your sister. Or rather, she was already cured. What in the world are you talking about? Kyle still seemed unable to comprehend my words. I sighed once more. There was only one reason why I had suddenly revealed the truth to Kyle. It was because I felt the need to redefine our relationship. Kyle was no longer of any use to me. I didn't know if he would have come here otherwise, but now that he was on the battlefield, he would be branded a traitor to humanity. And the consequences of that would fall entirely on his younger sister. I wasn't that heartless. Moreover, to maintain my relationship with Kyle in the future, I needed to redefine it now. Thwack. Kyle punched me in the face. So you were lying to me this whole time? To me and my innocent little sister. The punch split my lip, and a trickle of blood ran down my chin. But I knew that Kyle, too, was sensing the truth. You've seen it, haven't you? Seen what? How humans, how they view half-demons. No matter what you achieve, no matter how strong your sister becomes, humans will only ever see us as tools, not comrades. It was the truth. Kyle and his sister could never escape their status as half-demons. Until the very end of the story, they would be scorned and ostracized. And when Kyle realized he had been used by the humans, he would be consumed by rage, and meet his end at the hands of his own sister. At the hands of the sister he loved most in the world. And she wouldn't even remember him. She would forget that she even had a brother. Erased by the humans. But Kyle didn't know that. Not yet. This bastard, still. As Kyle was about to hit me again in anger, Cooperate with me. I gathered the last of my strength and spoke to him. And I will create a world where life is respected as life. Where you can live without being bound by your race or your appearance. For a moment, Kyle froze. A world where life was respected. A world where one could live without being bound by race or appearance. In exchange for mending our fractured relationship, I offered him an ideal. From Kyle's perspective, it must have sounded absurd. You must think I'm lying. Knowing that, you still spout such nonsense. I pushed away Kyle's hand, which had lost its strength, and slowly got up. A lie. As if Adele had come to my house and pleaded with me, begging me to grant her dying wish. And to fulfill that wish, this was something that had to be done. I looked at Kyle's trembling hand and opened my mouth. Kyle. Why? Will you trust me, just this once? Kyle didn't answer. He simply said, with his usual grumpy expression, just come on. You need to go protect your little lady, don't you? As I watched him, I hoisted myself up, my shoulders heavy with the burden I now carried. Thump, thump. The ground began to shake. I turned my gaze towards the source of the tremors. It's begun? The climax of the war. The duel between Crete and the Sword Saint. That fateful confrontation was about to begin. The ground trembled, and I swallowed nervously. Both the demon soldiers and the human soldiers stopped fighting. All eyes were fixed on Crete and the Sword Saint. Kyle, sensing that something unusual was happening, stopped walking and turned to look at me. Is it starting? Yes, it might have already started. I nodded and looked at Crete and the Sword Saint. They weren't exchanging blows yet. But if they were skilled fighters, they would have sensed the current flowing between them. The Sword Saint and Crete. They were both using their mental swords, imagining their duel. It wouldn't be visible to ordinary soldiers, but I could see it clearly. If I stepped into that area, I would be swept away by their aura and die immediately. The Sword Saint and Crete were both beyond limits, having reached the realm of the demigod. Even ordinary people would find it hard to meet their gaze. Dash. It was definitely the moment when a huge battle was about to take place. But on the other hand, the heat around us quickly cooled down. The battle had reached a stalemate. Everyone held their breath, watching the duel between the Sword Saint and Crete. Just before they collided. Thwack dash. I started to walk. I had to find Renee before their battle started. A fierce battle was going to happen. A duel where even being caught in the crossfire could lead to death. Now, before they clashed, was the only chance to save Renee. Miss. Thankfully, Renee wasn't that far away, but she didn't look good. Blood was dripping from Renee's forearm as if she had fought several human soldiers. There were many human soldiers' corpses around Renee. Thankfully, Renee was skilled enough to handle a few human soldiers. She must have been hurt a little because there were so many of them, but it didn't seem like a dangerous wound. Clack dash. I quickly took out bandages and ointment from my pocket. I smeared the ointment on the wound and bandaged Renee's forearm. Renee frowned at that. It hurts. Endure it. It's better than getting an infection. Okay. Renee nodded without a word, listening to me. I sighed in relief, looking at her. Thank goodness. Renee wasn't dead. It would have been dangerous if one of the 7 swords had attacked Renee while I was fighting Canpel. I bowed to Renee and apologized. I'm sorry. If I was stronger, this wouldn't have happened. I was sincere. If I had the skills to subdue Canpel in an instant, Renee wouldn't have been hurt like this, and I wouldn't have to worry about her being caught in the clash between the Sword Saint and Crete. A terrible sense of powerlessness. It gripped me. I felt like I was about to cry. Renee stared at me silently, as I apologized. Thwack dash. She slapped me on the head. It didn't hurt, but Renee's expression looked annoyed. That was even scarier. Renee scolded me in a stern tone. No, apologies. But. Okay, but more importantly. Swish dash. Renee turned her head. Her gaze was fixed on Crete and the Sword Saint. The current flowing between them had calmed down. Were they trying to stop fighting? No, everyone here would know that it wasn't the reason. There was only one reason why the current between the Sword Saint and Crete had calmed down. I focused my vision as much as possible, so I wouldn't miss their movements. I couldn't use the eye of arrogance, but I tried my best. I thought there might be something I could learn from their fight. But I realized it was a mistake right away. Soon after. Thump dash. Thump dash. Thump dash. The Sword Saint and Crete collided. Surprisingly, Crete was the one who made the first move. The two of them had been facing each other with mental swords, but they realized that the battle wouldn't end like that, so Crete took the first step. The dark black sword in Crete's hand and the pure white great sword in the Sword Saint's hand clashed several times. Thump dash. Thump dash. Thump dash. Every time they clashed, a shock wave echoed that felt like my ears were going to burst. I couldn't help but frown at the noise. That wasn't all. Save. Crash dash. ZZZZT dash. The fight between the Sword Saint and Crete. The soldiers watching the fight nearby were caught in the crossfire. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It didn't matter if they were human soldiers or demon soldiers. All life was simply transformed into a handful of flesh. Blood and flesh flew around Crete and the Sword Saint. The corpses of human and demon soldiers were scattered, and the space warped because of their fighting spirit. The storm was so fierce that it reached me, even though I was quite far away. This is the power of the Sword Saint and Crete. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down. It was the first time that I felt such awe, just by seeing pure strength. I had admired strong people before, and I had felt a competitive spirit, thinking I would surpass them someday. But the moment these two people, who were beyond my comprehension, stood before me, I couldn't even find those thoughts. Only pure admiration came out of my mouth. The feats Crete and the Sword Saint were showing were beautiful, their every movement was elegant, and the aura imbued in their swords was beyond description. Could I ever reach that level? I naturally thought that. Disappointment, jealousy, despair. I didn't even have those feelings. Only pure curiosity lingered in my mind. It was a foolish thought to have on a battlefield where I might lose my life. Swish dash. I shook my head and started walking. Even if I was far away, I could still be caught in the fight if I stayed here. I needed to get as far away as possible. Leaving the battlefield, I glanced back at Renee. Renee was staring at Crete and the Sword Saint with a slightly anxious expression. She must be worried too. She must be worried that Crete might lose to the Sword Saint. So Renee wouldn't move, even if I told her to leave. It couldn't be helped. The best option was to escape while the human soldiers were focused on the fight between the two, but Renee wouldn't accept that. I had no choice but to move her further away. Miss, let's go. Where are we going? We need to get as far away as possible, in case we're caught in the fight. Okay. Renee nodded reluctantly, but she didn't insist. She must have realized how serious the situation was. Thump dash, thump dash, thump dash. Crete and the Sword Saint clashed fiercely. The tremors didn't stop. Was my hand shaking because of the vibrations Crete and the Sword Saint were creating? Or was it because of my intense anxiety? I didn't know the answer, but Kyle and I managed to move far away in the meantime. Occasionally, human soldiers tried to stop us, but I quickly slaughtered them. It didn't matter how tired or injured I was, human soldiers were nothing to me. We escaped to a safe place. It was likely that we would encounter human soldiers, but at least the shock waves of Crete and the Sword Saint wouldn't reach us. I turned around and spoke. Let's stay here for now. Is it okay if we don't go? I don't know. Kyle asked, gesturing towards Crete with his chin. It made sense. It looked like Crete and the Sword Saint were fighting on equal footing, but as time passed, the aura I felt from Crete was decreasing. I watched their fight. Thump dash, thump dash, thump dash. They clashed again, swinging their great swords. Then Crete adjusted his grip on his sword and started to mutter something. Soon after, quang, 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 quang dash. A formidable aura began to emanate from Crete's sword. That's. I flinched. Crete was about to use a technique that only those who had reached the realm of the demigod could use. Kyle, quickly activate your mana shield. What? I don't have time to explain. Right now. Ugh, really? Kyle gritted his teeth and activated the shield at my urgent cry. Whoosh dash. A shield surrounded us, but I realized it wasn't enough. I activated darkness, preparing for whatever was about to happen. Damn it. I gritted my teeth too. Crete. He's trying to. Black Dragon. Descent dash. A technique that goes beyond materializing imagination, summoning it. Whoosh dash. An arrogant black dragon with glowing red eyes descended from the high heavens. It held a black orb in its mouth and circled Crete. Black Dragon, bears. It was summoned from Crete's imagination, overseeing the battlefield. Just looking at it makes me feel like I'm going to throw up. I clutched my burning chest. The moment the giant black dragon was summoned, neither the human soldiers nor the demon soldiers could help but lose their minds and tremble in fear. Every time the black dragon circled the battlefield, with its orb in its mouth, a huge storm swept in, along with black smoke. Black lightning struck the battlefield, and a deathly chill swept over the soldiers. But with incredible control, it only hunted the human soldiers. Whoosh! The black dragon exhaled. Black raindrops made of black swords started to drench the battlefield. Thousands of black swords, spewed from the black dragon's mouth, pierced the humans' bodies. At least 300 humans died. It was only thanks to the Sword Saint and the remaining 6 sword masters who blocked the swords. The Sword Saint stared at the human soldiers who had been mercilessly killed, and then turned his gaze to Crete, opening his mouth. You've gotten stronger. I've always been strong. You were just lucky. So, are you saying the world wants your family to be wiped out? Or did you just want that lowly woman to die? You. Crete's eyebrow twitched for a moment. The Sword Saint mocked Crete, bringing up the death of his lover. The Sword Saint is righteous. Isn't the Nina family the protector of justice? But there was a good reason why he was making such an insensitive provocation. Humans didn't consider demons to be the same kind of life. From the Sword Saint's perspective, Crete was no different from a livestock that had rebelled against him. Crete also knew what the Sword Saint's attitude meant. But Crete's momentary hesitation decided the outcome. Sword of the Heavens. Descent dash. The Sword Saint's imagination pierced the heavens and descended. A beautiful angel with white wings and a white great sword in his hand stood over the black dragon. I let out a sigh, feeling the pressure from the angel. The Sword Saint's imagination was beautiful, but it was also terrifying. Dash. Soon after, the angel, holding his sword in one hand, leaned back. Consecutive white rings burst out, tearing through space, and the soldiers nearby had their eardrums burst, with blood flowing out. The Sword Saint smiled faintly, looking at Crete, and said, "Show me your sword." A black dragon and an angel wielding a pure white blade were about to clash. I watched them, my throat bobbing nervously. This is the battle of the strongest. I wasn't confident. I wasn't confident that I could survive, caught between them. Of course, I didn't think I would just stand there and let them attack me. The marks bestowed by the demon gods of gluttony and pride. If I used them, maybe, just maybe, my blade could reach them too. However, Creed and the Sword Saint aren't the only ones moving. Swish dash. I turned my head. From the distance, I could feel the presence of others approaching, radiating powerful energy. Nina's 7 swords. They had personally entered the battlefield to wipe out the demons. I had to stop them. Even if I couldn't save the demon soldiers, I had to keep them from killing Renee. But there was one problem that made my head throb. I don't have the strength. It didn't mean that I was weaker than the 7 swords. I literally didn't have any strength left. Was it because of the blow the Sword Saint had dealt me? Kyle had poured healing potions into me, but my body still wouldn't obey my will. I gritted my teeth. Even as my mind raced, the 7 swords were advancing, cutting down countless demon soldiers. The distance was closing. Was there really no way? I clenched my fist. I'll use the demon god's mark. Even if it's the only way, I'll protect Renee. And if I use the headmaster's magic, which I haven't used yet, I might be able to handle the 7 swords. Honestly, it was a gamble, a near-suicidal plan. Each of the 7 swords possessed power comparable to mine. Judging by the skill of the one I had just killed, none of them were stronger than me, but that meant there were still 6 of them left? And that wasn't the only problem. I had to fight while protecting both Renee and Kyle. Could I really succeed? Nausea welled up in my throat. I felt like I was going to vomit from the tension. Are you alright? Renee asked, noticing my expression. I forced a faint smile. I didn't want to appear weak in front of them, so I pretended to be strong and spoke. Don't worry. I was just a little dizzy. I'm fine now. Renee looked like she wanted to say something more, but there was no time to listen to her. The presence of the 7 swords, approaching after slaughtering the demon soldiers, was now palpable. And then, there you are. 3 sword masters grinned, baring their fangs at us. Swish dash. I immediately signaled to Renee and Kyle with my eyes. It was a sign to get out of here while I fought them. Understanding that they wouldn't be of any help, Renee and Kyle stepped back, their expressions a mix of frustration and concern. Don't get hurt, Renee said to me as she retreated with Kyle. I didn't answer her, only offering a faint smile. As I was seeing Renee and Kyle off, where do you think you're going? Clang dash. One of the sword masters drew his sword and charged. I blocked the sword master's attack by crossing Fang of Darkness and the red dagger, a smirk playing on my lips. I'm enough for all of you. Clang dash. A clash of intense power. Sparks flew from the swords, but it was bearable. The sword master who had attacked me was significantly less skilled than Canpel. Not all sword masters were of the same level. Just like the first night Canpel fought was weaker than he was. After briefly crossing swords with him, I pushed the sword master back. Clang dash. Damn it. The sword master cursed, wiping the sweat off his brow. He, too, must have realized that he was no match for me after seeing me defeat Canpel. However, the momentum of the sword masters standing behind him was different. Those 2 are definitely stronger than Canpel. My expression hardened. I was surrounded by experts, each of whom would be difficult to defeat even one-on-one. Among them, an old man with graying hair spoke, fixing me with a cold stare. So you're the half-demon who killed Canpel. You look weaker than I expected. Be careful. His ability to manifest his internal image is exceptional. We'll see. Swish dash. The old man drew his sword. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on me. The pressure was suffocating. It was like a tiger staring down its prey with fierce eyes. My hand, gripping the dagger, trembled. Sweat trickled down my nape. Me, against those 3. The outcome was clear. I couldn't win with my skills alone. The only chance I had was if they underestimated me. Let the hunt begin. But they didn't seem so inclined. They say even a beast gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Not that I was comparable to a rabbit. One thing was certain, they were going to hunt me down with everything they had. And so, I had to give it my all too. I had to face their attacks head-on, even if it meant death. The mark bestowed upon me by the demon god. I would use it here. Dash. Suddenly, a powerful tremor ran through the air. An intense wave of energy began to ripple around me. Dash. One of the 4 lines engraved on my wrist, the mark, disappeared. The demon god's mark I had used. It was the one bestowed upon me by the demon god of gluttony. The mark given by the demon god of pride came with a great risk, even for me, so I couldn't use it. And the mark of the demon god of gluttony was enough. Dash. Countless thorns sprouted from my body, tens, hundreds, thousands, until they covered me completely. Dash. The thorns that emerged around my body absorbed my darkness and turned pitch black. Samuel's gluttony. An evolved form of it had taken root within me. What is that? The 7 swords' faces were etched with shock at my sudden transformation. A dreadful, murderous aura emanated from me. It wasn't something even the most seasoned sword masters could easily withstand. Mana, 5032 rightward arrow 6412. My mana, which had been nearly depleted, shot up by almost 1500. It might not seem like much, but a 1000 point increase from 0 to 1000 was vastly different from a 1000 point increase from 5000 to 6000. The more mana you have, the harder it is to increase it. And yet, my mana had increased by nearly 1500. It meant only one thing. At this moment, I had overcome a wall. Attack. As if sensing something was amiss, the old man immediately ordered the 2 sword masters and leaped towards me. It was the right call, and an order that showed just how experienced the old man was. He immediately noticed that I hadn't yet gained control of my power and was trying to kill me before I could. He understood that this was their only chance. However, it was already too late. Goo dash. My internal image began to surge. The materialized black serpent now had the thorns of gluttony painted upon it. Darkness began to swell its body, and sharp, gluttonous fangs settled into the serpent's maw. Finally, I realized what had become of the creature I held within my inner image. An imuji. My inner image had transformed from a serpent to an imuji. It hadn't become a dragon yet, but within my inner image, an imuji, lurking in the darkness, yearning for the light, had begun to stir. The imuji's blade. The imuji climbed up my arm, which held Fang of Darkness. The imuji bared its fangs at the charging sword masters, each with their own materialized inner images. Clatter dash. Clatter dash. Clatter. The imuji blocked the combined assault of the 3 sword masters. It opened its jaws wide, snapping at their swords and hissing. The next moment, its cavernous, pitch-black eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through them. In an instant, all the sword masters froze. The imuji didn't miss the opportunity as its prey faltered. The first strike. Slash dash. The imuji precisely bit down on one of the sword masters' throats. A fountain of blood erupted, and the prey's body crumpled. But the imuji, as if unsatisfied, felt a thirst for more. It opened its jaws once more, aiming for the remaining 2. Counterattack. The old man, now nothing more than prey himself, struck back with his white tiger inner image materialized as a blade. But even a white tiger was but a mere beast before the imuji. Before the imuji. Crack dash. The old man, the strongest of the prey, had his head bitten off. And the fight was over. Crack dash. The imuji effortlessly ripped off the head of the remaining sword master, frozen in terror. There was no one left to stand in my way. As the imuji roared, savoring its bloodlust. Mana, 6412 rightward arrow 5032. It shrank. The imuji, transforming back into a serpent, vanished without a trace. At the same time, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. And with it, came the bursting pain. Gah. Ugh. I clutched at my throat. The moment the demon god's power left me, unbearable agony ripped through my body as if trying to tear me apart. Every bone in my body felt like it was being crushed. Thud dash. I collapsed to my knees. I couldn't even muster the strength to move a finger. Using the demon god's mark meant forcing the power of a god into this fragile, mortal shell. Unlike a god, my vessel was small. I had tried to contain an overwhelming power within me, and now, it was breaking me from the inside out. But, even with my body screaming in pain, I struggled to stand. Renee. I had to protect Renee. Please, move. Thud dash. But every time I tried to get up, thud dash, my body would give out. Thud dash. And my knees would hit the ground once more. I had reached my limit. I couldn't fight anymore. I had to accept that, for now, I was helpless. Crete, what happened to him? Unable to rise, I looked towards the clash between the Sword Saint and Crete. Every eye on the battlefield, demon and human alike was fixed on their duel. Strangely, a hush had fallen over the battlefield. Everyone was holding their breath, watching the fierce battle unfold. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. Every time the angel swung his sword, the sky seemed to tear. Every time the dragon took flight, darkness painted the heavens. Crete. For a long time, the black dragon and the angel with the sword exchanged blows, wounding each other. But neither could gain a decisive advantage. Until the moment the black dragon was struck by the angel's sword. It's over. The sword saint muttered towards Crete. Q dash. The angel's sword soared high into the sky. The blade of light shot towards the black dragon's open maw. And then, slash dash. The black dragon was cleaved in two by the angel's sword. Kawu. The dragon, ripped in half, thrashed in agony. Boom dash. Boom dash. Boom dash. Hundreds of soldiers were crushed beneath its writhing form. The angel raised his sword once more, aiming for the fallen dragon.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Boom dash. Once. Boom dash. Twice. Boom dash. 3 times. 3 strikes of the divine blade. And the black dragon stopped moving. It lay on the battlefield, mercilessly butchered. Then, cough. A stream of blood flowed from Crete's lips. The sword saint had defeated him. Crete's sword snapped. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed, brought to his knees by the sword saint's attack. As foretold in the tales of their vendetta, the sword saint had defeated Crete. Damn it. I clenched my fists. 5 of the 7 swords had fallen to me alone. I had done everything I could on this battlefield. Yet, Crete had lost his one-on-one battle against the sword saint. But there was still a chance. Not a chance to defeat the sword saint. Of course, if I could expend more of the gluttony demon's essence, I might be able to help Crete defeat him. But I had just felt it. Using the gluttony demon's essence meant the destruction of my vessel. The demon god's power was too much for my body to contain. My being already housed divinity, conflicting powers ravaged my very core. Holding 2 divine powers within an ordinary half-demon body was no different from suicide. Crete. The only option left was for Crete to abandon the fight and flee. That way, he could at least survive. But I had a feeling. Crete would not retreat from this battle. Even if it meant burning himself to cinders, he would rise again to challenge the Sword Saint. Revenge. It was all he lived for. I have to stop him. My body refused to move. While consuming the gluttony demon's essence didn't carry the same penalty as the pride demon's, the physical strain was immense. I'd almost rather lose another sense as a side effect of absolute concealment. As I fought to erase the despair from my eyes, I heard a voice. Father. Renee stood beside me, her eyes hollow as she watched Crete cough up blood. How did she get here? I specifically told Kyle to keep her away. My intention wasn't simply to keep her out of harm's way. It was a thinly veiled order for Kyle to prevent her from reaching this place. Renee being here meant only one thing. Kyle, why is she here? I rounded on the approaching Kyle, my voice a low growl. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop her. Kyle bowed his head in apology. He gently lifted my broken arm and began to set it. I sighed inwardly as I pushed myself up. I knew this wasn't Kyle's fault. It was just frustration boiling over, a refusal to accept this situation. Damn it. Seeing Crete fall would only strengthen Renee's resolve to fight. She had followed Crete here with the sole purpose of avenging her mother. If Crete were to die, Renee would throw her life away just like him, trying to kill the Sword Saint. As if to confirm my fears, Renee bolted toward the battle, towards Crete and the Sword Saint. I tried to grab her, but my battered body could only obey gravity's pull. As I crashed back to the ground, I called out after her. Kyle, do you have any potions left? Yeah, I do. Give me one. Gently, Kyle poured the potion into my mouth. I swallowed, feeling the liquid flow down my throat and spread through my body. The agonizing pain in my organs began to recede, the bleeding slowly stopping. The potency of the potion made me wonder what grade it was, and how Kyle, with his lack of funds, had gotten his hands on it. Where did you get this potion? I asked. It had even eased the pain from the Sword Saint's attack. This had to be a high-grade potion, maybe even higher. Kyle hesitated before answering. This is a high-grade potion I brought with me from the human realm. It's supposed to only work on humans, but it seems to work on half-demons too. I see. Disappointment welled up within me. If it could be used on demons, I would have given it to Crete. A potion for humans only meant it could be poisoned to a demon. Nov. L. B //JNN. After all, the line between medicine and poison was thin. What healed one could kill another. Well, at least I'm feeling better. Let's go. I pushed myself up, my body still heavy as lead, and nodded towards Kyle. His eyes widened in alarm. Are you serious? We're all going to die. We're going to die whether we stay here or not. The Lord's death means the annihilation of the demon clan. If you think you can survive that, be my guest. Shit, fine, we'll go. You need to stop being so damn ominous. I didn't bother responding. Was I truly being ominous? I could guarantee it. Crete would die here today. He would fly towards the Sword Saint like a moth drawn to a flame, seeking only to extinguish his enemy's light. Do you know why moths chase after flames? Because they have no sense of direction. They mistake the light for a guiding star, and so they hurl themselves into the inferno, oblivious to the searing heat. Crete was no different in my eyes. A fool with no direction, guided only by the compass of revenge. And I knew how a fool's story ended. I was under no obligation to save him, nor did I possess the ability to do so. It's common sense that I can't save him. Just because I wanted to didn't mean I could. Crete had come here prepared to die. He would gladly sacrifice his life if it meant killing the Sword Saint. So I wouldn't try to stop him. Instead, I would grant him the wish he desired. The one thing Crete had asked of me when I arrived at the bear's estate. He had indulged me, turned a blind eye to my actions, even empowered me, all for this one request. It was his way of repaying the kindness shown to the half-demon child abandoned by the human realm and taken in by the demon clan. Crete's wish. To fulfill it, I would offer my life today. The tide of the battle had turned. Crete's defeat against the Sword Saint had sealed the demon clan's fate. Kill the demons. Their leader has fallen. They're nothing but stray dogs now. The human soldiers surged forward like a raging tsunami, crashing against the faltering demon ranks. Unable to mount a proper defense, the demon soldiers were cut down mercilessly. Lord Bears, please, ugh. Is this the end of the Bears clan? Tears of blood streamed down their faces as they fought back with the last vestiges of their strength. But their defiance was met with nothing but cold steel. There was no righteousness, no noble purpose in the human soldiers' eyes. Just a primal urge to kill, reflected in the glint of their blades. Leading the charge were the three remaining sword masters. Ugh, they just keep coming. Like cockroaches. Disgusting. One of the sword masters shuddered, looking down at the piles of demon corpses at his feet. His gaze was filled with disgust, as if he had just witnessed something truly foul. I can't argue with that. I can still see that bastard's smug grin, said a female voice. Ah, you mean the half-demon who ripped your arm off? Yes. The female knight nodded grimly, her face pale. She had been defeated by that half-demon, a mere child in her eyes, and utterly crushed at that. Well, we won the war, didn't we? It's all the same in the end, said another knight, her youthful face split by a cheerful grin. Her sword and armor were splattered with the blood of demons. The contrast was chilling. She looked barely old enough to be called a woman, yet she was already drenched in the blood of her enemies. The first female knight swallowed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her neck. This child unnerves me more and more each time I see her. This young girl, barely past her teenage years, was already one of the Nina clan's core members, a member of the Seven Swords. While Shaul, the knight, acknowledged the girl's talent, she couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that clung to the girl like a shroud. It was like that half-demon. Yes, he had given off the same feeling. A primal, instinctive bloodlust that triggered a primal fear within her. But she wouldn't say anything. The girl was powerful, there was no denying that. And she hadn't caused any trouble within the order. She was young. With time, Shaul believed she would mature into a true knight. Lost in her thoughts, Shaul continued to cut down the fleeing demons. Then, a tremor ran through the air, drawing her attention. It's about to begin. What is? The young knight asked. The sword saint is about to end this. Wow. The young girl gasped, turning to look. In the distance, a colossal sword materialized in the sky, descending towards a lone demon. Heaven-splitting sword. Sky sword. It hurtled towards the battered figure of Crete. And standing before him. Who's that? Is that a little girl? Was Renee, throwing herself in harm's way to protect him?